finger in that one.
No, you didn't. Cool.
Yeah. GM, everyone. Cool. Yeah. This is crazy.
Yeah. What a year.
Yeah. We really didn't expect this year to go like it did. So it's really amazing to see everyone here and just kind of blown away.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. It's amazing.
Cool. Yeah.
Do we have slides?
I think so.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so welcome everyone. Welcome to Lisbon, to Breakpoint. This is our second conference.
Technically. Most people don't know about the first one.
Yeah. And it's really awesome to have everyone here. It's been a crazy year, a year under like extraordinary circumstances that I think really brought crypto into the forefront globally, but was really, just the birth of Solana in a lot of ways. And I'm just grateful to be part of the experience. It's just awesome. So I want to thank, first of all, our ops team, the folks that made all this possible. Amber, Aleftina, what I told them was make it like Burning Man and people figure out the rest. So I hope you guys have a good time. I think a lot of this is, us finally getting together. We haven't seen each other, for over 2 years in some cases. The team grew from 19 to like 75 during the lockdowns, and for a lot of folks, this is the first time they're even seeing each other, after a year of working overtime. So it's just really cool. So please have a good time. That's the most important thing. So this is actually a picture from our first conference, SolCon. That's Eric in the background. It's before the network was launched about 2 years ago.
The one audience member that you can see in this picture is actually Anatoly. Listening intently.
Yeah. There were a few more people. Most of them were on the slides. And this was, I think, before we even started the first stage of Tour de Sol. And if you guys participated in that, you remember the pain of getting that network out, watching it fall over in 20 minutes and doing it again. This idea of pain was became culturally part of Solana. We joke that our developer experience is eating glass, and for some reason that works, So I'm gonna go through the network overview. Over the last year, what's been really most important to me is this idea of censorship resistance, decentralization, the Nakamoto coefficient, and the core of what Solana is about. And it's been growing at a pace that's just really like blowing me away. So Solana is a global state machine. I don't even like to call it a blockchain. It's fast. In relativistic terms, it's about 4 times slower than it should be. Speed of light halfway around the world is about 110 milliseconds. It's going to get a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get there. But in theory, that could be the theoretical limit of how fast the network goes. And it's cheap, and it's decentralized in the ways that we can measure. And it has done a ton of transactions. So a bunch of those are votes, and that's by design. But a bunch of those are non-votes. They're now application transactions. If you actually look at things like Chain Crunch, there's about 700 TPS of just people using the network. I think that's more than everyone else combined at this point. And most amazing, like the things that we see from folks like Phantom, is we are now at over 1 million monthly active accounts, like actual humans that are signing this stuff. And while like the tech is interesting, the decentralization part is a hard problem. I always had this vision that the really core part of crypto is this idea of humans that can have cryptography, that own self-custody, that understand how to sign these things. And those humans are the actual humans using crypto. Can we get that number to 10 million users, to 100 million users, to 1 billion users? If you imagine the transformation that happened with the internet when it went from 3-4 million people in 95 that were actually browsing the web to 100, 300 million people in 2000, it's mind-blowing, right? And this is the same thing is going to happen with crypto. When we have 300 million people that are signing, with self-custody, the transformation is going to be like totally unpredictable and exciting. So my goal here, like everything that we're building, is just to unblock those people. How do we make this thing cheap and fast, the cheapest place for them to coordinate? And the core part of this, in my mind, is this idea of decentralization. And if you heard me talk on podcasts or me argue on Twitter, I like to frame it into the objectively measurable parts. Our big brother, Bitcoin, has about 11,000 nodes or 12,000 nodes. And that's important. It's not the hash power that's important, because if I wanted to destroy Bitcoin and I could snap my fingers and erase all those nodes, it doesn't matter how much hash power exists. If the ledger and every copy is gone, the chain is destroyed. Bitcoin is gone. And the other side of that coin is that as long as one copy survives, this thing can continue no matter what. And that's really the core part of decentralization, is that when shit hits the fan, can you still recover and continue? So we kind of frame it in that sense. Maximize the cost to destroy all replicas in a very kind of engineering way to frame that. And maximize the cost to censor messages, meaning the ability of people that are signing to actually send to this network, to actually communicate with it. So Solana is at roughly 2,000 of these replicas. So we're getting there. It's still early days, right? Like, this network is designed to go to 100,000. we have the technology, but the hard part is actually finding the humans that run these nodes, that want to participate in the network, that want to eat glass with us. Some of those nodes in the middle of Russia, people have to drive out in the middle of these places and put up a server in some ASN that nobody has heard of. And that takes work, right? That's real commitment. So the trilemma, the way we like to frame it, is that first part, cost to destroy all replicas, cost to censor messages. And we like to add this bit called real time, because humans that are signing people, we need to use these networks for real human activity. If we're talking about 1 billion people on the planet using cryptography and signing with these things, they're doing something that is important to them right now. Not a week later, not a month later, but actually in the moment, right? They're coordinating governance. They're doing financial transactions. They're playing Star Atlas, right, and participating in the Metaverse. That stuff is important to them in that moment. And that takes hardware. So the minimize the cost of hardware is not an option. So what we picked is that 1 and 2. And what we really picked was max pain. Because maximizing those things is a lot of work. It's kind of part of our culture to eat glass. Why is there a transaction size limit? Why do you have to specify all the accounts for every smart contract call? Why do you have to code in a certain way with no global memory? All those things are pain for humans, but it's really a way for us to enable a network that is more efficient at its core, what it's doing, at that really core part about censorship resistance. Because if we can scale that bit, that means that we can scale it to 100 million people, 1 billion people, and that's the transformation that we really want to see. And we get to take advantage of some of the smartest people in the world working on the hardest problem, because the way we're scaling this is we're really sitting on top of giants, the people manipulating atoms. I always, as an engineer, think of 2 things in technology. Technology is something that sits on top of Moore's law. If you're building something that has feature overlap, and the thing that you're building gets twice as good every time these amazing folks double the number of transistors per square millimeter, that thing is going to blow away anything else that's not sitting on top of Moore's law. That's kind of an unstoppable wave. That idea of the singularity, it's the things that we can build that scale with Moore's law. So the thing that we're building that really scales with Moore's law is this idea of censorship resistance, Nakamoto coefficient, and this is proven. If you've been running testnet Solana nodes, you can see that there's like over 500 nodes that add up to 33%. People thought that this was impossible. This is 2.5 times the size of a Ethereum 2 shard. It's bigger than most proof-of-stake networks, and that is just only the Nakamoto coefficient in Solana. And the challenge for us is now not the technology challenge, it's the social challenge. It's how do we actually change behavior on this network such that the stake and the way that the voting power and how the nodes are distributed actually maximizes that Nakamoto coefficient. So stake pools are basically that guy Eric, that's him being decentralized. So in those early days when we had to go and hunt for validators, ask him, beg him to go build nodes in the middle of nowhere, these are now community-driven behaviors. And it's growing like crazy. Like this was one of the hardest things to build in software, to make it secure, and to make it scalable such that the work that we were doing at labs, at the foundation, is now effectively decentralized as well. And it's not only that it's just work, there's obvious benefits to it, right? You get benefits of liquidity, you get benefits of participating in DeFi, but you also get the benefit of being part of a community. Like you participating in these stake pools, you actually get to dig into it. What is decentralization? Who's building these boxes? Who are those humans? Like right now, go talk to these people here that are running these validators, shake their hands. They're actual people. And that thing is the community. That thing is the Nakamoto coefficient. It's when the worst possible scenario when something goes wrong, those are the people that are going to recover it. So that connection that you're making right now, that's the glue that runs the network. And that's the glue that grows the ecosystem.
Yeah, the ecosystem has been exploding, and it's been truly beautiful to watch. A real blessing. It's happening on its own. It's across every vertical, every use case, and every dream that we have for what blockchain is supposed to do. And this is what it looked like in March. According to Solanians, which is one of the probably 10 or 15 community Twitter accounts that is constantly trying to keep their infographics updated. In October, this is what it looked like, and I think this is just notable projects, but I think actually Breakpoint is a really interesting point in time because everyone that I know that's trying to keep track of this ecosystem growth is starting to just give up and just focus on summary metrics and just watch it unfold. It's going to get too small, each of these logos, by next year. And also, there's been really hard work of exchanges, onboarding to the network, understanding how to integrate, working Solana, and its code base into their UX flows. And we're really happy about the progress of SPL token support across exchanges, which is super important. Almost all the major exchanges now support the SPL token standard. And you can move, USDC and USDT between these exchanges. It's kind of a monumental effort, and it's almost complete. It's getting there. There's almost, I think, actually over $3 billion of USDT and USDC in circulation, which is just crazy. Like, yeah. I would never have imagined that we would get to that level by this point. And yeah, so if you all are trying to move money around, always look for the drop down. You can choose SPL. It'll be basically immediate. It'll basically cost nothing. You can move money peer to peer all around the world and to every exchange. Phantom has been an incredible UX effort to make that initial onboarding of the browser wallet experience as slick and seamless and easy as possible. There are other really killer wallets, but Phantom has been kind of the flagship, and it's just onboarded users so quickly. They actually just, I think, maybe 48 hours before Breakpoint started, crossed over 1 million wallet extension installs, which is really phenomenal. And we expect this to continue, and it's driven off the back of DeFi growth and NFT growth. We struggled to keep this number updated as we were getting closer to the presentation, but another phenomenal outcome of this year is $15 billion of value is locked in DeFi on Solana. And like when we look at this number, we see like hundreds of teams that are just, like Anatoly said, like eating glass to go acquire users and educate them on DeFi, get them to understand what it means to move their financial life into a protocol-based financial system. And we are really only paying attention, as Toly said, to like.
So some of them are sleeping at our office.
Yeah, there's like brothers and cousins and old coworkers and colleagues and families and people sleeping in offices and people at the hacker house. Like it probably smells terrible in there. That's what we dreamed of. Like this is the dream. It feels like what Y Combinator the early days must have felt like, and that's what we were just striving for so long, and it's happening. And NFTs are a thing on Solana. Really only started in maybe June. Metaplex is kind of the centerpiece of it. 2.2 million NFTs. It's around $1 billion of NFT market cap on Solana. And it's all organic. I think the thesis there was that at a time when there was big IP coming on chain, and there were kind of limited releases at very high price levels, the thesis was that this is going to explode and everyone's going to become a creator. Everyone will become an artist. Everyone will want to sell. They'll want to control their experience, and they'll want to do it at low prices with low fees, and they want it to be fast. And that thesis has played out faster than we possibly could have imagined.
So that graph basically matches the user growth in Phantom. And it's really amazing because DeFi is where everyone thought, like the core important thing about blockchain or crypto was DeFi. But humans just like to have fun, right? Like every time you get a bunch of people together on the internet, they start like just making memes and enjoying and having a good time. And to me, that's like the exciting part about crypto. When do we get to that stage when that number of people is like 10 million, 100 million, and it's just people having fun, sharing culture?
Yeah, the moment when, I think we all kind of look back. It was DGen Ape Academy, right? That everything was breaking. There were hundreds of thousands of people showing up. The Discord was just lighting up, like fireworks. And that was when, I think everyone collectively realized, like, all this hard work of these, sweaty DeFi engineers building the new, capital markets rails on blockchain. It's supercharged by something beautiful. People just having fun and making art and enjoying themselves and feeling like they belong to something, even if it's just, cartoon apes, which is just, a beautiful thing to see. And I think, like Anatoly said, I don't know what the world's going to look like when 1 billion people are doing that, but I know it's going to happen. Audius is another, incredible growth story. We first, talked to Ranil and the Audius team when they had, I think, 45,000, wait list people, and they've just been growing like a weed. They've kind of saturated the electronic dance music space. It's decentralized Spotify, for anyone that isn't familiar. And another, beautiful story, right? Users are sick of having their music taken down on all these platforms, having DRM rights expire and the music goes away. artists having record labels come in and do takedowns because they had a sample of something 3 remixes ago. Audience is censorship resistant. It needs it. It needs the performance. Every like and listen and playlist edition is on chain, and they're I think they could be one of the biggest music streaming platforms in the world, and they could only do this because Solana existed, and that's a really amazing thing to know that you're able to help enable. We want to see 100 of these types of applications. Solana devs, this is like the heart and soul. Can I get a show of hands, like who's a developer here?
Woo!
Yeah? Beautiful. I would have expected that all of you were at the hacker house, but you're here.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's growing like a weed. It seems like developers love Solana. They understand, why.
I love eating glass.
They're eating glass. And I think that is also shown in kind of the team formation. It's not just people poking around and and forking code bases. They're building businesses. This is really important. I think early on our focus was to say we don't want people just toying around with it and then going back to their FANG job chained to a desk. We want them to start a business and take the swing of their lives to change the world the way that we all came to Silicon Valley to do. And the hackathons have been showing that. Teams are showing up at levels that we did not expect. When we did the first one in November, we thought nobody was going to show up, and if they did, that they wouldn't be able to get anything off the ground. But some really important projects got started there. So that one I think was maybe 50 teams, and then there was in March about 100 teams. In June there's about 350, and this recent hackathon, the Ignition hackathon, had 570 teams form. And from what we're hearing, it's hard to really pin this down, but before the hackathon ended, about 100 of those teams were already starting their fundraising process, and many had already closed. And by this point, there's probably several dozen companies from that last hackathon that have raised over $1 million in funding. So, what's the goal? We want 1 million of these developers, right? We're around 1,000x away from that, but we've seen 1,000x's in our lifetimes a number of times. And we've seen some 1,000x's in crypto and in this ecosystem. And, there isn't a timeline here, but when we think about how quick we want to see this, it's as fast as fucking possible. Because if we're going to get to 1 billion people, we need, a meaningful amount of people just throwing themselves against the world's biggest problems and seeing how censorship resistance and openness and permissionlessness can solve those problems. And like we've been saying a bunch of times, we want to see 1 billion people using the network. But importantly, we want them to have their own keys and have their own custody of their own assets. We think that when people explore 3 or 4 different use cases of things that they were doing in their normal life that didn't use this technology, they'll start to piece together, just the same way that when you use your first 3 to 5 internet applications or mobile applications that really became part of your daily pattern. All of a sudden your mind started to shift and think about how the world could look differently and how you could participate in it and how you could build it. So we want to get there as fast as possible.
There's a world of difference between using AOL keywords and clicking on a link, right? And really browsing the web. And that's the difference between self-custody and using a centralized service. So that world where we have governance, right, human coordination globally with cryptography, that world really needs those people to understand what that seed phrase does and how to store it. So teach your friends.
Cool. It's again hard to keep track of this, but by our estimates, there's been over $2 billion of venture capital that's flowed into the Solana ecosystem to support this growth of developers and this march toward 1 billion users. And it's now at this point, basically every major traditional investor and every major crypto investor which is incredible to see. It's been unifying, and we're also trying to contribute and throw weight into the right areas. So we recently announced a $100 million gaming fund between Solana Ventures and Lightspeed and FTX. If you're building gaming applications, definitely get in touch. This is part of a number of ecosystem funds that have been started by different constituents of the crypto industry because they see what's happening and they want to support and get exposure to everything that's happening in the Solana ecosystem. So, $431 million that we know of in ecosystem funds. One of them will be announced at this conference. That's $50 million. And here's a few of the logos that we've seen coming into the ecosystem. It's amazing. I mean, I think a lot of these investors are the foremost trend spotters, and they have seen so many cycles, and they know what makes a successful business. And they're seeing that in this ecosystem, some of the most generational businesses of the next 10 years are going to get built. Because these entrepreneurs are unlocked, and that's just a dream. So Solana Foundation has also been supporting this growth and especially censorship resistance and validator node growth with grants. So 130 plus grants, 1.7 million SOL. A bunch of that was when it was cheaper. Solana Ventures has already made over $25 million of investments, 75 of them, and Solana Labs is supporting entrepreneurs with reference implementations, open source that they can use to bootstrap their applications.
It's Bartosz, basically.
Yeah. So what's coming up? I mean, I tweeted this recently. We're not going to be presenting a roadmap here. This is not, a look into the future of the Solana network evolving. There's work to do, but the hardest challenges are behind us. This network scales, it supports users, they can onboard. We're seeing really good conversion, really good retention, right? Like if we just look back to the classic metrics, it's just time to grow the thing. So what you're going to be hearing is, mostly from the people that are just building on the network and what they're building, what their vision is, and it's starting to get really, really incredible, really visionary stuff, big swings that could really change the world if they work.
Yeah. Also, we suck at planning. So we call it fire-driven development.
How can you plan in the blockchain industry? Everything changes, in a month. So some of the folks that you'll hear from, Phantom, Pith, Metaplex, Neodyme, Serum, Arweave, Audius Saber, kind of it hasn't been that long, but these are a lot of the mainstays.
Please talk to Neodyme if you're building. You don't want them to talk to you first.
Neodyme does auditing, and they're great. Some new folks though, Render. I won't go through all of these, but Render, Neon, Alexis Ohanian from 776, and the founder of Reddit, Nansen, and Brave, Brendan Eich, who was CEO of Mozilla and creator of JavaScript, BetDex, which is started by the former founder of FanDuel. There's incredible people coming into this ecosystem, and they have wonderful things to announce and talk about. There's also a sweet NFT drop. So People Pleaser is finally, launching a project on Solana. Follow the @SolanaConf Twitter handle to learn more. But it's going to be really fun, a really awesome celebration of this time in Lisbon and the growth of the Solana ecosystem. And there's an interactive component. It's called the Collector for a reason. You wanna collect them all. And we'll have a sweet closing party with Boys Noise and others. The vibe's gonna be pretty chill. Tolly's a surfer. This whole thing is gonna feel like a little bit like Burning Man. And we hope to see you there. Tolly and I will be there. And we can close this out and celebrate the year and and everything that's been accomplished. It's been, just blood, sweat, and tears, and I think it's okay to take a moment to celebrate and meditate on that success and have, some shared experiences that we can all look back on as we plan the next chapter. So here's some ways to get plugged in. If you follow, Solana on Twitter and the Solana Conf Twitter handle, I think you're pretty well covered. And just remember to have fun. It's like really important.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thanks everyone for coming out today. That was, it's really fun to open with something like that and really get to hear a little bit about what's coming. We're going to do a little bit of housekeeping, talk about what's coming up next today. We got a slide deck to start out with, I hope. Do we have that here? Great. All right, awesome, here we go. So just taking a quick look at how things are going on today, we're going to be starting off with stuff in LX, Sud Lisboa as well, and then Estufa Fria. We've got 3 venues. Grab the next slide, please. Sorry guys, having a little bit of technical difficulties here. Great. So you have 3 venues. We start off with the LS Factory. This is our ecosystem stage. So you hear a lot of things about growth in the ecosystem from this. We have a fantastic developer venue, which is over on the water, full of great tech talks today from teams that have been building in the space for a few months and a few years. And then we go over to Estufa Fria, which is a beautiful greenhouse that's going to be focused on a lot of growth announcements coming up and some of that progress made throughout the ecosystem. So as we mentioned, full day today. Balaji coming up, Jump Crypto, the multi-chain future. Got some exciting news coming out of Render this morning as well. Moving on, we have lunch. Then we're moving on to Vault, CoinShares, talk on virtual machines, moving beyond capital and what the next stage of that looks like. Again, we keep going on, right, where the smart money's going. We have Sam. And then we're moving on to some conversations with investors about questions that people have asked, the most common questions they get asked, how to raise capital in this space, what's going on in this capital market. So it's going to be pretty exciting to hear from these people. Sud Lisboa, Developer Central all day. It is, if you want the full technical experience where most people are going to be confused, that is the place to go, right? This is like, these are not 101 conversations. This is like hard advanced questions. Neodyne's got like a 2-hour panel on security audits that I'm particularly excited to watch. So check that out for sure. That's going to be at Sud Lisboa, which is down near the water, maybe 5 minutes from here or so. Estufa Fria today, demos from the ecosystem. We got some news from Brave coming out as well. Path to 1 billion users. And then there's a really nice NFT gallery set up there as well, so you can see some of the projects that have been building. This venue is actually a greenhouse, so it's really a great place to hang out and chill too. It starts opening in the afternoon, and then we'll keep open into the evening. It's going every day as well. So that's what we got looking at coming up today. Coming soon, we now have Balaji joining us remotely. He's going to be our next keynote speaker, and we'll see you after that.
All right. Can you guys hear me? Oh, good. Okay, great. Okay, so hello everybody coming in from some number of thousands of miles away. What I'm going to talk to you guys about today is something which is, it's not Solana specific, but it's certainly relevant to everybody in the audience. And, I'm referring to it as L0. I claim that L0 is actually priority 1, that it is legality is now more important than feasibility plus scalability, and that the legality layer is actually something that we need to prioritize and think about because legal code does not write itself. We need to think about this. We need to work on this. And it's just a reallocation of resources in some ways. One way of thinking about this is that, over the last few years, we've been working on L1 and L2, but first let's define L0. Let's talk about how we change L0 and then go to specific steps. So key concept is the ideology enables the technology. So, obviously folks here know L1, a blockchain itself, and L2, where, Ethereum has tried to scale in L2 and has done so to some extent, and Solana tries to obviate that and just go directly there. And I'm not here to take any sides in that. I love all of my children and, investor in many of these projects, obviously very, very bullish on Solana as well. But where I think is that we're somewhat over allocated in terms of attention and especially effort up over here. We've made a lot of headway here. I'm not saying, stop on that or whatever, but relatively speaking, we are under allocated to what I'm calling L0. L0 is the ideology layer. It is the ideas in people's minds and the locations of people's bodies. And this actually underpins all of this. And if we do it wrong, we get, this infrastructure bill. If we do it right, we have El Salvador, and the world is in a very plastic state right now. And we need to put effort into L0. This ideology over here enables technology. It is a feedback loop. The technology also enables ideology. This has given us a realm and a budget from which we can influence this layer, but we need to influence this layer. So one way of thinking about it is the real full stack is not just computer software and computer hardware. It's not just, for example, the Solana code base and, the validators in data centers. It is the biological software, the ideas in people's heads, and the biological hardware, the presence of people's bodies. For example, everybody in Portugal now at Breakpoint. And the willingness to make edits at this level influences what can be done at this level. And it's actually ridiculously important for Web3, because if we think about, the progress from Web 1 to Web 2 to Web 3, you can think of it certainly as a purely technical thing, where Web 1 was, peer-to-peer, basically symmetrical clients and servers. Web 2, we had MVC. We had, not just a single, obviously not just a tower, but a gigantic centralized database like a Facebook or something in the middle, with lots of clients connecting to it. And, you had a model view controller model where all these things were hitting that. In Web3, we can think of it as client, blockchain, client, where you have a centralized point of this blockchain, but it's served up in a decentralized way. So you get some of the best of both worlds, where it's kind of like peer-to-peer, where it's programmable and it's peer-to-peer, but it's also like the centralized model because you have the monetizability and global state that a centralized hub provides without the control and levers that has, right? So you can think of it as going from one client, one server, many clients, one server, many clients, many server. But this is just purely the technical look at it. The thing is that underpinning this, decentralized ledger backend are the ideas in people's heads and the presence of people's bodies. If we think about this purely as a software and hardware change, we'll lose. Because the backend we're changing out is not simply the software and hardware. It is mental software. It is philosophy. It is physical software. It is your presence. If you're not willing to move, if you're not willing to pick up stakes, mobility is the one leverage that a citizen truly has against the state. We will not actually be able to win. It is these two pieces, let's call that L0, the biological software, the biological hardware, the ideology layer. And this is essentially together what influences the legality, which is what influences this. And of course, as I mentioned, there's a feedback loop. The higher levels do influence the lower, but we have to influence the lower consciously. Okay, so call this L0. So how do we change L0? Well, basically, if you think about what the old information landscape was, very roughly, the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, as well as academia and, NGOs and so on. This is like, basically we're like a board of directors vote. And if all three of them publish some negative article about, the guy who's the Secretary of the Interior, that guy loses his job. Just like if all three board members vote against the CEO, that guy loses his job. And this is the old environment. And it was essentially something where the guy who writes a headline on the day of the election controls hundreds of thousands, millions of votes. And so, of course, they're very comfortable with that situation. It was essentially an informationally constrained democracy where the informed vote was based on your source of information, right? And this was very centralized. You had basically three, these three big newspapers. You also had three television stations: ABC, CBS, NBC. It's very constrained. Now, the new information landscape, everybody has a voice. With Facebook and Twitter and YouTube, millions of people out there all, putting out their voices, especially, over the 2010s. And this resulted in a cacophony where modern political systems were predicated on the illusion of voice, not the reality of it. That's why there's a saying, never argue with a man who buys ink by the barrel. The point is that, yeah, you might have had like one vote, but you didn't have millions of subscribers. You couldn't truly influence a public conversation. It was the illusion of voice, not the reality of it. True voice comes from having a newspaper, having a media corporation. That's where true voice comes from. Now, though, with everyone having a voice, there's this huge conflict. Everybody is arguing as to what should be done. The levers of power are now being yanked in this way or another. And so what happened? Well, the establishment essentially came with these arguments like free speech is killing us. And so academia and media are arguing for censorship and to suspend you from, YouTube, for example, if you criticize the World Health Organization, even though they're wrong on COVID at the beginning. That's just like one egregious example. Everybody here has seen examples. But the point is they're trying to shut this down, this thing that is causing this cacophony. But what is coming next is actually the new information landscape where, I put a dashed line here because they aren't totally shut down. They're partially constrained. The censorship is growing, but there's also some resistance. But behind that is the next wave, which are decentralized social networks, social media networks. We put on their headline of decentralized media. And, intermediate forms are things like Substack, but the type of stuff that potentially you can build on Solana, also stuff like Mirror.xyz, there's a bunch of these out there. These decentralized media networks give decentralized censorship resistance. And so you can think about the progression as centralized media corporations, pre roughly 2016, 2010, depending on how you date it, social media era, 2016 on, decentralized censorship by corporations where it wasn't the government, but individual corporations are being bullied or pressured or whatever to censor. And now we're going to decentralized censorship resistance via public chains. And so game is basically back on. Essentially, this is now armored up in such a way that these guys cannot push to censor it. And neither can these guys, neither can the Web2 guys. So this is the new information landscape. And, just thinking about that is, by building this voice, you can actually influence this over here. And this is kind of the war for minds that is happening. And, of course, it's not just happening in the US capital, it's happening in every capital around the world, as I'll get to next. So that is what L0 is. The ideas in people's heads. It's the presence of their bodies. It is how do we change L0? We have to understand the information landscape and how it's evolving and how what we're doing with cryptocurrencies and blockchains is directly changing that. We're armoring it up over here. We're making it censorship resistant. And that censorship resistance is influencing law because this is downstream of this, right? It's really like, it's like 4 levels. We're going 4 levels. So once we understand what we're doing, what are we trying to do? Okay, what are the specific steps? How do we change L0? How do we change these laws and so on? So the first concept is we need to start thinking subnational and international, not national. So China, PRC is a no-go. I'm very sympathetic to Chinese founders in cryptocurrency, but they've all packed up their mining rigs and gotten out of town. We'll see a lot of amazing Chinese Web3 founders. In DC, a lot of people focus on DC, but in DC, at best, you can play defense. What we, at least today, what we need to do is within the US, if you are within the US, in Miami, in Wyoming, in Colorado, in New York City, in Texas, in all these places, and outside the US, in places like El Salvador, Switzerland, Singapore, Dubai, we can make headway. Eric Adams is taking his first 3 paychecks in Bitcoin. Of course, Mayor Suarez was, one of the very first to do this. Singapore's ambitions to be a crypto hub. The N-city system is more important than the 2-party system. We're moving into this world where you can have influence at the local and city and state level and the international level. if you just kind of look past what everybody's focused on, which is DC. DC is, it's almost like a flypaper. It's a honey trap. You might say, well, isn't that the most important? But the thing is that at the local level and at the international level, you're increasingly seeing people defy DC. You're having states sue over education. You're seeing sanctuary cities for immigration. You're seeing variants at the state and city level on gun laws and all these other things. And at the international level, you're seeing Germany, for example, resist sanctions that were imposed by the US, and it's just trading with Russia despite that. You're seeing lots of things where DC is basically losing power over both domestic and international events. So thinking subnational and international, while playing defense in DC, I think is important, establish precedents locally and internationally, get footholds, move faster. So that's first concept, think subnational, international. Second concept, gain rough consensus within the constituency. So internal alignment comes first. That means minimizing partisanship, because Web3 has both Republican and Democrat supporters and opponents, frankly, and minimize crypto tribalism, prioritize big wins over Twitter fights. There's this concept of rough consensus and running code from the IETF, Breakpoint, the today's conference or the conference for the next few days is a great place to do that kind of thing. Gain rough consensus over what does the ideal law look like? Because it is not simply enough to be a critic of something that you see flashing on Twitter. The reason you're seeing it flashing on Twitter is that somebody else wrote the law. And it is basically something where we need, you might say learn to code. We need to learn to write legal code. We need to learn to write model legislation. So I'll come to. That's step 3. So write model legislation. Just like code, laws don't write themselves. You know who writes financial legislation? It's often banks. Sometimes it's hostile academics, like the so-called Stable Act. Usually it's not technologists till now. We're now starting to do this. A6Z has put out some proposals on Web3 policy. I've been, working, in India and Singapore and other places. But this is absolutely, a team effort. Some might say, is there a door jam with everybody at the same time? Well, there's 190 something countries. There's 50 plus states. There's hundreds of cities worldwide. I don't think we're yet saturated on this. Somebody who speaks a local language. That's the amazing thing about this community. We have people who are Russophones and Lusophones, who speak Japanese and Korean and Chinese, who are in, like Africa and in Canada and Australia and everywhere around the world, right? And so we can and should run a parallel process, and not everybody's going to agree with each other, but we have a broad sense of the kinds of things that we want. And putting out that first model legislation on GitHub, people can fork it and they can edit it and they can customize it for different jurisdictions. And at a minimum, you're going to move the ball forward. Everybody can agree on certain basic things like buying Bitcoin should be legal. And then, like DAOs should be legal, things like this. You can figure out what your support is. You'll have 99% for this and 95% for this, at least within our community. And then you start advocating that, right? So write the model legislation or else the law will get written for you. Step 4, build distribution to avoid distortion. Now, Thiel's essays on this are actually pretty good. People don't get distribution. The reason is for engineers, product is merit, but distribution is connections. And so you're used to thinking about algorithms and performance and math and all the stuff that you can win on merit. But distribution is about, how you get your product in front of people. And just as an example, a bad product with terrible distribution, that's not going to go anywhere. But a bad product with great distribution is like a terrible article in a major newspaper. So it's a bad product, but it's got great distribution. Conversely, a great product with terrible distribution is an amazing blog post or article or video that nobody sees. Okay. It is not sufficient to simply build a good product. You need people to also see it. We kind of know this. And one of the things about cryptocurrency is it makes it easier for engineers to get distribution because you can just kind of code something good. And then the economic incentives will incentivize people to spread it. It's not completely a gimme, but it makes it easier. However, it is not simply about, the financial networks or the social networks. It is about the communications, the media networks. You have to actually generate content, make your case, and so on. So build your social media followings, build your own media outlets, build distribution to avoid the distortion of the establishment, and then use those distribution channels to get your proposed edits to those people who have root access, your L0 edits. align with these technologically progressive politicians around the world, use the distribution to propose detailed edits to L0, and crucially, demonstrate benefit to all of society. Of course, you're going to be, interested in whatever cryptocurrency you have. Be honest about that, but try and make a mathematical case, a quantitative case, an empirical case to show how this benefits society at large, because that's what positive sum, that's what being honest and so on is about. And so concrete examples of this, there's what Jack Mallers did in El Salvador. There is, getting Bitcoin legalized there. There is what happened in Wyoming with the Dow law. Caitlin Long did amazing work here. There is what's now happening in Miami with Miami Coin. Patrick Stanley has done great work there with Mayor Suarez. These are three concrete examples of legalized Bitcoin, legalized DAOs, legalized city coins. Okay, those are effectively getting L0 edits at the legal layer to people with root, using crypto to go and do that. It is the combination of the economic wealth that crypto generates and the set of ideas that are basically nonpartisanly appealing. You're actually generating revenue for these jurisdictions. You're improving administration with DAOs. You're making it easier for bureaucrats. There are nonpartisan benefits from this that should be thought about. And, I shouldn't even say marketed, emphasized, right? We call it marketing, call it emphasizing. It is important to make the broad case, not simply, have fun staying poor and so on. That's funny, but you have to figure out how we can, WAGMI, how everybody can get wealthy together, how this helps other people, right? Okay. Finally, or second to last point, you have to think adversarially, okay? A lot of the writing around Web 2 is only partially applicable to Web 3. One way of thinking about it is Web 1 was about technical risk. Can you build it? Will the thing even work? Web 2 is about market risk. With all the open source stuff, the LAMP stack, you could build it, but would they buy it? You could build this product, would people buy it? And Web 3, you can build it and people will buy it, but will someone ban it? It is now about political risk. And therefore, much of the writing on the last, 15 years-ish about startups is not actually as applicable to protocols and to crypto, because Web 2 competitors were companies, but Web 3 competitors are legacy media corporations, NGOs, academics, and regulators that are basically trying to beat you in an adversarial coding competition to get their edits into L0. Because they can't win at L1 or L2. They can't beat you in the market. They're trying to beat you in court, or they're trying to beat you at the legal level, okay? And there's much that can be said on this. I'm writing like a whole book on this stuff. But to first order, the answer is win on distribution, on the quality and quantity of your following. Quantity is obvious. It's like the number of people on your email list or following or whatever. Quality is arguably even more important, but it's less quantifiable. You'd rather have the CEO of this or the head of that on your email list than a random person, because quality of distribution, they themselves contain distribution. It's like a node. A CEO contains hundreds or thousands of nodes, reporting to them if they flip a switch, right? So quality of distribution also matters, and you might combine the two to get your effective distribution, like the number of people you can reach. One of the important things that's happening is the mainstream press, the legacy press, has sacrificed the quality of their distribution. They've alienated so many people in the technology community, the founders and the funders, and instead they've racked up the folks who basically like infotainment, right? So they're just looking at their subscriber numbers that are going up, but they're not looking at the fact that the venture capitalists are tuning out. Okay, and so there's a huge opportunity here where these guys have declined in terms of the quality of their distribution. You can build quality and quantity and get those edits in at L0. Finally, be globally mobile. The whole concept here is that legal code doesn't write itself, but you're not going to win in an adversarial contest. You're not necessarily going to win every single battle. The fact that you can be globally mobile means that you can basically go to where the things are legal. And what that means is many things, but it means living simply. It means no Lambos. It means dressing inconspicuously. You don't want to go out in like fine garments on the street, also for security reasons increasingly. It means certainly you can have an office, that's fine, but rent rather than buy. All of those kinds of things, once you start thinking about your highest priority being to be able to pack up and get out of Dodge, if the law goes in a bad direction, once you move from thinking about the government to a government, once you start thinking about 50 states, 50 US states, 190 countries, and hundreds of cities, success is possible because failure is feasible. There's hundreds of millions of crypto users worldwide. The crypto regulation world map is dynamic and ever changing. And when you think about L0 as something which you might win or lose on, and if you lose the sale, you have to leave, you have to think, okay, we need to be globally mobile. And everything that you build, all of those things should be built with an eye towards being globally mobile. Don't have a large fixed plant. Now, one thing that helps here is it's not like we're mining, we weren't mining silicon in Silicon Valley, and we don't need, some spider web trees for the webs for Web3. We don't need the physical plant. Literally, all you need is a conducive regulatory environment with some degree of stability and, a Starbucks or whatever down the street. You don't really need something super fancy. If you're building validators and stuff, you're going to need power and whatnot. I agree that is a thing. But overall, the demands are actually relatively reasonable, and you don't need to be next to a gold mine or a port or something like that. You can literally be in the middle of nowhere. And that actually is very important because it means that the middle of nowhere could be the place that gives you effectively a safe passage, right? That passes laws. Nobody expected El Salvador to put itself on the map like this. That is going to happen more and more, and you can make it happen. So just to summarize, L0 is priority one. We need to learn to code laws faster than they learn to outlaw code. And that's it. So L0, over L1 and L2. Want more? I am gradually writing a book. Subscribe at samttrainon.com to get it. Going to release a bunch of chapters. And that's it. Thank you.
All right. That was great. I love hearing from people like Balaji about the intersection of crypto and culture, how that can reshape our relationship with government, how that can reshape our relationship with the economy, with politics, etc. We're just getting there. This is the early days. We have DAOs, we have all those sorts of things, but the future is wild, and I'm really glad you're all here for it. So coming up next, we have a fun conversation with Kanav from Jump Crypto. You might be wondering, what's a quant trading firm building on blockchain? This is a question that I've been asked a few times. It's a question I'm sure he's been asked many times as well. There's a good answer for it. It's the new world, but also it's a changing relationship between companies that can adapt to the Web3 ecosystem and the Web3 world, and companies that are not going to be able to adapt. And we'll see if they have quite the same kind of future as other groups. So without further ado, Kanav.
Hey guys, it's so awesome to be here. So to start with, for folks that don't know Jump Trading, Jump is a firm that has its roots in the pits at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange over 20 years ago, and today is one of the largest quantitative trading firms in the world. And before I go into answering the question of what a quant trading firm is doing building in blockchain, I think it's worth spending a couple minutes on what a quant trading firm is and what we do. So at the highest level, I think a simple mental model is that quant trading firms are solving problems in predictive modeling and high performance computing to find opportunities in the markets, right? So the problem starts with ingesting a fire hose of market data from venues across the globe and creating really high fidelity time series archives. The next step from there is to build machine learning models of various complexities by fitting them over big clusters to create predictive models, or what we colloquially call alpha, right? At that stage, all these predictive models can then get deployed to strategies on tens of thousands of hosts across the globe to then respond to opportunities in a very rapid fashion and capitalize on opportunities that arise. And so we're using all kinds of wireless, wired, and radio networks to move information around the globe as rapidly as possible, reading that information off the network card as fast as we can, or sometimes pretty often into FPGAs or custom hardware, and then evaluating the model as rapidly as possible to be the first in line to get ahead of the market opportunity. And if a lot of these problems sound very similar to the stuff that the guys at Solana are trying to solve as a globally distributed high-performance computer, we thought so too. So, Jump's been active in crypto markets for over 6 years now, and the initial effort was just a natural extension of our trading business in a quirkier market. But over the last 6 years, by virtue of being one of the only big firms that was kind of in early on that side, we had the opportunity to work with a lot of exciting projects early on just trading and liquidity related problems. And through the course of that, especially in the depths of the bear, when the markets weren't particularly as exciting, what we learned is we had a lot more to offer to these projects than just trading and just liquidity. So we kind of had a summit a couple of years ago where we decided that the only way to actually realize the bet that we made in this space by coming in early and position ourselves to do well in crypto for the next 2 decades was to actually build alongside the folks that we're working with. And once that kind of clicked, it's been very dramatic for us. So, today you'll see Jump, that's traditionally been a very quiet organization that kind of puts its heads down and does work, active on the governance forum, contributing to the open source code basis, being a part of the discussion, and that's really what the Jump crypto effort is about. And a great illustration of that, and I think also a very strong illustration of the new models that blockchains and the whole crypto space unlocks, is the Pith project. So Pith is a very high-speed Oracle network that's bringing fast, real-time financial data from a wide variety of the true sources of this data straight to the chain. At that point, this data is aggregated and processed into one robust output, and can then be used as a pricing source for all kinds of crypto applications. The contributors to the contributing sources to Pith today are regulated US equity exchanges, are Jump and all its competitors that comprise of the lion's share of trading volume across most traditional asset classes. It's a number of very crypto-native firms like FTX and 0x and Genesis, and they're all contributing data to one single platform. And it's all unlocked by this ability to create trust between mutually distrusting people, right? Jump and all its competitors are now contributing prices to this one source, and all playing by the same rules that are just codified by the contract, regardless of who the contract was written by or deployed by. And it's unlocked a positive sum game where only zero sum games existed before. And that's really, really powerful, because we all get to export trust to Solana, and the blockchain gets to serve the function of trust. So, as we've gone through the process of helping a lot of major financial institutions, helping them get red pilled into crypto, into holding keys and sending transactions to peer-to-peer networks, we also noticed improvements that we could make in infrastructure and tooling to help give these organizations more AWS-like experiences. And so, we recently acquired a blockchain company called Certus One. They've been one of the leading Solana and Cosmos validators for the last couple of years since the genesis of the chain. And with their help, we're also helping think about how we can improve robust tooling and infrastructure. So Certus was also working on the wormhole, which is the interoperability bridge between a lot of heterogeneous high-value chains, including Solana. And now, it's been generalized. It's launched as a simple message passing bridge, and that's the current NFT module that brought a punk over to Solana, and it brought apes over to Ethereum, and it's kind of like a cultural cross-pollination that's been possible because of this new piece of tooling that exists. And if we're being honest, 2 years ago, if you said that we would be involved as Jump Trading in building a bridge to move NFTs around chains, it would have seemed significantly out of reach. But today it's what we wake up thinking about every day. The Jump Crypto team has grown to over 100 people, and we only feel resource constrained given the opportunity set that we see in the space. Over the last year, we've pulled in entire successful trading teams within the firm, and a large number of them are now working on actually writing Solana code every day. The new set of hires that came in that our talent team spent the last couple of years recruiting, in addition to training up on machine learning and C++, were in a 2-week Solana boot camp as part of their training program. And it's kind of incredible to see, because now all they want to work on is crypto, and you're going to see some really fun stuff that they're coming out with through the course of this week. And the only way we're going to be able to actually grow this talent is to get people from outside of crypto to come in. And that's something that me and the team at Jump Crypto are very, very committed and dedicated on doing. So I'll just leave by saying, for all the folks that have kind of been watching from the sidelines, the water is warm here. It's a fairly friendly and accessible environment, and we're always willing and ready to be a resource. The whole crypto community, feels very open and very welcoming. The Solana folks made us feel, super welcome to come and build on this platform, and we want to, serve the same function for a lot more. So please feel free to reach out. Thanks, guys.
All right, welcome back. I love the story of what Jump Crypto is doing. I don't know how much you know this. Kanav started off there as an intern and now is the head of the whole department. So it's been pretty awesome to see that story evolve, and we're seeing this across the industry too. There are companies that are adapting and changing from the traditional finance space, or that are taking models of computational development and applying it directly to blockchains. And a lot of these new designs of blockchains, like Solana, like others, are really built for a different paradigm of computing. And it's really exciting to see what people are building across the spectrum on that. So coming up next, we're talking about the multi-chain future, what builders and investors are looking for. This is going to be a really interesting session, and one of the things that we are very conscious about in putting together a conference is that, yes, this is Breakpoint, yes, this is partially about Solana, but it's really about the growth of the ecosystem in general. It's about this idea that chains can coexist. It's an anti-maximalism event. It's really trying to bring everyone together. We all say we're all going to make it, but there are so few people in the world using any form of blockchain today. We do not need to get into the Uber-Lyft fights about 1% market share in this particular area. This is really a movement that's going to change the world and has already started changing the world. And so as we move forwards on this, just keep that in mind, that this is something that is here for all of us. So without any further ado, let's bring up Lily from the Solana Foundation and the rest of the group.
Hello. Thank you so much for joining our panel. And thank you, Austin, for that introduction. As Austin said, we are anti-maximalist kind of approach and see our tribe first and foremost being the tribe of crypto and of blockchain. And there's an incredible amount of innovation obviously happening here in Solana. Outside of Solana, there has been, continues to be an incredible amount of innovation as well. So we just wanted to bring some of those folks into Breakpoint and look beyond the Solana ecosystem a little bit, and what are the innovations that happening outside, how that relates to Solana, and So myself, I'm Lily Liu with the Solana Foundation. Have been in and around the blockchain world since the Bitcoin days. And have seen various iterations from when it was contemplated to be a Bitcoin-only world, and then maybe a Bitcoin versus ETH world. And if you remember the lingo from a few years ago around so-called ETH killers, my perspective has always been that there's room for more than one, and I think that that is happening in various forms today, and that's what we want to talk about. And so if our panelists can also introduce themselves.
Hey everyone, my name is Sunny. I've been working on the Cosmos ecosystem for about 4.5 years, and now I'm working on a project called Osmosis, which is a interchain DEX.
Hi everyone, I'm Min. I'm the managing partner and co-founder of Ethereal Ventures. It's an early stage investment firm set up by the former venture team of Consensus. We invest in multi-protocol applications, L1s through the stack, and really excited to learn more about the Solana ecosystem here.
Hey guys, I'm Zen, and I'm one of the co-founders of Taurus. We're a key management system that's simple and secure, and is used for both wallets as well as applications all over the Web3 space. You guys might have used Binance Smart Chain Wallet, Kepler, or Kukai, or other numerous applications out there. We're the underlying key management system to that, and yeah, we've been doing this for about 3 years or so.
Great. So, first off, it's very clear that we're not going to be in a world which is only Bitcoin, only Ethereum. But as we kind of see that landscape evolve, how do you see that in terms of, is this, a world of 3 chains, 3 dominant chains, 10, infinite, right? And also, how do you see that in terms of innovation truly sort of with additional L1s, platform layer, or whether sort of innovation from here is primarily going to be at the application level? So let's start with you, Sunny. Cosmos having been thinking about this for a few years.
Yeah, so I think my belief, and I guess the reason I started working on Cosmos, is I do believe that there's going to be a world with not 10, but more like hundreds or thousands of blockchains. And this stems primarily from my belief that we're going to see a world of a proliferation of application-specific blockchains. So instead of being these layer 1 generalized protocols, and you have hundreds and thousands of applications building on top of it, I think these generalized chains will stay around, and there'll be applications building on top of them. But over time, more and more applications will graduate to becoming their own blockchain. And and then once that happens, you're going to need to, have these many blockchains. And then what we've been building for many years is the tools to make it so get ready for a world of hundreds of blockchains. And that's where the IBC protocol and all this stuff comes in.
Got it. So Min, do you share that perspective that it's, hundreds of blockchains, or do you think it's more sort of around 10 on that order, and then most of the innovation is going to be riding on top of that?
I think we believe in a very long range of use cases, and that there are going to be many different approaches to suit the different developer preferences that can be, use case specific, asset specific, even to some extent cultural or even geographical. I think now that we have seen successful app chains like Osmosis, I do think that it's non-controversial to think that there's going to be a proliferation of them in the short term. At the same time, though, I think we remain pretty excited about some of the possible innovation that happens on the L1 side, especially as it relates to sort of consensus and execution. When you think about sort of privacy-preserving L1s, on the virtual machine side, it feels like there's still a lot of room to innovate there too, and it's important that we do so.
Do you have any thoughts, Son?
Well, just to add on, I feel it boils down to really the fundamental difference of being an application chain relative to building on a platform chain itself. Ultimately, I don't know, I kind of have the perspective that with regards to platform chains, in today's world you see only several large platforms which really take the Keynote, and then there's a couple of them. It's under 10 of them, Facebook, Google, etc., and all of that. But with applications, there will always be benefits to building a like the underlying incentives and network layers towards your application itself, versus the interoperability you get on a platform chain. So I think the many will probably come from application chains, and there'll be a few platforms. That's my perspective, at least.
So given that we are at the Solana conference, do you think that there's a future where it's highly performant chains, for example, a number of Solana forked zones interoperated by IBC?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think that the Solana software is probably the best layer 1 software that exists right now, and I bet it's only a matter of time until we start seeing people forking that software and using it to deploy new chains, right? Like we saw it happen with the EVM. You have like so many chains that are based off of the EVM. You saw it happen with like EOS, which at the time was like, this is the scalable blockchain solution, and like, I think it's just a matter of time before we see many chains launching with the Solana software, and even like application-specific chains. If I want to build a social network, what is Solana's TPS? Like 4,000 TPS or something? I need all that TPS for my application, right? And so I'm going to go launch a social network using Solana software for my chain.
Got it. And Min, how do you see that interacting with an EVM world, right? Because now, as people are thinking about sort of multi-chain universes, there seems to be something around IBC, right? Something around EVM. And that actually is, a bit of the moat around Ethereum, in addition to sort of the adoption of the native chain itself.
Yeah, I think we see, there's definitely, I think, a bias in our universe for, EVM compatible models, which it feels like definitely will sustain. But at the same time, things are about trade-offs, and we see a lot of our portfolio companies like wanting to go cross-chain. At the same time, I think it's sort of balanced, right, between sort of existing dApps going cross-chain. A lot of it is also because of, it's easier onboarding via other ecosystems right now relative to Ethereum, versus, say, the proliferation of like, new app chains that like, also come from a cost and scalability point. The question is just like, how long will that time period really exist, and what's the longer term reason for people wanting to do that? One thing I think would really help like people go cross-chain better is just better dev tooling, better auditors, a lot more of an ecosystem and infrastructure with like enabling people to do that, because I do think the curiosity is certainly there within our portfolio, and we've spoken to a lot of teams about it.
Got it. And so, as we think about cross-chain compatibility, there's such a flourishing of bridges out there right now. What do you think about sort of using bridges versus standardized protocols? I know Cosmos has a perspective on this. And how do you think the sort of bridging ecosystem is going to evolve?
I think, there's this like, thing between like bespoke bridges and, a generalized permissionless bridging protocol like IBC. And I think the IBC model is designed for a world of those hundreds to thousands of blockchains, because when you have bespoke bridges, I think that model, like for example, I'd say Wormhole is almost actually somewhere in the middle. It's like somewhere in between generalized and bespoke. And I think it's really well designed for a world of like, or for connecting, the term I use is famous blockchains, which is like, blockchains that have like high, mind share and like people want to connect to them. But like, if I'm launching a new chain that's very experimental, it's not the easiest thing for me to go to the Wormhole Guardian set and be like, hey, please integrate my random chain that you've never heard of yet into Wormhole. And example I'd use is like, let's say Terra wanted to integrate with Wormhole 3 years ago, back when it was just this tiny little fledgling project. Would it have? No, but today, you can't predict what's going to be important years from now. And that's why IBC, as this like permissionless bridging protocol that lets anything bridge together, is important. And I guess with the future of bridge protocols, I think what's cool is like I actually see like there'll be like a merging of these things. So I still think Wormhole is important for a lot of reasons. I think it might even be like, better for like bridging these like famous blockchains together, right? And so I think what I'd like to see happen is more of a unification of the application layer semantics of these bridge protocols. So in a bridge, you have like, the data format of what's being sent over the chain. There's like if I'm sending tokens over over between two chains, there's a format to that packet. And it would be really nice if we could standardize these formats across Wormhole and IBC and whatever new bridge protocols come in, so that to the application developers, they don't care which bridge they're running over. To them, it just feels the same.
And I think standards are super important here, to be honest, because ultimately, when you're building on newer chains or your own application chain, you're building a lot of the infrastructure from ground up, and bridges are just part of that infrastructure that with standards really can help you accelerate that process. Ultimately, I think that but hopefully the standards pan out. In web, it's panned out, but there's 50 standards in web as well, and hopefully it's not the same with bridges and in Web3 space.
And in terms of value accrual to bridges, how do you see that playing out, Min?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question from an investment perspective, and we know being in this space that is very much driven by narrative, right? And right now, bridging tech is kind of in its phase 1 narrative, and I think a lot of bridges, especially the sort of state-sponsored ones, are designed to sort of divert liquidity from Ethereum. But it seems like right now that bridge is downward sloping to Ethereum, to be honest. I don't think that'll be the case for the long term. And we're pretty excited about seeing sort of more credibly neutral modular bridges that will actually just create more interstate highways, like what bridges are actually meant to do. And with that, I think where would people sort of pay bridge operators significant fees for that? I think we definitely think so, because at the end of the day, this is zooming out, this is how the Web3 world is supposed to look like.
Do you think that the credibly neutral bridge is possible?
Optimistically, yes.
I mean, IBC is a credibly neutral bridge, right? Because there's no intermediary. When you connect two chains with IBC, you have chain A and chain B. The bridge security is equivalent to the security of the chains themselves, right? Because they're using these light client proofs. And I don't think you can get really more credibly neutral than that.
And how do we deal with, there are so many bridges launching right now. One of the challenges with that is that you get fragmented liquidity. And so if you look within Solana, for example, today, you have so many different versions of USDC. You've got the native USDC, and sometimes you've even double-bridged USDC, version 1, version 2. And so, if you're a liquidity provider, that's okay, because, you can essentially farm the arbitrage. But for users outside of that, it's not so great, because you essentially fragment even the underlying stablecoin. And so what are your thoughts around that? Do you think that is just something we're going to deal with and find a different way to abstract that? Or do you think that's a temporary solution that we will eventually sort of have more, just better bridging solutions, so you don't have double-bridged USDC, for example?
I think for now, I think things like Saber are the patch that helps solve that. Where if I have Wormhole bridge USDC, I can quickly convert that to native Solana USDC pretty easily. But I imagine that over time, the problem is the UI layer is really good at doing that, but the protocol layers are not, right?
I 100% agree with that. I do think it's probably a user experience thing here, and it's always the choice between showing it to the user and showing what actual wrap token you have versus trying to hide that and then saying that it's just USDC outright. You have different wallets taking different approaches depending on their audience of users. And I mean,
so you think it's better to show the user that there's different USDC?
I'm not claiming it's better either ways. I actually feel like it's better for different audiences depending on that particular audience. If you're more mainstream, you're just getting into the space, you really don't care and you don't want to know. You'd rather be it, if it's cheap, of course, automatically swapped behind the scenes. But if you're somebody who's experienced, you're dealing with a lot of money, that's of course a different ball game altogether.
Got it. So if we switch to, we've talked about sort of, there's going to be 10, 100, thousands of chains, different ways there's going to be interoperability. And so if we get to the application space, which is really, what people are going to care about on an everyday basis, right? What are sort of the use cases that are enabled with improved cross-chain compatibility? And also, there are potentially use cases that we give up by enabling sort of super fluidity across chains.
I mean, ultimately, I think it actually derives down to what the application itself is trying to provide to its users. For example, an application like Rarible, which is an NFT marketplace, is looking to present all NFTs. And therefore, and that's the experience they want to provide. They don't want it on one particular ecosystem. They want it on all of them. So for them, they have to go cross-chain. It's not whether or not it's regardless of cost. That's the idea that they're moving towards, because they want to provide that whole experience to applications. But of course, it's always a implementation cost versus like the overall end experience. An application which just provides an Ethereum experience, or just a Solana experience, or just a whatever experience may be more polished overall.
Yeah, I think there's just like meme right now that like going cross-chain will like break composability, but I just don't know if that's like really true, right? Like, when you're building on a single chain, you get these like nice synchronous atomic transactions, which are really nice from like a developer experience perspective, but they are kind of inherently unscalable, right? Like at some point you're going to hit the limits. And today writing asynchronous like blockchain applications is annoying. But here's the thing, that was also annoying to write like asynchronous web applications 15 years ago. In JavaScript, you had to deal with that like callback hell and stuff. But like over time, the tooling has just gotten better, right? Like the programming, like we have these awaits in JavaScript now, and like the user experience and the developer tooling just gets better and better, to the point that like writing asynchronous code for blockchains will be just as easy as writing synchronous code. And so I don't think you're going to lose that sort of composability. I guess the only thing you do lose is flash loans, but we're working on solutions for that.
Yeah, I think ultimately what Sunny's point is the right one, where there's quite a bit of composability fragmentation and liquidity fragmentation that happens cross-chain that I don't think we've quite figured out yet. We might. So it's really the rationale, are you trying to bridge assets, bridge liquidity? I think there are definitely sort of like performance sort of trade-offs on like different chains that people can achieve, but it really sort of belies the importance of having that credibly neutral bridge again, because people don't want to go on a bridge that can suddenly be turned off by a multi-sig at the end of the day. And I think until we actually get to that level of decentralization, that people actually start spending a bit more time on that, and we're excited to sort of see that, because it underpins a lot of the philosophy of the developers in our space.
And so, in terms of when do you think it kind of makes sense for an existing dApp to go cross-chain?
Again, it's just dependent on what they're trying to provide, right? It's all applications try to provide something to their end users, and if it's all NFT markets, or if it's all loans on whichever cheapest, if it's a DeFi aggregator to give you the cheapest loan or the cheapest swap, that then they're gonna have to go cross-chain. But it's yeah. I think it just boils down to use case ultimately.
Yeah. And so Zen is someone at Taurus. You've built already BSC, you're integrated with Kepler, which is Cosmos wallet. So you've already spent quite a bit of time, and now clearly working on Solana. And so how do you think about UX in a cross-chain environment as someone who's been kind of at the forefront of that?
So actually, I do believe that UX is a tool and actually a layer on top of all of your different chains, which can be the layer that you abstract that lack of composability underneath on. For example, and for example, like your NFT marketplaces do this. Your various different DeFi applications across different chains, like Curify and all, they do this, and that UX level, if conveyed to the user because ultimately a lot of users don't really care what they're using sometimes, like underneath. Some people do care a lot, but they're also your bulk of the crowd which care a little bit less. And ultimately, like if you're catering to that crowd which cares a little bit less, you can use that UX layer to just say, hey, it's on this number of blockchains, this is the aggregate amount, and this is where your assets lie, or something like that. You know, it's and we've seen people go both ways. We've seen a lot of our more successful ones are definitely more crypto UX centric, because it's DeFi products and that was the main boom. But as NFTs and games have really started to churn out more and more, you're starting to see more and more applications go the other route towards that more mainstream user, that more casual user. Yeah.
So then, if much of this complexity, truly can be abstracted away from the end user, which arguably is where we need to be in a Web3 world in order to sort of have that same seamless and just very easy experience of Web2. Then, there's kind of that age-old question: what is the value accrual model to L1s? Because if that ultimately gets abstraction to the background, then does that value come from just the cult-like communities that exist around these L1s, irrespective of the sort of more functional utilitarian supply and demand for the token? Is it something where if we can have a high enough percentage of the token staked and therefore illiquid, then the sort of utilitarian demand plus the cult is what drives value? Because there's a paper that was at least very prominent in the Bitcoin maxi circles in 2017 about an institutional investor's perspective on cryptocurrencies, and sort of advancing the argument that ETH should be worth 20 cents because as kind of world computer utility would approach that of the cost that it takes to rent space off of AWS. Now, clearly, I think that just the facts of the world, ETH is not worth 20 cents. But yet, I think there haven't been terribly cogent arguments as to how to think about the delta between 20 cents and $4,500. So where do you see that going? As necessarily once you get 1 billion users, a lot of this will be abstracted away.
I think where we've seen with the L1s, and I think there a lot of people almost underestimated L1s the last couple years. Like, how do we? The question is, will that sort of continue? Will we see more of them? Ultimately, I think it depends on what people are paying for. People aren't just paying for scarcity at the end of the day. They're also paying for data availability, for consensus, for execution. And I think there are ways to sort of add in a lot of deflationary mechanisms into sort of like the token economy within L1s. And I think it's especially exciting in sort of L1s like, Cosmos and Polkadot, who have very, very different sort of architectures and design. So, we'll have to see, but I'm not sure if I quite agree with that statement yet. I think we have some optionality there.
Do you have a perspective on that, Sunny?
So I think that we all want an ideal future where we can code an asynchronous code across all different blockchains. We can interact with one application and interact with the safest, the best, the fastest, the cheapest blockchain. And we all want that kind of like ideal future. Users don't want to have to think about this, obviously. They just want to buy their their NFT product, their CD. They want to play their game. That's all they want to do. And we can all, and maybe like 20 years down the line we'll be there. But I think the core difference between building on an L1 and an L2 is probably like the infrastructure, the tooling, the ecosystem surrounding it, the support, everything else that comes that is it's actually very tangible. It's not intangible by any means, but it seems it's quite hard to quantify exactly what that is. I do think that ecosystem will surround probably, in particular, or that mindshare will surround only a select few applications and chains which come out of it. And I mean, to me personally, I do believe that Solana is probably one of them. And yeah, it's and I think that's what is more important than talking about that ideal future 20 years down the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. I guess I'm a little bit of a skeptic on this like fat protocol thesis about L1s, unless the L1 really tries to push for like high levels of moneyness. And I think Bitcoin has done that. I think ETH has done that. I think Solana is like in the process of doing this, right? Like more things in the Solana ecosystem are starting to be denominated in Sol. So like your NFTs are priced now in Sol. And I think like that sort of really, honestly, I think that it's the only layer one that I think has actually done fat protocol thesis correctly is Terra, because and it's because they started as a application specific chain, built an application, and then are now building an ecosystem on top of it that like leverages their original application. And so I think that like is the proper flywheel to be building.
Got it. And so if we switch gears for a second, there's been this ongoing kind of theme since really the beginning of blockchain, where I remember in 2015, the nom du jour was private blockchains, right? Because there's always been this somewhat comfortable, a little bit uncomfortable relationship with existing, whether it be Web 2 companies, Fortune 500 corporates that kind of see the potential but feel very uneasy with this like sort of radically open ecosystem that lives and breathes online, around the world, and oftentimes, using language that wouldn't necessarily sort of be in a boardroom somewhere, right? And so, increasingly, I feel like Bitcoin, Ethereum, blockchain went from being sort of the outlier to now being sort of on the main stage and like the hottest kid at the party, which for me is personally a relief. But as we see, the second wave, the third wave of basically established institutions getting into this, how do you think that is going to sort of be implemented given the technologies that we have, and whether the technologies we have are sufficient? So is Facebook going to build on an existing chain like a Solana, right? Is Facebook going to build its own chain? I'm sorry, Meta, build its own chain. And those that experimented with the whole private blockchain world, the multiple solutions from IBM, where do you see them sort of slotting into the system, given that I would say the thesis around open systems is, once again prevailing?
So it's a tough question. I mean, I guess it depends. Like with large enterprise chains which are coming out, like Meta, I don't know, whichever other foreseeable, like IBM or Hyperledger chain comes out, or bank chain. I do think that it depends probably on the implementer, on how open they would like those specifications and how interoperable they would want that to be with other chains in the grand ecosystem of things. Like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana, and everything which will come after, which is kind of come from a bottom-up community effort, always has that essence and that soul of interoperability, of being open, of like, the developer spirit of open sourceness. But I do think that it may be a little bit different for some, especially like maybe the government chains, right? Like the China one that may be coming out, I don't know. These in particular, these ones may be a little bit more closed off.
Yeah. I mean, I think when we kind of think back like 2 years ago, right? Why did people want private blockchains? Like privacy is not an inherent feature of blockchains. So, there's some empathy for like, just sensitive consumer data and experimentation and sandboxes and what else. But I think what, we kind of have to focus on is the evolution. And I think a lot of enterprises will probably focus on the privacy bit and forget that they are sacrificing global liquidity and like security and all the other benefits of having an open ecosystem. But some of them might. I think it'll be pretty cool, right? Where you sort of trade off like, okay, I can have a walled garden of all this like content and like permissioned apps, or I can actually just, choose to create a monetary system within this open protocol, and the price might be larger there. I do think some of the enterprises are wising up to like what they're trading off, but others will just sort of like remain walled gardens because that's what they're comfortable with. Yeah.
I think them building their like own chains, but in like an interoperable like ecosystem of chains, is like a nice middle ground there.
Yeah. And so, the space moves at a mile a minute. And so there's a flurry of activity around interchain compatibility, bridging, and what do you think is kind of the next topic that's going to arise in the ecosystem? Do you think it's going to be? I personally think that privacy is going to be a big one, right? And also privacy as you bridge, I think is going to be a topic that comes up. I don't know if you agree with that thesis that privacy is sort of the next thing that we really need to think about in all of its various forms, and also moving the narrative away from privacy as somehow you have something to hide, but rather just that there is many legitimate reasons why you want to have privacy over your information, how you trade, and you don't necessarily want all of your trades to be totally transparent on Etherscan or whatever it might be. And so I guess two-part question: what do you think kind of the next area of interest is going to be, right? That we have these kind of themes that come up every 3 to 6 months as an industry, so I guess first part question is that.
I think that so I agree 100% on the privacy one. When we started Osmosis, that was actually sort of our goal, was like how do we build a fully private DEX, or as practically private as is efficient. And actually, the first thing that we kind of like leaned into was like front running and MEV resistance, and I actually treat that as a type of privacy, because front running happens because of a lack of privacy at the mempool layer. The fact that everyone can read each other's transactions is a privacy failure, in my opinion, and so that's sort of what we've been working on this. Like, we have something called threshold encryption, which we're working on as a way of encrypting all the transactions at the mempool layer. But then how this relates to cross-chain is, I think this solution is really good for like single chain front-running resistance. But once you get into a world where transactions are happening cross-chain and like they do one thing on one chain that triggers something on another chain, then you start to get some new MEV introduced again. And so I think the next step, one of the things I'm thinking a lot about right now is like, while we're building our single chain front running resistance, how do we do cross chain MEV resistance?
Yeah. And so, Min, I don't know if you would agree with my thesis that that's kind of the next large area that we need to figure out, and I think that will also be conveniently or inconveniently sort of coinciding with just ever more regulatory attention on this space, and there's, I think, a conflict point there, and so I don't know whether you think that is the next area, and if so, how you see that playing out.
Yeah, I mean, we've been investing in privacy for the last couple of years, and we'll continue to be investing in privacy for the next few years. And there are a lot of, I think we remain very optimistic on ways to make that regulatory compliant as well, because ultimately it's protecting user data. And the optimist in me would like to believe that the regulator is aligned with, that philosophy. Definitely agree on Sunny's point on, where privacy breaks at the bridge, and we just don't really know on the bridging side how to actually enable sort of private cross-chain communication. One thing that another area that we're spending a lot of time on is identity and reputation. I think it's a little bit of misnomer in the space, because identity sort of means 10 to 15 different things from a subcategory perspective, but ultimately, being able to create personalized, contextual user experiences across applications, across ecosystems is super important. I mean, I think there's this sort of obvious one of capital efficiency in DeFi for sure, but I think as you get to NFTs, how do you actually make it a more sort of enriching experience, based on sort of user data, but doing so in a Web3 native way. We're spending a lot of time, with teams who are innovating at the forefront of identity and also data availability and storage.
And so I imagine this is a topic that you think about quite a bit. Because Taurus, you guys
I do.
Yeah.
And in particular, because we sit in between Web 2 and Web 3, we do face that problem quite a bit. And I mean, it's interesting because while blockchains are so public, cryptography, which is the underlying fundamental aspect, encryption and all, started with authentication, with privacy in mind. And we've evolved to this point. I think privacy has been a hot topic for a while, to be honest. Like with and it has like had huge advances with ZK proofs as well as the MPC side with threshold encryption. I think things like Aztec are pretty cool as well. Big fans of them. And I'm only hopeful for the future in terms of the technology and optimizations that can help us get to the point where we can hide what we want to hide and show what we want to show. I do think it's a big problem. We need to solve it.
All right, well, I think we might be at the end of our time slot. Do you have any sort of closing thoughts or given that we are at the sort of Solana conference? No? Good?
I'm just really excited about Solana, and I think just all the scaling innovation that's been going on within the Solana ecosystem, I'm just really excited about it. And it's yeah.
Honestly, the vibe here has just been fantastic. Breakpoint is supposed to be a celebration, and it really feels that way. It's crazy. Like my teammates are here, and we can't even get tickets as well. So it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Cool.
Likewise, I mean, it's been such a pleasure speaking to so many developers here, and look forward to talking to more. Very excited about the Neon launch, and I think the cross-chain use cases we'll see there. So I think it'll be an exciting next few days.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, welcome back. So coming up next, we actually have a break. Jules and Renders got a little bit delayed in transit. We'll be here soon. We'll be taking maybe 10 or 15 minutes, so stretch your legs a bit. Check out the installation and visualization we have out in the back if you haven't seen it yet. And then we'll be back here in about 10 or 15 minutes for Jules and Render. Thanks. All right, welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us during that break. You're going to want to come back and take some seats. We have some pretty exciting news coming out of Render today. So one of the things that's really exciting about the stage we're in with Solana right now is that, as you guys have seen, there are a huge number of things changing in the ecosystem. There are companies that are building dApps that now run across multiple networks. There are projects like Pith that are using Solana as a hub to publish data out to multiple areas. There's decentralized bridges. So the whole space is rapidly changing, and Solana is becoming an execution layer that can exist for multiple different endpoint applications. So we see this across DeFi very easily, where you see like a huge amount of collateral is coming from Bitcoin and Ethereum, because people want that security of Bitcoin. They like the code stability, but they like to be able to use it in a DeFi's place. A lot of that's moving onto the Solana network due to the dynamics that make the execution quite easy and cheap and fast for that. So this is sort of an extension of some of that. I'm not going to say much more, but want to welcome Jules up to the stage here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jules Urbach. I am the founder of the Render Network, and I am here today to talk about rendering the metaverse on Solana. So for those that aren't familiar with Render, let me give you a bit of background. We started the Render Network based on GPU rendering on the cloud. And our mission, both personally and as a group, has been to democratize content creation. So you probably will know much of the work that's done on our rendering software. We make a popular 3D graphics tool called Octane Render. And today, you can run Octane Render jobs on the blockchain, on Render, and these videos that you're seeing are all rendered on the GPU. Netflix, HBO, Disney, all utilize Octane and the Render network to create their content. Most recently, the Apple Keynote, which I was in, showed a piece of Star Trek content that was actually rendered on Render for the keynote that Apple showed. So the reason why we have this GPU compute network is to allow the very fast turnaround of these high-quality frames. Now, today, these are offline renders, but in the future, we're going to be targeting real-time graphics. And the same quality that you're seeing here for these movies and films and television shows will be rendered holographically in 3D and in real time. But we need a lot of compute power for that. That's the promise of the metaverse, to have this blending of real-time, shared persistent states, and quality that rivals films or surpasses them. So you'll probably also notice Marvel movies that are done in Octane. This is all from Ant-Man and the Wasp, 2 minutes, Captain Marvel, all of that opening sequence was done in Octane. And the reason why we have so much rendering power is that a lot of miners bought GPUs 4 years ago to mine Ethereum, and then that stopped making money. What we do is we take the cost of $1 of rendering on Amazon, and we pay out either $1 or half $1 or a quarter of that for the same amount of work on the Render network. And on top of that, we have plugins for every single 3D tool. So there's no software that you need to go and learn to use Render. If you know Photoshop, if you know Blender, if you use Unity or Unreal, we have plugins for all of that. It connects directly to the Render network. And 4 years ago, we were running those jobs on Amazon, and today we're running them on our decentralized cloud. We have 10,000 active users, it's growing fast, and we're doing about 1 million tokens worth of business every month, and that's growing fast. It's tripling, and probably by this time next year, we'll see about 10x. So our very first commercial job on the Render network when we launched was John Knoll. He created Photoshop. He's the head of ILM, and he did a job for the Hayden Planetarium on Render, and basically was the first person to tell us this product is amazing and we love it. And since then, we've actually been doing so many jobs that most of the NFTs that you're seeing, including most of Beeple's work, Pack's work, these are done on the Render network. And we've also added other renders. It's not just our own software. Obviously, towards a decentralized metaverse, we need to allow for third-party software, things that we don't create, to run on this system, and to make it completely open. So we brought in our first third-party render, Arnold, and further renders are going to be added using the Render SDK. So obviously, I'm here to talk about Solana and why we're so bullish on it. So let me start by saying that we started on Ethereum Layer 1. We moved to Matic because the gas fees were so high. They changed to Polygon. And we kind of like it, but there are problems that we're seeing on side chains, right? So Solana solves so many problems at once. For one thing, we want to be able to write high-performance code. That means C++, Rust, open shader language. We write our own compilers. And all those pieces need to run on GPUs, but also on chain. And we can do that with Solana. The VM can basically take C++ or Rust code and turn that into a smart contract. The other thing that's critically important, most of the forward-looking work that we're doing on Render is for real time. Even though we're talking about massive amounts of GPU rendering, we want to pull those GPUs together and deliver a real-time stream. You'll see why that's important in a little bit. But we need to be able to change and share states for thousands of users in a scene on chain. And there is no trade-off between speed and security other than Solana. We've looked at everything, and Solana is actually delivering what we need for that. So if you're talking about powering a metaverse, where even if it's just bounding boxes, not complex physics, just bounding boxes, collisions, that's something that Solana can handle. I haven't seen that on any other chain. And if the speed is kind of approaching that, it's because you have too few nodes, and security is put at risk. So for us, the security that Solana offers at this speed is incredible. That's really what sold us on this very important migration. And for us, forward-looking things on Render that are focused on real time, are going to be done in Solana. And while we have Ethereum and Matic and all those things, there is that bridge. That wormhole will allow us to keep that data. But there's so many benefits that we get when we're looking at Solana as our primary chain. For one thing, fiat payments are trivial. And there's another really latent and important component, and I think that's the Solana ecosystem. So I want to talk a little bit about Metaplex. So Metaplex is obviously an early but really powerful and important NFT marketplace. And we are going to enable one-click rendering from anything that you do on the Render network to Solana and then to Metaplex. And the reason why Metaplex is unique is for many, many reasons. So let me start by describing some of the problems that artists, and we have thousands of artists on Render that are making NFTs. They made about $700 million worth of NFT sales just this year. 115 might be people, but still that's a pretty large amount. And a lot of them want to create things that are just not possible on OpenSea or the marketplaces that are out there. And so as I've been sort of ingesting all of this feedback and information, we've been looking at what Metaplex is doing, and they've just been amazing. They've offered us pretty much anything that you want on your wish list, we will implement. So what do artists really want? They want to be able to create 3D metaverses. I mean, basically, these are Unreal Engine apps that that you're forced to download and run on a PC. It's a whole kludgy thing. They want to be able to stream that, which is not really easy to do on OpenSea or Nifty or any of those other places. And then they want the flexibility to be able to update these things live. They want interactivity. They want to be able to mix things together. And that portability is something you need to program. You need to have the storefront inside of the NFT, inside of that 3D world. And those are pieces that we just can't create in existing marketplaces that are incentivized to sort of create and build off of the models that have been around for years. Whereas with Metaplex, it's code. Like, we can basically do anything that we want. We can add live streaming to NFTs, and you'll see why that's really cool in a little bit. We can obviously support custom stores. Those are built into the artwork themselves. We have logic nodes. For example, Pack that makes procedural renders. Those things can be fueled by oracles, they can be fueled by other things on chain, and they can be built into the actual asset itself. The context that you buy it can make all the difference. And we can also support web-like integration between different, not just art pieces, but also services, like rendering as a service, AI as a service. These are all built on the Render SDK, but they can interoperate. And more importantly, you can create payment flows that handle services, hundreds of different creators that are contributing each a piece of a 3D model to a single NFT. And this is necessary. There's no success for NFTs in the future or the metaverse without these pieces. So Metaplex is an enormous opportunity for us. And now I want to show a little bit about where the NFT trajectory has taken us this past year. So we have Beeple, we have Pack, building and creating beautiful pieces of art in Octane and on the Render network. And where things are sort of heading is that, as I mentioned, is streaming, right? So we want to be able to deliver the high quality work that you're seeing in those, in those films and TV shows as a pre-computed light field or stream that can play back in AR and VR. And we have many partners. We have Disney and Warner Brothers and Discovery and others as investors. And we've been building this content pipeline for VR for years, but now we have other opportunities both with the blockchain streaming, AR, and mobile. And the reason why streaming is really critical is you're looking at this Batcave scene for Warner Brothers, and that is an actual render from the Render network, but it's also pulling in streams. It's pulling in live web pages. It's pulling in Unity games. And you can embed a Unity game like this Atom demo inside of your Facebook newsfeed. That was something that we pioneered years ago. And you can then bring that Unity game remotely, locally, into a texture. This is what the metaverse is. This is how the metaverse is going to work. You're going to have 2D and 3D spatial relationships, but they're all going to render within each other. And we've had the benefit of working with pretty smart folks like John Carmack at Facebook. 6 or 7 years ago, actually, we did launch a contest with Carmack and Facebook called Render the Metaverse. And here we are. So I want to talk a little bit about how developers can use the Render network. So we have something called the Render SDK. It's a fully portable graphics API. It allows you to compile pretty much all the code you want, and we dog food that. All the rendering that you saw, all those beautiful graphics, they're all done in a render that we built on this very same framework, and it runs on iPhones, it runs on anything, AMD, Intel, and of course NVIDIA. You can create really complex pieces of code, AI, ray tracing, of course, and we have our own compilers, and it's all node-based. So this lends itself incredibly well to decentralized rendering, but also to decentralized composition for things like virtual worlds. And another really important piece that we're going to be doing with Solana, one of our engineering groups that's been working on GPU compiling technologies have taken it all the way to having C++ code and LLVM code basically cross-compiled to GPU and to chain. But Rust is a really interesting language, and we are going to fund an open source Rust compiler that's going to be an extension to the Render SDK. So if you want to run and create really secure code, and in our case, we want to open this to everyone, right? So C++ isn't necessarily the best, safest language to do that with. Rust is going to be an option. And once that work is done, this is something that the entire Rust and Solana community can leverage. And they can leverage it with Render or without it. But it's something that we feel is so fundamentally important, we couldn't skip that. I want to show an example of multiple renders running on the Render network. This is Octane, our renderer. And in a split second, I'm switching to Arnold. Third-party render, it plugs in. The Render SDK actually makes this happen in real time. You can even mix renders. You can take the Unreal Engine. You can take Blender's cycles and mix these things together. So while we pioneered GPU rendering, and I think we do a great job, we're going to let every renderer in the world use this system. And you're going to see more than just these first two. There's going to be many, many others that'll follow. And we have an open source spec called ITMF. This can leverage both data and also allow APIs to leverage the rendering network for real-time, offline, anything. And Unreal and Blender, because they're open source, are really interesting, and we want to integrate those inside of our system in the next year. I think the iPad and iPhone portion of Render is incredible. There's 100 million devices. We can run an iPhone 11. We can run Render net jobs, both real-time, locally, on an iPad and on an iPhone. And an iPhone 11 is actually pretty powerful. It's basically about the speed of an Intel integrated graphics chip, the same thing that half of Adobe Creative Cloud users use for Photoshop. It can render final rendering scenes. And Apple's put a huge amount of GPU memory on most of these devices. So my iPad M1 has 16 gigabytes. That's double most GPUs on the Render network today. And we have real-time capabilities as well that we're bringing to AR. So this is some of the scenes that you were seeing before, running in ARKit on an iPad. It looks beautiful. We want to basically deliver, obviously, high-quality offline content, but this kind of stuff running on an iPhone or an iPad and potentially in some form or another, maybe in glasses, that's really critical. And to make mixed reality work, it's more than just rendering. We need to be able to take all the data coming from an iPhone or an iPad and use that to blend and relight the scene. Now, some of those things are handled by the phone, like tracking, for example, with markers. But other things are harder, like relighting, shadows. Like you're seeing an example of an asset that's basically being relit by the phone, and the Render network can send it to the cloud for rendering, or it can do it locally, and it can mix those together. So this is an interesting example. This is taking, that silver robot is totally rendered. It's coming from Render. And it's taking that TV, which is running live, and it's doing ray tracing on that. So this is something that if you imagine social networks, TikTok, Snap, Facebook or others, having this capability where you can take all that power of the Render network and blend that with reality on a phone, live or on the cloud, that's pretty good. And we've been improving this technology steadily as we've worked with Apple. We've added things like motion blur, which is pretty cool. It's just gotten better and better to the point where you'll be able to make pretty great movies on your iPhone, but you're going to need the Render network to do that for final frame rendering. And this is an example why. We have these incredible viral videos that have been done even before the NFT craze. Like this one got 10 million views. This was done on a desktop. On the left, we can now do it on an iPhone. And the Render network will basically make this quality happen from your local device. You can be a filmmaker with an iPhone and don't have to learn all those other 26 3D tools to do this kind of content. All of it done in our software. And while we have final rendering for these effects on the right, you're going to see the iPhone rendering that very same scene live. That's me holding that phone, and it looks beautiful. So, we need basically this massive amount of GPU power to basically allow your phone, these AR devices, to sort of interact with the world around you and to deliver these experiences. Now, you can set up these scenes, but when you're talking about rendering massive virtual worlds, beautiful pieces of art, or IP that's absolutely phenomenal, that's where you need more memory, and you want to have this decentralized compute power. So we've been building these archives for artists like Beeple and Alex Ross to give them a way to sort of put all their content, their life's work, inside of an open metaverse. So we have a data format that is called ITMF. It stores all this data. Artists like J.J. Abrams use the same system, and we have this beautiful content that's been sort of put together this year that isn't just about archiving and creating NFTs. In fact, it's not even about that. It's about allowing these pieces of art from 2D artists and 3D to be mixed together and to sort of show the way towards interoperability. And we have things like 3D scanned data, paintings that we need to turn into 3D models through AI. And it's kind of the future playbook, I think, for the metaverse. Like, we need to be able to deliver tools that allow artists to sort of create things without the pressure of NFTs. I mean, Beeple only does about 2 NFTs a year, but he obviously does 365 and a quarter every day, right? So for him, the Render Archive, and this is something that he contributed enormously to, is all about providing a tool chain where his entire body of work is just stored for posterity, right? And when he does something inside of our tools or on the Render network, well, that data, everything, the Photoshop layers, the Cinema 4D file, and of course the rendering, when he does a post, that work is there. You can then explore that piece of content. You can edit it. You can bring it into 3D tools. You can put it, into AR, which we're going to show here. And this changes the game. I mean, NFTs aren't just a 3D model or a video or a static file. They're the entire graph of composition that goes into a Beeple piece. Or in the case of other artists, a painting or Photoshop layers. But all of these things are composable, not just in 3D space, but time and in 5-dimensionally, right? If you have a thematic theme, this will work. We also have future devices like holographic displays, which I think people didn't take seriously until Beeple showed Human One, right, which is this physical display using OLEDs. But the future pieces of physical NFTs, you're going to have these kinds of displays, and so will our iPads and our phones. And holographic displays, this is a simulation. It's like looking out of a window. You don't have to wear glasses. There's no head tracking needed. It just gives you a pure light field, and there's nothing like it. Now, to render on these devices is about 1,000x more than 4K. So you need a lot of compute power, either locally or on the cloud or on the Render network, to deliver these experiences. But fortunately, as we see the Render network grow and the cost of rendering go down, we'll be able to map these holographic display panels to render jobs and even provide solutions for real-time integration. But these holographic displays, that's the future. You may not need AR glasses when you have these panels that are as cheap as OLEDs are today. And that will happen in the next 10 to 15 years. And that brings us pretty much to the Star Trek holodeck. And the last Render archive I want to show and talk about is the Roddenberry archive. It's something that I've been working on with Gene Roddenberry's son, Rod Roddenberry, my best friend, for 20 years. But the last 4 years, in earnest, we've been archiving all of his content materials. And interestingly enough, we've also been building 3D models. All the blueprints for the Enterprise, for example, the team that worked on it, they've been building this on the Render network. And that's what Apple showed 2 weeks ago. So this is the Enterprise on Render. It's not as good as the movies. It's so much better. Every single detail of this ship has been created. The entire solar system, every crater on the moon, all the stars. It's massive amounts of data. It's hundreds of gigabytes. And the ship itself is just beautifully created. And this is the kind of thing where if you're going to define what the metaverse is, you don't want to build a world. You want to build an object. And you want that object itself to define how it works in the metaverse. You take another object, you take other things, you take the planet Earth. How do these things work together? Well, if we have the Enterprise and we map out its 40-year history, its world line, we map every single frame of video and TV footage to something in 3D space that we can then pull back and render, which is what you're seeing here. It looks pretty good. That's Star Trek 1, Star Trek 2. That's running on an iPad. And it's incredible, the fact that you're going to be able to go through the entire Star Trek universe, the history of that Enterprise ship, and see it from any angle and participate in it. It doesn't even matter what you can do with it. At the very least, it'll give you the narrative history of Star Trek with perfect fidelity. And there's another thing. It's modal reality. In other words, when you see the show, and when you see Star Trek, you can also pull back into the real world and see the sets, see where it was filmed. And you have this transposition, which is pretty phenomenal. So I'm going to close out by just showing some new beautiful renders from the 1960s version of the Enterprise. I mean, it's just massive details. This is Kirk's head, this is Kirk's room. It's just incredible. And the last bit I want to show is where things are heading. So we're going to have to fill that Starship Enterprise with people and characters and actors. And Render will be able to do that. And this image that you're seeing is a synthetic character, and it's using a ton of GPU power. But we will be able to bring that entire universe to life. And that's the future of avatars and humans in the metaverse. It's super exciting. And the ecosystem around Render is just absolutely phenomenal. And we're very excited to have been able to share this with you. And we're super excited to bring Render to Solana and Metaplex. Thank you so much, everyone.
I am just so excited about what Render is building. The transition from CGI imagery that looks awesome, but you can tell it's CGI, like the waves are too good, the storm is too intense, to something that like organically blends into the real world. I mean, seeing like those models where you're doing ray tracing in real time based on something that's being captured by the camera, it's just the whole thing blows me away.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So thanks for joining us for the first half of today. We had some great stuff. I hope you all enjoyed it. Really, what's next, apart from lunch, is a whole afternoon full of programming here, and then as well as at Estufa Fria, and then at Sud Lisboa as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and my name is Maddie. I'll be emceeing the rest of the day. We have some awesome stuff coming up in the afternoon, from creator economy to blockchain interoperability to even including a presentation from the infamous SBF from FTX. So hope to see you guys after lunch. We'll start around 1 p.m., so in about 30 minutes.
Great.
Right.
See you later.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome back from lunch. We're going to get started right now. Hope everyone had good food and are excited about the rest of the speakers. Today we'll be covering everything from investing in crypto to blockchain interoperability. But first, we're going to have Nigel talk about the future of the creator economy on Solana. So please give a warm welcome for Nigel.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. It's great to be here. I've been building consumer applications for over 20 years, and I can't say that I've ever been as excited as I am now in what we are going to see unleashed over the next 5 years. Because over the next 5 years, what we're going to see is an explosion of creativity, and we believe that's going to be powered by Solana. Solana combines the three things that consumers need, which is it's fast, it's cheap, and with applications like Phantom, it's highly intuitive. This is nothing like we've seen with crypto before. An example that I can give, and where I'm seeing this, is I actually have a 14-year-old son. He loves Valorant, he collects Pokemon cards, and he spends his life on Discord. He also trades Samo coin with his friends. That may be unusual activity given his dad is an entrepreneur, but the interesting thing is he doesn't have a bank account, he doesn't have PayPal, he doesn't have Venmo, but he can send money to anyone in the world instantly and almost for free. So we believe that this is going to be a really exciting next giant because its consumers are coming on board, and that's what we've seen in crypto this year. And it's going to be consumer adoption that's going to drive crypto, not DeFi, not banking, not these other applications. We will get to those, but it's going to be driven by consumer. The thing that's going to drive consumer are creators. And creators are a fascinating phenomena because over the last 10 years, I'll just bring up a slide, hopefully, yes. We've seen an explosion of creators. Today we estimate over 50 million people earn their living as creators. They're either posting videos on YouTube, they're creating music on Spotify, or they're posting pictures on Instagram. It has been phenomenally successful. However, despite many of these creators being rich, getting rich and successful from it, if you read the news report and you talk to these creators, a lot of them are miserable, deeply miserable. The experience after that first flush of success is a treadmill. You're a slave to an algorithm. You're constantly having to produce more and more content to stay relevant. Probably one of the early examples of this is, and if you recognize this picture, it's Michelle Phan. Michelle Phan started on YouTube around 2005, and over 10 years built up a huge following. Over that period, she accumulated over 1 billion views. She had a huge following on social media. She had contracts. She started a company called Ipsy. She was phenomenally successful. She became rich. And then, one day, she disappeared. People genuinely thought she had died. She disappeared from social media, from posting every day. She completely stopped. And it wasn't until 2 years later, she posted a video about it. Basically why I left. Very emotional video. But there was a key point in it, and I would recommend everyone to watch it, where she says, basically, once I was a girl with dreams, but then I became a product, and I was just selling. Web 2 is very detrimental to creators. And the reason for this is that Web 2 isn't really built for the creative process. The creative process is not about continually pushing out content. Anyone who tries to do that, the impact is that the quality goes down and it results in creator burnout. And this is one of the reasons that we've seen such excitement about NFTs. Because NFTs do fit with the creator process. NFTs allow you to reflect, spend time, think about what you're going to build, and then deliver it. And then after you've done that, you can rest, you can reflect on the next project. And that's why we've seen this incredible explosion of NFTs and incredible interest from creators. And we've seen that reflected in the numbers. If we just look at OpenSea's numbers, from tiny beginnings at the start of this year, they're now doing $1 billion per month in Ethereum sales only. So this doesn't include any other L2s, and it certainly doesn't include other L1s like Solana. We estimate there's over $4 billion in sales every month in NFTs. And the great thing here is that 90 to 95% of that value is going straight back to creators. So this is a phenomenal technology, but it gets better. In crypto, we always say, hey, it's early. But we have no idea how early this is. I just want to give you an example. If we look at MAUs, here's YouTube. About 3 billion people look at YouTube every month. It's like 40% of the global population is looking at YouTube. Instagram is about 1.5 billion. TikTok is about 1 billion. Pinterest and Twitter are both about 500 million. Where does OpenSea sit relative to that? This is the biggest NFT platform by a significant margin, 300,000. OpenSea is 1,000th of the size of Twitter. It is 1/10,000th of the size of YouTube. Like, another way to think about that is, say there's like 2,000 people in this room and there's maybe another 2,000 people watching it live. So about 4,000 people. If that was a random distribution of people who watch YouTube, of that random distribution, the average number of people who would have bought an NFT in the last month would be 0. We are really, really early. And so the opportunity here is massive, and that opportunity has been seen by creators way beyond graphic artists. It's been seen by musicians, it's been seen by writers, it's been seen by photographers across all different genres. But one of the problems is the NFT technology today is very limited. I want to give you an example of that. So you may recognize this artist as Grimes. She is a multi-award winning. She's released 5 albums. She has got millions of listeners and followers across social media. She actually did a really nice NFT release back in February. It was on Nifty Gateway. It sold about 300 copies for $7,500. It's a great piece of work. She's a great artist. She actually is a graphic artist as well. How's it performed? 84% drop in value. She's not alone. Give you another example. Steve Aoki, award-winning DJ, 16 million listeners on Spotify. Brilliant musician. He did a release back in March for $2,500 for Character X. It's a really cool NFT. Seen a 60% drop in value. If you can sell it. Barely, I think, as one has sold in the last month. Now, these are not cash grabs. These are genuine artists trying to create something that's really cool that they want to see appreciate in value. So what's the problem? The problem is that this is not the medium for them. The 16 million people who follow Steve Aoki follow him for his music. The NFT technology is not built for music as it is today. And so that's why my team at Vault really looked at this and said, how do we unleash the power of an NFT and bring it to these other creators? How do we get the musicians in? How do we get photographers? How do we get writers? How do we give them something that they can sell to their fans, that their fans can really own and consume and then sell at their own leisure? And that's the product that we're launching today. So the product today is called Vault. And I'm going to give you a demo right now of it, but you can download it in the App Store, and I'll give you a link at the end of this talk. So for this demonstration, I have you to imagine that I'm actually the lead singer of a band called Pretend Walrus. It's a stretch, but you have to go with me here. Now, I'm a lead singer, and I'm actually going on tour. And I want to create something that allows my fans to go with me. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a vault. So here I've actually gone to vault.fan. I've connected my Phantom wallet, and I'm going to click Create Vault. You can see this page here. This is the page where I'm actually going to create my vault. You can see I've set it up as 2021 vault or 2021 tour vault. I'm going to mint 100 keys. Okay, so those keys are the NFTs. The content of the vault is going to be video, music, text, anything that can be digitized. But the keys to the vault are going to be fully tradable NFTs, built on Metaplex, built on the Solana. I'm going to price those at $1 or sorry, one Sol 50, so about $400. I think that's pretty reasonable. I plan to add content in it for the next 3 months, and so I think that's a pretty good deal. And then beneath that, I've just given an explanation of all of the great content you're going to get. So that's going to take me, what, 5 minutes? I'm going to hit create. My vault's created. Next thing you do is I'm going to get that link, and I'm going to post it to my social media. So this is what I'm posting on Instagram. This is what I'm posting on Twitter. My fans come in, and they're like, hey, you know what? Okay, so now I'm no longer the lead singer, Pretend Wallace. I'm a fan. I live in Lisbon. They're not touring here for some reason, but I want to go with the band. I want to see them behind the scenes. I want to hear their music. And so I'm going to buy this key. And so what do? Well, I hit Buy Vault. Opens up my Phantom wallet key. I approve the transaction. And now I'm one of the only 100 owners of keys to this vault. Great. So what do? I download the app, and you can see here in the top right-hand corner is the key to this vault. You can see some other vaults that I have access to, because this is cool. And what I do is then every morning I get up, and while I can't go on tour with this band, what I can do is I can check out the scenes from last night's concert. I can check out pictures from the event. I can check out snippets of music that are happening over the next 3 months. That's pretty cool. What's even cooler is that it's not just musicians. These are all types of creators. So I'm going to get up in the morning, I'm going to check out what happened last night. I'm also going to read a chapter from a book from a writer who's writing it as I'm reading it. I'm going to check out some pictures from some great photographers that I follow on Instagram that suddenly realize that why are they giving away all their content for free when people like me would pay for it? Lastly, for NFT artists who are going, you know what, in the real world, whenever I'm doing art, I have a gallery opening. Why don't I have a gallery opening on Vault? and then I can show the NFTs. I could even airdrop to some of the biggest collectors that they could come out and have a sneak preview, and then when I have my sale, they already know what's coming up. So the opportunity for Vault to be, as a primitive, as something that you can use, are really endless. Now, the NFTs that we're minting today are ones that we're minting. But there's no reason why we can't also work with other NFT projects to say, hey, you've got geckos or you've got monkeys. Why don't you create a vault for your community that only your community can see the content of that vault? So we're launching the product today. It's live in the App Store. If you go to vault.fan first, you can register, connect your Phantom wallet. I'll actually give you a QR code as well. We can link to it. We're doing a treasure hunt. It's been inspired by Ready Player One. And so the basic background is we're giving away 3 NFTs. The bottom one is a meerkat. Then there's a wave from Playground. And the last one's a monkey. There'll be 3 vaults. Vault today is already up. You can go in and find it. In it, you will see a set of clues. And the first person to figure out the code will win the meerkat. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. local or 8 a.m. Eastern, we'll drop the second vault. The first person to crack the code will get the wave. And then the big prize, which is on day 3, which is on Wednesday, is going to be the monkey. So good luck. We've had a lot of excitement already to crack this code. I actually don't know all the answers, so don't corner me for it. But I've seen some of the background of how this is created, and I think as it gets more harder as we go through, so we're pretty excited to see how long it takes people to crack it. And that's it. Here's some QR codes if you want to just go that way in. Otherwise, just go to Vault.fan and you can download the app. Thank you.
All right, that was great. Thanks, Nigel. Very cool insights about the future of the creator economy. Up next, though, we have a presentation from the Chief Strategy Officer at CoinShares, Meltem. She'll be talking about beyond wormhole and cross-chain liquidity with Bridges. So please welcome to the stage, Meltem.
How is everyone doing today? GM, can I get a GM? GM, yes. Also, wag me, like it feels like we are gonna make it. Massive kudos to the Solana team and all of the organizers. I have to say this is one of the most incredible events I've ever been to, and I'm really excited to be here with you. So today I have 20 minutes, and I thought that we could do something a little different. I'm going to take you on a little journey. So I started my career in trading. I love market structure. So today I want to talk a little bit about market structure, how market structure works, and why crypto is so fucking cool in terms of its implications for market structure. So I hope you're ready. I hope you're excited. We're going to go fast. It's going to be weird, and hopefully we will all get something out of it. So I wanted to talk about cross-chain liquidity and the future of financial computation. So let's get started. My clicker is not working. Oh, there we go. It's working now. Amazing. So I have a disclaimer. You can read it. Basically, none of this is financial advice, so note that. And I'll also note that my firm CoinShares is very active in the Solana ecosystem. Here are some of our investments and some of the things we're doing that we've publicly announced, but we're really excited as a market firm to build on top of Solana, to invest in the Solana ecosystem, and to work with all of you amazing people here. So what is liquidity? Who knows what liquidity is? All right, some people. Let's just walk through it. So if anyone knows the movie Wall Street, amazing Gordon Gekko quote about liquidity, and the quote is, I'm not talking about driving a fucking BMW, I'm talking about $50, $100 million liquid. So if you've seen this movie, you know what liquidity is. And why does liquidity matter? So here's a little picture that sort of summarizes an order book. And basically what happens when you create a market, you have people who want to buy and people who want to sell. And where buyers and sellers match in terms of price and volume, that's where trades happen. That's called the volume of the market, right? And liquidity is really the trade-off that you're taking between the price at which an asset can be sold and how quickly it can be sold. So if an asset's really liquid, it means the spread, meaning the difference between buyers and sellers, is really tight, and you can sell a lot of assets really rapidly without losing value. In contrast, if an asset's liquid, selling it means that you're going to have to take a significant discount typically, or buying it means you're going to have to take a premium because the spread is really wide. So in traditional markets, speculators and market makers do this job of providing liquidity. It's why they're called market makers. But in crypto, we're doing something totally different. So traditional financial markets are NGMI, not gonna make it. And here's why. If I own a Bitcoin, right, or let's start with something simple. If I own an apple and I give you an apple, I no longer have the apple and you have the apple. The problem arises when we move this to the digital world. If I have an idea and I give you an idea, we both have two ideas. So the way that traditional financial markets work is we're literally copy-pasting data entries in a database between a bunch of different markets and market venues. And so what happens in this entire process is the existing traditional financial life cycle requires people in office buildings and skyscrapers around the world to sit around copy-pasting data from one database to another and reconciling this copy-pasting on a periodic basis to make sure someone didn't fuck up. It is not efficient, it's not easy to do, and it's super, super messy. So, what is cryptocurrency? What is this crazy crypto thing? What are we doing with it? I want to shift your thinking about what crypto is. We're not going to talk about tech. We're going to talk like esoteric, high-level idea. So I want to go back to Bitcoin because that's where it all began for me. So money started with gold, really, right? Gold is a shiny rock, literally a shiny rock. But the shiny rock had universal value, and we could price it, and it was super liquid. A gram of gold that I could take, with me was a gram of gold anywhere in the world. So we started with shiny rocks, and then we put shiny rocks into these piles, and we built cities around them, and then we built armies to protect our gold. And all of a sudden, we end up in the modern age where we have banks. And as I've explained before, a lot of our banking and financial system is basically just massive databases copy-pasting entries between one another and making sure that that copy-pasting is done correctly. And then we get to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is not a shiny rock, and Bitcoin is not a bank. It is a way to move digital value without incurring the double spend problem, which is novel and profound for markets, and we'll get into why this matters for liquidity. And so Bitcoin, basically, what Bitcoin did is it turned computation into money, but secure money that cannot be double spent. And it also put a price on this financial computation. So the Bitcoin network really is the world's first independent, secure financial network. And the demand for block space is a function of the demand for secure financial transactions. So think about that. Block space is a way of pricing the world's demand for secure financial computation. Then Ethereum came along, and Ethereum extended this idea by introducing financial computation. Instead of just providing secure settlement guarantees, Ethereum provided secure financial computation in the form of smart contracts. And now there are all of these amazing L1 protocols, and some of them you've heard from today, and we're all here because we love Solana, but they're all introducing different models for pricing financial computation by offering different types of security guarantees or opting for certain measures of centralization. So what we're really doing with crypto is all about financial computation. Are you with me so far? I see some people looking confused. Yes? We like it. She likes it. Okay, we're good. So block space is a scarce asset. We can see the demand for Bitcoin block space is cyclical, but the demand for Ethereum block space has been really interesting to observe because it's been persistent over time. The other thing that's really interesting is we can now actually price the demand for financial compute, making it a fungible, tradable asset. We're going there? Okay, so we look at Bitcoin transaction fees, Ethereum transaction fees. We have a real live way of pricing supply and demand for financial computation. Where that settles is called your transaction fee. And so what I think is really interesting now, and I have another meme because I love my memes, blockchain compute in and of itself is becoming a fungible asset across chains. So let me explain that for a moment. So I started my career as a commodities trader. Okay? For a commodity to be tradable, you need to be able to move it around to where it's needed in a cost-effective manner. So if I have a barrel of oil and someone in India needs a barrel of oil, me having a barrel of oil here in Portugal doesn't really help me because my buyer in India can't physically access that barrel of oil. So we created a whole market around synthetic paper derivatives representing barrels of oil so we could create a liquid, really deep market. And today, the paper market for commodities is 30 times larger than the actually physically settled spot market. So for a commodity to be usable and tradable, it needs to be able to move around to where it's needed. Historically, we have not had the ability to move financial computation from one chain to another. But now we can do that. We have L2s, we have bridging, we have compatible chains. And so what we've done is we've opened up the ability to make financial compute functions themselves fungible and tradable. Prior to this, the effort and time that it would take to rebuild my application on a new chain would negate any financial savings on the cost of compute. But now, I can easily migrate my application between the lowest cost chain in order to help me achieve the specific type of financial compute I need without needing to build new code. It's like, this is actually really fucking cool and really exciting. Are you excited? Okay, just me. Okay. All right. This is where Solana really shines. So this morning, I was sitting in my little hotel room, and I did 2 transactions. I bought some GoFX, GooseFX, let's go. I bought some GoFX, about $1 worth, and you can look at the network fee I paid on Solana. It was teeny, 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 tiny. It was less than 1/100th of a cent. And then I tried to do a 1 USDC buy on Ethereum on SushiSwap, and for my $1 buy, I was going to pay $57 in fees. Like, that's fucked. So it's not going to work. NGMI. And I'm not dissing Ethereum. Ethereum's amazing for specific things. But when we talk about people actually using crypto for financial compute, we need really low-cost transactions, and we need the ability to be able to switch between different types of computational networks. So this is really exciting to me. So let's get to liquidity now. So we've kind of talked about what liquidity is, we've talked about what crypto is at a high level, and the need for fungible computation. But now let's get to liquidity. So how do I make market depth and liquidity fungible? Super exciting. Well, I want to start by saying, this is a really important disclaimer, there is no free lunch, right? We're trying to optimize for throughput, we're trying to optimize for speed, and we're trying to optimize for lowest cost. And in order to do these things, in order to achieve scalability in financial computation, we have to recognize that we're making inherent trade-offs in regards to both decentralization and security. And if you've ever interacted with an L2 bridge, like say, for example, the Avalanche bridge, which has $5 billion of TVL on it, you know that all of that TVL is managed by a single SGX key, right? So there's some real risk there in smashing your assets into a bridge. So you are making trade-offs, but those trade-offs are required right now in order to facilitate the scalability that we want to see. So let's just go through sort of the history of what liquidity in crypto markets has looked like. And what I think is really interesting that we don't talk about enough is really the first innovation of cross-chain liquidity was connecting TradFi with crypto finance. In 2013, Bitcoin had a major problem, and the problem was this. When I settle a Bitcoin transaction with someone OTC, the Bitcoin transaction settles with finality within 10 minutes, within block time. But the cash side of the transaction takes 2 to 3 days to settle and has 0 settlement guarantees. So how can I settle a Bitcoin transaction with a cash counterparty directly on chain? Well, they made something called Tether. And Tether was the first time that you could settle dollars against Bitcoin directly on chain with the same settlement guarantees. And now stablecoins make up $140 billion of market cap, but putting these dollars on chain has created also a massive, massive amount of liquidity that is developed completely outside of the traditional financial system, without any prime brokers, without any banks, and without any traditional credit providers. It scares the shit out of banks, by the way, because it's absolutely incredible. The other thing that's really interesting is thinking about the utility of this liquidity. So the top 3 stable coins by market cap are Tether, USDC, and BUSD on Binance Smart Chain. But what's really interesting is if you can see the little orange dots, the velocity of these is very different. Velocity is the amount of times that dollar is used in a day in a transaction. The velocity of USDT is by far the highest. USDT turns over about once a day, whereas USDC only turns over about once every 10 days, meaning that people use it much less. So the sheer volume of stablecoins is impressive, but the velocity is not yet there. So then let's talk about the next innovation. So first we put dollars on chain, which is super cool. Then we put Bitcoin on Ethereum, which is also pretty wild. So today, fully 1.4% of Bitcoin has actually been bridged over onto Ethereum. So we have an asset that settles with finality, and we took it and we put it onto a chain that created the ability to have financial computation with that asset. So again, here we've seen a tremendous amount of growth in the amount of Bitcoin that's on Ethereum. But again, a lot of this Bitcoin is fully custodial. It's managed by a third party who keeps that Bitcoin in a vault. And one of the big areas I think we need to innovate in is making that Bitcoin non-custodial. So that was the second innovation. So we started with dollars, then we said, hey, we have this Ethereum thing, let's put Bitcoin on Ethereum. And then this summer, something incredible happened. L2, baby. L2 happened. So there's currently $5 billion of Ethereum that is moving to L2 because Ethereum's cost of financial compute is too damn high. And again, this is where it starts to get really interesting. This L2 activity is currently dominated by Arbitrum, which makes up about 60% of this volume. And L2 solutions are really interesting because they fully or partially derive their security from layer 1 Ethereum. So you don't have to rely on the honesty of L2 validators for the security of your funds, but you are relying on a wide mix of platforms and applications that allow you to bridge into L2. So L2 is growing. And my view of the future is this. In the future, all assets will become fungible across all chains. And here's why, because the function we're optimizing for is the cost of financial computation. To date, $25 billion in total value has been bridged away from L1 in a variety of different assets, and $20 billion of that has taken place in the last 30 days. Over 90,000 unique addresses have bridged away. This is not limited to a small set of users. Like, this is happening en masse at scale because, again, liquidity seeks to go to the broadest market. And in order to build liquidity, in order to get more users in, we need to find the lowest cost of computation across blockchains. At the end of the day, I don't care what network my transaction settles on. I care that it settles with finality and at the lowest cost possible. So as more and more bridges get built, I think we'll see volumes grow. Users are going to seek speed, ease of use, and availability of financial computation. And what's really a challenge to the Solana community here is if we look at these assets being bridged away, less than 1% of them are going through Solana Wormhole. Who's using Wormhole today? Anyone? Wormhole users? A couple. All right, I moved some money around on Wormhole this morning. It's pretty good. So it'll be interesting to see how over time this pie chart continues to change. When I made this chart about a month and a half ago, Ronin Bridge wasn't even on here. And today Ronin Bridge, which is a Flow blockchain bridge, is about a third of this chart. So these L2s can get really popular really fast, especially if there are a lot of users using them. So challenge to all of us in this room is, how do we increase the amount of volume going through Solana Wormhole? I'm going to work on that. Hopefully you guys take that challenge away as well. And ultimately, this is where we're getting to. In the future, all assets will become fungible across all chains. Today, as of this week, crypto is a $3 trillion asset class. Let's break down where those assets live. About $135 billion of that market is stable coins. That's about 5% of the total crypto market. That's cash that we've made liquid and fungible in the crypto ecosystem. So we took something out of TradFi, shoved it into crypto, and it's now 5% of the market cap. About 1% is wrapped assets, meaning assets that we've moved to chains where the cost of financial computation is lower. About 25 billion is in L2s and bridges. Again, these are assets seeking financial compute at lower cost. And about $7 billion is in liquid staking derivatives. And I don't have time to talk about liquid staking derivatives today, but if you're working on liquid staking derivatives, please come and find me. I would love to chat with you about it. And here's my point. The demand for blockchain-based financial compute will continue to exceed the available supply of financial compute for some time to come. What am I saying? Block space in every blockchain is incredibly valuable, and the minute that cheap block space becomes available, people will build products and services to fill up all of those blocks with their computation. And what's really cool is as this asset class grows, so will the migration of assets across various protocols as users and devs alike find new ways to leverage cheaper, faster financial computation. So at the end of the day, this is not a money story, this is a compute story, which is super exciting. Okay, and here's why this is exciting to me, and this is really the point of like my very long-winded bullshit. Anyone can be a market maker. So Liquidity 1.0 was boomers in Blazers, Citadel, KCG, Flow Traders, Virtu. Being a market maker in the TradFi world requires a significant amount of money and adequate regulatory capital. And because market microstructure varies by your asset type, each firm tends to specialize in a very specific market. Some firms are commodities market makers, some firms are FX market makers, some market make in equities. And firms gain edge through proprietary order flow, their technology and infrastructure, and their relationships. That's the old world. We are going to kill that world, and we're going to build a new world. Liquidity 2.0 is about degenerate apes like us. Degens shall inherit the earth, and here's why. Literally anyone who holds a crypto asset and has a risk appetite can be a market maker today. Whether you have $1, $100, or $100 million, anyone can be a market maker via liquidity pools and AMMs or automated market makers. And because all assets settle with finality to the network, liquidity is hyper fluid and can migrate really quickly to capture these juicy yields that we see. And the best part of all of this is the way you gain edge in this new world is through your market intelligence, your speed, and your risk tolerance. Not relationships, not how fat your stack is, not how rich you are, not how smart you are. It's all about being in the market and having risk appetite. And even cooler yet is in a lot of instances, scale can actually hinder your edge, meaning too big means you can't achieve as high of a return. So it will start to favor smaller and smaller traders and individuals, which is really exciting. And this is just the beginning. So let's think about how big financial markets really are. Crypto, $3 trillion. Precious metal, literally rocks. Like fucking rocks, $12 trillion market. Real estate, $30 trillion market. The M2 money supply, $40 trillion. Global equities, $106 trillion. So we're starting in our little $3 trillion market, but I believe that by the end of this decade, all of these markets will operate 24/7, 365 globally in one giant market called crypto. Crypto is a motherfucking black hole that is going to absorb every market in the world. Super exciting. And so let's build this future together. Let's put the fun in financial computation. Thank you for listening. If you're working on anything related to this, my email, my Twitter handle, open DMs, would love to meet all of you, and thank you so much for your time. Bye.
Okay, that was really awesome. I think, yeah, we're bringing on some chairs now and some tables for our next panel, which actually fits really nicely into what Melton was talking about with L1s and L2s and the liquidity between them. The next panel is entitled Virtual Machines, Interoperability and Maximalism. So welcome to the stage, Georgios, Kyle, and Tegan.
A big fucking stage.
Welcome to your very first Solana conference. So we have a really exciting panel today. So with us we have Kyle Samani from Multicoin Capital and Georgios from Paradigm. And today we will be talking about virtual machines. On one side of the spectrum you have interoperability, so the future, or the multi-chain future. On the other side you have maximalism, so one chain to kind of rule them all. And I think both serve a lot of purpose in the ecosystem, but I'm excited to hear from our panelists today about their kind of opposing views on this. So just to kind of set the scene, so we kind of started with this Ethereum-dominated ecosystem, and then in the last year we've seen the rise of EVM layer 1s, EVM sidechains like Polygon, like Binance Smart Chain, like Avalanche. And then now it feels like we're kind of on the cusp of something new. We have layer 2s on Ethereum, pulling security from Ethereum. At the same time, we have Solana kind of out here creating a new kind of paradigm and ecosystem for itself. So excited to chat about it. So let's dive in. What is your vision? What does 3 to 5 years look like? Will there be one chain to rule them all, or will we live in this multi-chain future?
Should I start?
Yeah, Georgios.
Is this thing on?
Is that on?
I'm not sure if it's on.
It
oh, it is on. Okay, great. I think it will be many chains, 100% sure. We're way past the stage where there was 1, 2, 3 chains. There's going to be many of them. And the important question will be, how are you going to be going from one chain to another? What are the bridge protocols? What are the security models of these protocols? How capital efficient they are? And so on. So we're past the phase of the multi-chain future, and we're in the phase of interoperability and how to do it properly.
Yeah, so we pretty clearly are in a multi-chain world now, and will be for quite some time. I think there's kind of a few open questions. One, how many chains should there be? Not really obvious what the answer to that is. Most people, I think 2 or 3, and that feels right, but there could be 8 or 10, I don't know. And the other, I think, really big open question is, how do you make the different kinds of functional kinds of L1s play nice? What I mean by that is, you've got Ethereum, Solana-like things, which are, I'm going to call them DeFi engines. But you've got stuff like Arweave and Filecoin and Saya, which are just functionally very different. And you've got stuff like Ceramic and Textile, which again are very different. And I think the Web3 apps in 5 years will be leveraging all of these things in various ways. And so we don't yet have an easy way to make it all work together. Hopefully the graph will provide an indexing and query layer again. But I can't wait to see all of those things kind of work together.
Absolutely. And kind of on that, Kyle, what do you think about layer 2s versus Solana, which will have larger market share?
Yeah, reasoning about market share is difficult. The kind of cop-out answer is they coexist, obviously. I think the question is, what do the apps need? And I think that probably drives where things go. Today, kind of sort of the answer is just cheap fees. But I don't think that's enough. I think expectations of what apps should be able to do are going to continue to grow. And I think composability is probably going to be like the main vector to think about those things. And how do you combine multiple apps together that weren't previously planned to work together? I'm optimistic that future will be quite powerful. And so I think the answer will be wherever you can have composability and cheap fees. I think some layer 1s and some layer 2s will have that, but I don't know about market share. That's hard to reason.
Yeah. Anything to add, Georgios?
I think the market structure is not winner take all. There are various, the demographic of the consumer is not uniform. Some people want more security, other people want lower fees, But in the end, security and fees are kind of intertwined. So we have to think about that. In terms of how will that play out with ZK rollup tech in Ethereum, optimistic rollup tech, or Cosmos, or Solana, I do think that asymptotically, as we horizontally scale with many ZK rollups, the upper performance bound potentially can be higher than Solana at the cost of composability, potentially. And the whole trick is going to be how we do low cost, or rather low overhead composability across two networks. And it will switch from this synchronous composability that we have today, the atomic transactions, Alice calls Bob, and both happen or nothing, to a more asynchronous programming model, similar to how you do transactions in databases.
Yeah, Kyle, you mentioned composability, so let's talk about that. Do you think composability will happen across different layer ones, and if so, how, and who's thinking about this in the right way currently?
Yeah, I'd say assuming it won't ever happen across layer ones is probably wrong, because enough people are tackling it from enough angles that probably one of them will get it. I have no idea who or which angle, though. It's a pretty hard design space, and no one's cracked it yet. In the near term, it's definitely going to happen on Solana. You can start to see it, just the inklings of it now, with Metaplex things and DeFi things and some social token things, but it's still really not there in a meaningful way. The question is going to be, can you make it fluid and seamless across L1s and L2s? I'm pretty optimistic the answer is yes. I just don't know when or how.
I think it's already happening. If you notice IBC on Cosmos,
that's
where
true, yes.
it is literally you interoperate two networks. They have a light client of each other, and they can just talk seamlessly. We've seen that already happen with Osmosis, and there's more to come.
Yeah.
So it's a solved engineering problem. Like it's live, it works. It's all about just putting it in more places.
Yeah, so Anatoly this morning spoke about the impressive growth that we've seen in Solana with 15 billion in DeFi. I think it was 3 billion in USDC on Solana. So it does feel like Solana really does have a head start compared to Ethereum layer 2s with the roll-up model. What are your thoughts on this? Can the layer 2s kind of catch up to Solana?
I think so. We see DYDX already on Starkware. Starknet is going live. You will be able to launch any application with full composability on a single chain. Optimism has almost $1 billion in value. Arbitrum has $1.5 billion in value. So I think it's a good race. Developers drive which of these platforms grow the most. Some developers know Solidity, so they will prefer the EVM ones. Some developers know Rust, so they will go to Solana or to Cosmos. Some other developers, they're okay with learning a completely new stack, and maybe they will build on Starknet's Cairo. So it's a bit of I don't think it's clear yet if there is a difference in the traction of the two, but I think it's going to be a good fight.
Mm-hmm. Kyle, anything to add?
Yeah, there's enough inertia in all of these ecosystems, both capital and developer activity, that it's hard to see any of them slowing down. I wish I had something more nuanced than that, but that's all I've got.
Fair enough. And then Kyle, I know you recently spoke about kind of roll-ups on Solana, which is how kind of Ethereum has approached the space. Anything to kind of add on that?
Yeah, I think a lot of my comments on Twitter a week ago were a little misinterpreted. I do think, without question, roll-ups will matter in 5 years' time. Zero knowledge flavors, for sure. The question is, what do they? Are they 10% of transactions, 50 or 80? I can make all three arguments. I don't know. But they will matter. And I think the degree to which they matter will primarily be a function of how composable and programmable and easy to work with they are. In terms of rollups on Solana, I mean Solana is permissionless, and so you can build rollups on it because no one says you can't. I don't think you're going to see optimistic flavors of Solana. I probably don't think anyone will bother to build that. But I think people will probably bother to build ZK rollups on Solana. It just seems like it will have to happen at some point. When, timing, usage, all very unclear, but it will be a thing.
Great. Georgios, would love to chat about MEV. Do you want to quickly, for the audience, kind of describe the problem and then talk about how Ethereum is handling that and then how Solana is?
Yeah, so MEV stands for miner extractable value. In blockchains, transactions arrive in certain ordering. So Kyle makes a transaction, I make a transaction, Tegan makes a transaction. But sometimes the ordering at which the transactions get confirmed affects the output of these transactions. For example, Kyle makes a swap on Uniswap that moves the price of ETH, and maybe I make a trade on Uniswap, but the price has moved. And so maybe there's an arbitrage opportunity created by the first transaction. And so MEV is the value that can be extracted by somebody ordering, inserting, or censoring transaction in order to make money by this reordering. The example is arbitrage, and another example is liquidations, because whoever gets first to the liquidating position wins. So MEV is a very important aspect of blockchain security, in particular because it directly ties to the incentives of the block producers, because normally the block producers, they don't participate, they don't interact with the ordering of the transactions, but recently Flashbots kind of blew off the Overton window on what you can do. And now we see that miners are openly accepting bundles of transactions, which will say, I will take Kyle's transaction, I will take my transaction, I will also insert another transaction, which always gets confirmed first and has always sort of a first look on the arbitrage opportunity. And the outcome of this so far has been that the mempool in Ethereum has split into two, which is basically one is all the private mempools, which is where all the MEV extraction happens, and the non-MEV mempools, which is where all the normal transactions happen. And what's good about this is that the user does not end up, users have stopped paying fees, have stopped competing for block space with the MEV traders.
And is Solana solving that with proof of history, or can you chat a little bit about how?
Yeah. So MEV is specifically a function of who has the right to order, insert, and remove transactions. So it's up to the validator. As long as you don't add the method to encrypt the transactions such that when they arrive at the validator cannot produce the block without reordering the transactions, MEV always exists. There's a joke that we make about MEV that there's the great theorem of conservation of MEV, that any technique that you do, it just moves it elsewhere, but you cannot get rid of it. So in Solana, instead of, whereas in Ethereum, it's like very obviously at the mempool layer, on Solana, it is like it transforms from a gas optimization game to a latency optimization game, because you got to get to the validator first. And the only anti-MEV argument I've heard on Solana is that because the validator does not have enough time to maybe do the front running because it is 400 milliseconds or lower blocks. It is not a good argument because most good MEV traders, their bots, the moment they see a transaction, in 10 milliseconds they already have an ARB, or they already know if there is an ARB. So, Solana will eventually have to face the MEV problem or the MEV opportunity. I think it's a problem that we will see a bit later on in the game.
Anything to add, Kyle?
Yeah, so totally agree. You can't get rid of MEV, although I will give a shout out to Sunny and the Osmos team. They have some of the most interesting and innovative stuff they're doing, but it's kind of separate. As you reduce block times and add proof of history, you can make it more difficult to do MEV as a validator, but you can't get rid of it, as Georgios alluded to.
Sorry, Kyle, I don't think that proof of history has anything to do with MEV. My understanding of proof of history is that the only thing it lets you do is to have a predictable leader schedule without having to assume network conditions or clocks or whatever. Whereas the fact that there is a predictable leader schedule, like in Ethereum 2, is actually makes MEV sort of worse, Because if I know that you are the next block producer and that Tigan's the next block producer, I will call you and I will say, hey, since we're the next 3 block producers, why don't we censor like a bunch of transactions and for us to make all the money from all the arbs? Or why don't we like just do all the liquidations? So, predictable leader schedules and MEV are a bad combination.
That's totally fair. And I agree. We're going to have a very different MEV environment on Solana. And there's going to be a lot of teams working to mitigate that and come up with clever solutions in that ecosystem.
So this one might get a little controversial, and JR might kill me for asking this. But Kyle, I know you were a big supporter of EOS back in the day, and many kind of draw that parallel to your support on Solana. Can you chat a little bit about that and how this time is different?
Yeah. So I always was struck that the idea that there was only one, I guess, ethos around scaling struck me as kind of wrong. That you need to really try other fundamental approaches. EOS was, I think, the first credible attempt at trying to scale an alternative way differently from Bitcoin or Ethereum. And so we made that bet in a pretty big way and ultimately got an egg on our face for it. It didn't work out. It didn't work out, though, because the thesis was wrong. Didn't work out because the execution had a lot of problems, which I won't go into. One thing I think that's actually very important as an investor is to recognize some of the best opportunities ever are when you see independent teams over a multi-year period, try and tackle the same problem space, continue to fail for whatever number of reasons, and then new smart people keep trying anyways with some alternative differentiated approach. And usually when that happens, that's usually like one of the best signals. And if one of those teams starts to get traction and the product starts to work in a meaningful way, that's usually actually one of the best risk-adjusted moments to double or triple down on an investment. In the case of Solana, we certainly didn't have the ability to see that it was going to be used when we were buying most of it, so we had a leap of faith there. But it's generally a good idea when people keep trying to solve a problem and failing and keep trying anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were both very early to the Solana ecosystem, really early investors before many others.
I don't think it's comparable with Kyle.
Can you chat a little bit about what you saw in the founders of Solana early days?
Yeah, I've been very fortunate to work with Anatoly and Raj since kind of April, May of 2018. And there were always a few things that struck me. One was Anatoly was just very focused on making things go fast. His whole career, if you kind of looked at the work he did at Qualcomm and at Dropbox and at Mesosphere and the different kinds of stuff he's built, he's just like, I make things go fast. And that struck me as like very just different than a lot of the other founders in building these layer 1 systems. Also working with Raj in the last few years, what I love about him is he's just so diverse. I mean, he is managing a public face now, managing growing a team, dev relations, business development, fundraising. He's been amazing to work with because he's just handled so much and let actually Anatoly and the tech team really focus on the core tech. And it's been a pleasure working with both of them and super excited to see what Solana has become.
Georgios, anything to add?
All my work has been on scaling, and so to me the attractive part is that the programming model is very differentiated compared to other approaches to scaling, for example, like Polygon, BSC, all of these, they just take Go Ethereum and they take the constants and they make them 5x. But that is not a way to scale because you're still bound by fundamental issues that the software will have. Like you just cannot just increase all the numbers. Whereas Solana took a somewhat differentiated approach with a parallel virtual machine and with the mempool optimizations and so on. So I think that's interesting. And obviously, when something gains traction like this, you put away some ideological concerns, which you know that I have, and you listen.
Yeah, would love to kind of shift gears and ask kind of from the developer, builder, entrepreneur perspective, as an entrepreneur, you do need to focus. And so how would you suggest kind of approaching this multi-chain space currently from the developer perspective?
I guess I'll take this. It's really tough. Building on Ethereum and Solana, let's say concurrently, or EVM and C-level concurrently, to the best of my knowledge, no one's really done it yet. I think it's just a function of engineering focus and recruiting and talent and such. But it's just going to be hard. And then even if you do it successfully, you still have a lot of open questions about bridging and DAO mechanics and governance and voting and whatever, all these other things. So it's just very complicated. My suggestion for developers, at least for now, is pick one tech stack and own it. It will get easier to manage an app across multiple runtimes. Today, it is almost not even a thing. Although Aave just announced something like, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, so hopefully that kind of pioneers the way a little bit. But I'd say focus on your tech stack.
Which tech stack would you choose if you were a developer starting today?
I mean, it depends on what is your goal and your audience and who are you building for. There's a lot of, at this point, the inertia in both ecosystems is, I think, clearly at escape velocity. So function of what you know as a dev and a few other things.
Georgios, what about you?
I think every company will need to have a multi-chain strategy if we're in a multi-chain world. If you're an Ethereum company already, you probably want to deploy on all the other EVM chains because it's just take your software, you deploy it, and you change nothing, and it's easy. When considering the multi-chain strategy and saying, should we deploy on Solana? Ethereum teams don't have Solana expertise or Rust expertise. So it is a bit harder, I think, for them to adapt or expand to them. So firstly, there's that. Secondly, developers in Solidity or in Ethereum and the EVM, we know very, very, very well how it works. Inside out, we know what its security properties are. We had 5 years of Ethereum vulnerabilities, and we're still going strong, unfortunately. But we know how the system works. And so as a new developer coming into the ecosystem, you're like, OK, what do people understand more? What security properties does the system have? How many blogs, tutorials, whatever there are? What is the tooling? What are the indexers, the ETLs, and so on? So all the peripheral infrastructure, or so-called, the moat are very important. So if I was a new developer, typically I would say Solidity, but granted, I have my biases. But at the same time, I have seen smart Solidity developers who got tired of having to fight some of the EVM's idiosyncrasies, and they're like, OK, we like the Rust, we like high performance, low fees, so let's give it a try. But it requires a little more effort, and so I think the current, let's say, very good Solana developers are very, very, very good.
Yeah, indexing on Solana will become a lot easier very soon. There's an announcement later today on this with the graph.
I think it will be challenging.
Oh yeah, I mean Solana is definitely pushing bounds of what's possible on blockchains, but it's a good challenge. Would love to kind of understand, are there any dark horses that exist on a Polkadot or a Cosmos ecosystem that might have layer 1 composability potentially sooner than Solana?
I mean, on Cosmos there is already there is a thing called Cosmwasm, which lets you write smart contracts there. So right now, Terra has been the one that's been using it for a while, and Terra has been doing quite well. At the same time, there was a new chain, I believe, called Juno, which is going to be basically the Terra where people deploy contracts other than the core development team. So yeah, on other developer platforms like Polkadot, in Polkadot they've taken the strategy. Also in Cosmos there is also a chain called Evmos, which is basically the old Ethermint, which is you take the EVM and you put it on Cosmos, you use Tendermint and all that, which is a good tactic to go a good go-to-market. Similarly, in Polkadot, they have a way to write smart contracts, although I don't know many people using it. And most chains, they try to lean in on EVM compatibility. So I think Akala, Moonbeam, and like 5 others, like they all have that. But it's not differentiated, and there's not much traction over there.
Yeah, so I think, Tegan, the original question was, where's composability going to happen next? I think as Georgios has suggested, the answer is clearly Cosmos. Seeing Terra and Osmo work together, and I think Terra's got a presence here as well, and I know they're trying to bridge into the Solana ecosystem effectively. So I think that's clearly happening now, and IBC's made that infinitely easier for those devs. I think the other ecosystem that is just very interesting to look at is Flow. There's just a lot of cool IP there. The DeFi infrastructure is still pretty lacking, but I think there's a lot of smart people starting to figure it out and build it. So keeping an eye on it.
And what about
we took a look at Flow smart contracts, and it doesn't look bad. Like the developer experience looks solid.
It looks what?
It looks good. The developer experience. Yeah.
Yeah, and when EVM on Solana? I know Neon's kind of tackling this. Are there any other projects, and when do you think that will come to fruition?
I don't have any insights. I'm assuming the Neon team is here. If you want to talk to them, I'm sure you can find them, but I don't know.
Although getting compatibility is a very different thing from being like Ethereum or equivalent. We saw that with Optimism, a layer 2 project on Ethereum, that they initially tried to go for EVM compatibility and try to make it look as close to Ethereum as possible, but then other peripheral tooling started to not work great. And so, it may look like it's compatible for 60% or 70% of the use cases, but the very power usery type workflows, they tend to break, or you end up having to run into weird edge cases and so on. So I think the Neon team is great, but there is a lot of work to be done until we're there.
Absolutely. I know we've talked a lot about kind of like the blockchain ecosystem, but when I think about Solana, what I'm really excited about is going after NASDAQ and bringing all of Wall Street into the blockchain space. Can you speak a little bit about that? When will that happen, if ever? Do we need to solve MEV before institutions kind of come into the Solana ecosystem? What do you think?
You definitely don't need to solve MEV to get institutions using these systems. Trading on a permissionless system will incur costs that you don't have in a trusted environment. That will always be true. Gas costs, MEV costs, whatever. Institutions, for the most part, don't need those properties. So I don't think they care, and that's why there will always be centralized venues that provide trusted guarantees on execution. And there's a lot of people in the world who will be willing to incur the cost. Are incurring them today and will incur them in the future to get some of the benefits of being permissionless and decentralized. I don't think you're going to see big pension funds and endowments trading on Solana directly. That seems extremely unlikely, or any of these distributed systems. I think what's much more likely is you're just going to have 1 billion or 2 or 3 billion people all over the world trading social tokens and synthetic equities and whatever these other things are. And there's going to be market makers, obviously, providing liquidity in these assets. You'll have some AMMs, you'll have some order books, you'll have some things that cross both of those, like range orders, for example. And you'll need to provide liquidity wherever the retail flow goes.
Georgios?
Nothing to add.
Yeah. Okay, well, what are you most excited about as we kind of close out? What are you most excited about within the Solana ecosystem currently?
Anchor.
What was that?
Anchor, the development framework by Armani.
I am the most excited to see all of these things come together. So like DeFi, what DeFi Summer demonstrated was the amazing power of composability in the ERC20 standard, right? You could take an asset, go put it in Maker, make some DAI, go trade it on Uniswap, put it in Compound, lend it out. And what made all of that work was the ERC20 standard and Oracle price feeds for managing liquidations and such. And I think we're going to be able to take a lot of those concepts and extend them into NFTs, into social tokens, into games in really, really cool ways. Again, none of it is really live today. There's a couple of like, Polygon has a couple of cool things happening, as do some other ecosystems, but I don't think we've had like that aha moment for the world of seeing composability hit a consumer-facing application in a meaningful way. And I really, really want to see that happen on Solana.
To also give one more data point from the developer perspective, I'm excited to see people learn Solana security. Because right now, if we're going to do all of these good things that Kyle has been talking about, we cannot do it if we don't know what we're building and if we get hacked and rugged and destroyed. So learn security.
Thank you to the security devs. I know your work is underappreciated. Yeah. We need you all to keep these things safe.
Absolutely. Well, give it up for Kyle and Georgios. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tegan.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks Kyle, Tegan, and Georgios. Before I introduce the next panel, it's a pretty full house here. I just want to remind everyone we have two other venues. One's called Sud Lisboa. The other one is Stupa Fria. They're both 5 to 10 minutes away from here. They also have their own full schedules with great talks. So just wanted to give a shout out to those as well. Shifting now to more investing in crypto, we have a couple panels back to back on that topic. The first of which is Beyond Capital, how investors add value. So please welcome to the stage Bach, Shane, Ian, Jasmine, and Nolan.
Come on, guys. Come on, come on, come on. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. You've heard a lot of investors talk today about how, they can see the future and this is what you got to follow and everything like that. But I'm here to tell you, and you're going to hear a lot more about how, we've democratized investing and investments. What I'm going to tell you is that's already happened, right? We've already democratized the role of investor, and there are now millions more than there ever were in the world, right? Millions more. We've got the Binance Mafia, we've got the Coinbase Mafia coming, and we have all you retail folks who have figured it out and started to add value yourselves, so you know what you're talking about. These guys here are all investors too. They're successful because they've gone one step further than just writing checks. And they're here to share what really differentiates an investor from someone who writes checks. They're different things in this world. They're different things in this world. So first up, I'm going to talk with Shane. I've known Shane for a long time. I remember when Shane was trading coins and all that kind of stuff. But now we've got someone with us who has led this charge. And what I want to ask, so, even when it comes to these events, right? Even when it comes to events, just a few years ago, a VC, an investor, would have been every single time a panelist. Recently, as someone who programs events, I'm often putting VCs in the role of asking questions and leading conversations because there's so many of you guys now. How do you differentiate? How do you get ahead? Shane, let's hear what you do first to add value.
Absolutely. So I think to your point in terms of differentiation, everyone here on this panel can probably speak to the fact that getting access to a cap table, to a project with compelling fundamentals is very, very competitive. So finding some point of differentiation or value add is really, really important. I think for us as a cryptocurrency exchange, we seek to be a little bit more tangible and hands-on with that value add. So the most obvious point of differentiation as an exchange is you can say, well, I'll facilitate the liquidity event. I'll list your token. You can go beyond that as an exchange by doing things like building out infrastructure, actually serving as a validator on the underlying ecosystem and participating in governments, offering staking or DeFi yield farming directly to end users once you list that token. So those are just some of the ways that we're trying to personally differentiate just so that we can get access to the cap table.
Excellent, Shane. And Beck, I'm going to follow up with you just because I'm very familiar with the Korean market, and
folks investing, folks trying to make their capital work is not a new thing. This whole aspect of North Americans and Europeans participating in early stage ventures and investing has been in Korea for a long time.
For
so
sure.
You guys have a long track record of standing out in this field. How do you do it?
Yeah, we do it by being on the ground, hands-on. We incubated X Infinity and Terra, and how we did it was Terra. It was easy because they were in Korea. We were in a building together since 2017, scratched from the white paper. X's case was a little bit difficult because they were starting in Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam. And we realized that we got to really understand the market together. So we flew to Ho Chi Minh, built with them, spent weeks doing hackathon, building community. And eventually what we did was we actually brought them on board the Korea office in our Seoul office. And just started jamming together on esports, gaming. And we go further now, right? Our fund is Prop Capital. It's run by 100% founders' money. And now that we have grown in size, we bought 2 game studios in Korea. And that's now a 40-people team building 4 different games on top of our portfolio, such as Solana, Terra, Ethereum, and on. And now we can actually build with our founders rather than just saying that we are a hands-on investor. We're actually putting hands on their code, building entertainment, fun, games on top of the protocols.
And that, I guess, is the extension of being a user and a product tester and all those things. Jasmine, in your case, tell us a little bit about where you're based exactly, though. I would like to hear about your actual focus first.
Yeah, sure. I think that for us it will be a bit different because we are actually a newly established fund. We just started this year in April, but we actually invested quite aggressively. We have done 23 deals, deployed 20 million US dollar already. And for this fund, I think it's quite different because I've been also thinking what is the unique selling point to our portfolios, right? Because after all, you talk with all the time with portfolios or investments, potential investments, and they always ask you what is your potential value add. And it's really the topic. I mean, we have been asked so many times because we are Fund 1. So our focus at the moment is finance related because we are very well connected with institutional money and also with Web 3.0, especially how the DAO is infrastructure and so on. And the third point we are looking at is a Metaverse, so NFT and GameFi and so on. So I think because previously I was also with a crypto fund, crypto VC. So I think when I started to fund this new capital, I wanted to think a little bit forward. So how the institutional gonna act when they started to have a foot in crypto. And that is exactly where we stand.
And in your case, Ian, we've got tremendous amount of projects where you're based. Do you get an advantage from a geographical location, or how do you pursue standing out in this environment?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I'll start by kind of saying how we I think there's a way you contribute to the community, and then there's a way that you contribute to portfolio companies specifically. When I talk about the contributing community, we try to be very active, right? So Solana Demo Day was co-hosted by Sina Global, for example, while we try to engage with institutions and educate them around crypto economy. And generally, we've gained the reputation of people who are community-first investors who like to do cool shit with cool people. And basically, portcos want to be part of that too. When we look at portfolio companies and how we help them, a lot of people do want us on their cap table for the geographic support, right? So we're very strong in the Asian region. Even most recently, we just made a lot of hires in the India region as well. So investors or portfolio companies know that if we're on your cap table, we're going to be able to help you in idiosyncratic yet very important regions to crypto. And it does provide us a tremendous advantage in kind of finding and sourcing the deals because we have roots in these, we'll say, underserved geographies sometimes. We're embedded in these communities where we go to the AMAs, we sponsor the AMAs, we go to small meetup events. So yeah, absolutely.
And so I want to follow up on that with you for a second, Ian, because I remember I invited one of the original, let's say, crypto funds in 2017 to talk in New York City. Linda G, who everyone knows today as one of the pioneers of this whole thing, one of those Coinbase Mafia folks. And she told me in 2017 her alpha trick was to head to all the meetups and all the different places that the early crypto community were joining. But in this case, we haven't had that advantage in a few years. How did you make do without access along that line? And we're going to talk about that more in WAGME. But in this case, how did you make do without those self-curated communities that you could just go to and listen for 2 seconds and know that's good, that's bad?
So I would say even if we aren't physically at some of these meetups, these are overlapping relationship circles in some of these geographies. So even not going to physical meetups sometimes, you still kind of have these relationship circles deep in some of these very hard to reach geographies. I would say the other thing that we just focus on like more than anything, and we guide all of our decisions like this, are we a long-term high trust investor? To me, that's the alpha drop here. Just your reputation is worth everything in this industry. Always be growing the pie. And if you're ever not growing the pie or you're not approaching it in a long-term high trust way, then I don't think it's being done in the right way. So those have been our guiding principles.
So, and this to Shane, talking about growing the pie. When you were talking about the liquidity feature of the exchange to be able to add that piece of liquidity as an incentive or an enticement to get the cap tables, A16Z last year came out with that amazing blog post, which I recommend to everyone who's doing anything in this industry to read. Social Media Strikes Back or Social Strikes Back. It was about a year ago right now. And what they said was, and you're starting to see it with Coinbase getting into the content creation game, and a lot of these exchanges getting into it. So growing the pie, is there a world where you see that all exchanges really have to start becoming media companies too in order to be that long-term assistance? Is there a strategy that you think is now you can't get around, that media has to be part of it, and messaging and broadcasting of that message?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think we're already starting to see that largely, is that centralized exchanges or those at the helm of centralized exchanges are perceived as the subject matter leaders in the space. I mean, just look how big SBF has gotten in the space and the sort of voice that he carries. And becoming more than an exchange, just a liquidity venue, is nothing new to centralized exchanges. They're not just the matching engine anymore. They're the custodian, the broker-dealer, the clearing agency as well, also the issuance, and now investors as well. So to become part of the media conversation, to actually generate content, to then distribute to the established millions of users, I think is an organic next step. We'll see who actually pioneers that the best. I think that there are a couple of candidates amongst the centralized exchange players, but yeah, I think it's a great question and probably an organic piece of evolution in the space.
And I want to continue along that line of media and content with BIC, simply because Korean language is quite small, probably the smallest of the major players in the industry, let's say, right? So I count Korea as a major player with the United States and with the big places. But of course, the language, there isn't a lot of speakers in the world. What do you do to try and get those messages across? Is it keeping it in the Korean language, or do you have a wider scope of how to access that content layer that VCs are more and more interested in? Or do you just speak a technical language and that works for you?
Yeah. That's an interesting challenge, but we do it through our portfolios. Our portfolios are about 80% global, so naturally our platform has to be global rather than being limited to Korean language and the region. But we do support a lot of our founders with the Asian market and global market in the reach and go-to-market. And right now we're actually expanding our office to Singapore, Philippines, and we also have office in Bangalore, India. And we've been building research team there. This is all in effort to build both the media, but also the local presence, so that we can really cultivate the founders down the line. Because I feel that many of the Asian funds sell Asia, that we will help you go to Asia. But what you should be really doing is really cultivating the next generation founders, so that there's more talent coming from that region, rather than helping DeFi startups or NFT startups get to Asia. But it's really about growing within that ecosystem and building that platform globally, coming from that region.
So that means like tapping into the entrepreneurship of Koreans who've got all these great ideas and want to get them to market.
Right.
Yeah. Now, following up on the getting to market piece, and this is for you, Jasmine. So we look at these blockchains, right? And we see a roadmap, let's say, of features that come from an ecosystem and built on top of the actual network. And that's always a great sign when we see, let's call it product market fit. You see people building themselves, going off and doing stuff. And that's one of the great things about the open source aspect, I would say, is that people can come at it without permission and start developing. And when you see it, it's almost like an indication that it's working. So when you look at that, when you look at the ecosystem, do you think of it as, well, okay, Solana's missing this piece to get feature parity with, let's say, Ethereum. That's an opportunity. Do you look at it in those terms? Do you have to know the ecosystem related to every chain to see if people are using it, building on it, whether that's viable, and then to see if there's holes in that, let's say, creative output? Is that a way you look at it?
I think for like every new like layer ones, it's always like have a stage where at the very start it tend to be a lot of forked like projects, right? I mean, you see like a lot of projects they are doing like similar stuff like already like on Ethereum like maybe a few years ago. But I think during for like this event we also saw some like new like business models and so on. That is exactly what we want to see like for this vibrant like prosperous like ecosystem. But I think that is definitely a way like for us to look for the next opportunities, but we definitely also have like our own like research and also product team to see what is like missing, what can be possibly due like on Solana, because after all, like different layer ones have their own different like strengths. So we can definitely identify that and then try to like invest in them.
And is there a range of like pivot that would be acceptable to the project based on your advice? Do you say, oh, that's too much of a pivot, even though you think a team might be perfect for some change? I'm talking about long-term adding value. If you have to come in with someone you're already working with and get them to change slightly because you believe if they just see it from this way, they'll get that perspective. Is that a way you would look at it?
Definitely, because we also look at like stages like between like C stage like to B like around like a project. And definitely I agree with Yan just mentioned like it's important to be like a long-term investors. So we do, our fund is like a 10 years like a fund life. So we definitely have the patience and time and also be able to support like the portfolios to really change or modify like during their life cycle.
And now for you, Ian, on that change and modification piece, right? So continuing on the idea of change, modification, how do you go in and say, if you go this way, it's going to be better? Is there a range for you too of acceptable pivot from what they might have started and you tying their product, ideas, talents, skills? It's kind of like a talent stack question when you're looking at some of these folks. You see what they've got and you say, if you focus on this piece of that stack, you're going to get there.
We do. So we have 3 product managers, and including myself at one time, on staff. And we absolutely love doing whiteboard sessions with a protocol or project. Look, take us through the research. Take us through who your customer is. OK, let's build that up to what is the insight here. OK, now you're going from your insight to let's ideate around that. Let's run a design thinking workshop and really get into this. And then from there, let's rapidly prototype something new, maybe, or even just see how a design on this would look. So absolutely, it's a wide range. You got to be really flexible in the crypto ecosystem. And just because a project comes with you with one idea, they're relying on you to help them find that product market fit. One thing that everyone on the stage has an advantage of over a portfolio company is that we are very broad. We get to see the opportunities across chains, across different verticals, and things like this. And in a potential investment or a portfolio company is a portfolio company because they are narrower and they are deeper. So we complement them by essentially helping them see opportunities that are outside of their kind of blinded zone, if you will. So we've run a couple of product management workshops in the last 2 weeks. We just get everyone on a Miro board and we start rapping. It's actually the best part of my week. The legal stuff is the worst.
So you would say like you're taking, let's say, a typical corporate vertical piece of the stack, product management, and you're saying as a VC, we can push product management as a piece of the stack into that. We can offer that as an addition.
Yeah, I'm essentially saying that the product management mindset is a little bit different. And sometimes when you have, for example, 2 technical founders in a project, they don't have this experience on staff. So they rely on you to bootstrap that experience at the beginning until maybe it makes sense for them to hire their own product manager or whatever their engineering team setup and product setup is. But absolutely, we have the skills on staff. So we contribute those skills where we can.
So, and I'll go with you, Beck. We think of talent stacks as, you're good at public speaking, you're a good writer, you have a degree in this subject. When you look at founders or products, do you follow a similar matrix of I've got a set of skills, whether it's familiarity with this language or not? Is there something that sticks out to you that says these combination of talents are what I want to invest in, irrespective of the products?
I think what we look at right now is really around how can this founder turn capital power into talent and into execution. In crypto, I think there's a lot of over-premises, and to be honest, around the globe, not that many people total have raised more than maybe 10 million. Mm-hmm. But in crypto, that's quite common, and not many have experienced how to turn that capital into work in a very effective and fast manner, so that you can use that capital as a result to deliver value to the market. And we see sometimes that some of the founders say we have a long runway because we raised this much. But I think in crypto, what's really important is raising, growing the pie fast, and managing treasury very effectively, so that you can cover those talent stack fast, so that you are working on these at a scale rather than going one by one. And that's something that we really look at when we talk with founders. Is this a person that can turn that into work?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I never thought of that different frame, and that is that runway was everything in the last iteration of VC and investment, and it seems like in crypto, runway kind of isn't as important in a sense, because there's so many kicks at the can, right? You get so many chances there. Along the lines, and this will be the last question because we're almost out of time, for you, Shane, along those lines of kicks at the can and chances to make it work, right? How do you approach that from it's done, or I can give you the confidence to let you go further because I believe in you, and we'll try this again this way? What's the formula there?
Yeah, absolutely. For us as an exchange, since when we list an asset, and as I mentioned, that's part of our differentiation, we're often perceived as the investment advisor, even though we are not. I would say that never ends for us. So it's a relentless pursuit to always make sure that those projects that we've listed, that we're supporting, are doing everything in their power to actually build truly compelling fundamentals. I think where we provide immense value and where we're constantly urging the projects is to try to focus on grassroots mobilization, get retail involved. I think that's sort of the next iteration here, is that even though a project may have had success from a VC perspective and have lots of institutional support, at the end of the day, if the retail end user isn't actually engaged in the underlying protocol, it's really not what we can consider compelling. So I would say, again, just more of a relentless pursuit, always trying to provide strategic value in any way possible, especially with regards to infrastructure build out to support the projects.
Great. Everyone, thanks to our great panel. We're running out of time. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was great. Next, we have a very special group of investors that have experience deploying capital across DeFi, blockchain gaming, Web3, and everything in between. So the next panel is entitled Next Season's Trends, Where the Smart Money is Going. Please welcome to the stage Austin, Rodolfo, Paul, Amy, and Imran.
GM, everyone. So my name is Imran. I'm one of the partners at the DeFi Alliance, which is a Web3 accelerator program. And today we have 4 incredible investors in the crypto ecosystem. And so what we'll do first is kind of go through a quick introduction and talk a bit about the fund, what they do in terms of thesis, and what are some of the upcoming trends that they're seeing. And then we'll start to dive deeper into those trends. So I'll start with Amy.
Hey everyone, I'm Amy Wu from Lightspeed. We are a generalist VC fund, have about $12 billion under management, and I lead our crypto and gaming investing. So we've been deploying a lot of capital in crypto this past year, about 400 million. It's still a very small percentage of our fund, so we have a long ways to go. And some of the deals that we've done this year include, FTX, Alchemy, Solana, and others. And so really excited to be here.
Hey everyone, Austin Barak here. Coin Fund is a generalist multi-strategy fund. Actually, one of the first funds started in crypto in mid-2015. Since then, we've launched a couple early-stage venture funds, liquid hedge fund, as well as just a couple days ago, actually, a joint venture with NFT Venture Studio.
Hi everyone, my name is Paul Veretatakit. I'm a partner at Pantera Capital. Pantera Capital is an early institutional investor in cryptocurrencies and blockchain. So we've been investing into companies and currencies since early 2013. We also have a multi-strategy approach where we invest into early-stage equity, early-stage tokens, and also do liquid trading. Manage about $7 billion right now, and I guess what helps us stand out is we do both sort of CeFi and also tokens. And so we've invested into a lot of the sort of infrastructure to kind of support a multi-token world.
Hi everyone, I'm Rodolfo Gonzalez, partner at Foundation Capital. Started our crypto practice back in 2014 and have been investing in this space ever since. Our claim to fame is that I believe we were the first institutional investors into Solana and supported the team from the early days through the first few rounds all throughout. And now I'm here with the rest of our fintech team. We have like 5 people on the ground, so just say hi and meet everybody. Because we're basically looking for the next wave of entrepreneurs that are building on top of the Solana ecosystem. We're super excited about everything that is happening in the space, and we're long-term supporters and believers in the opportunity here. Within Foundation, we're an early-stage venture firm, generalist with our current fund is like $500 million, and we're on track to deploying about $100 million of that in the next 12 months, just in crypto and particularly within the Solana ecosystem. So if you're a team kind of like building in the space, come say hi, meet any of my partners. We're super excited to be here.
Well, thank you. So since 2017, we started seeing so many different trends emerging. Gaming, which is also play to earn, DAOs, we're starting to see social tokens and other emerging trends. Now let's talk a bit about gaming. You recently announced a fund with Solana and FTX, and a $100 million fund. And so how are you thinking about the future opportunities with gaming, and what are some of the trends that you're seeing within play to earn?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been a gaming investor or involved with gaming for almost a decade now, and actually longer than crypto. And it's been pretty awesome to see the two trends really coming together in full force. A few months ago, kind of came on everyone's radar, even though blockchain games have been around for a few years. Axie Infinity is like a overnight success, 4 years in the making, right? And Play to Earn has captured people's imagination because of how mainstream Axie has become, with over 2 million DAUs and at this point over 10 million of revenue per day. So it's pretty awesome to see, and I think we're in the super early stages of gaming. I have always believed that gaming is the best use case for NFTs. Obviously NFTs going through its own wave right now, but if you don't have use cases for it, then we want to shift NFTs from speculative use case to actually something that people can do for fun. And where there's been 2 decades of experience of players who buy digital items in games. And so it's just like such a natural, fit for the NFT use case. And I truly think gaming, which kind of attracts between mobile, casual, and AAA hardcore, over 2 billion players and growing. It's actually the fastest growing entertainment category, even outside of crypto. And so it's, I think, the best way to onboard the next billion plus users into Web3. And yeah, I've been working really closely with Sam Romnick at FTX, and then Anatoly, Raj, and Kulin on the Solana team for months now, actually building out gaming, their conversations with publishers and also talking to so many studios. And yeah, this $100 million fund really is like an announcement of the partnership we've been doing already, and really excited to meet with gaming founders and also people working in the gaming ecosystem around this in general.
Awesome. So within gaming, you mentioned Axie was an overnight success, which took actually 4 years. And there are now hundreds of startups that are building for this model. And in fact, Axie Infinity is like top 5 most valuable studio game in the world. So what is the market opportunity here? And what are some games that you're seeing that could become successful over time?
So I think that right now, play to earn, which is really kind of the evolution of gold mining, players, like kind of a way to really attract that type of player into the game is the first phase of what we've seen in terms of blockchain gaming. And we're yet to see this whole wave of like more mainstream game come in and use, I think, blockchain in a lot of different ways, like tokenizing it, like Axie has, and I think that there's going to be a huge evolution of that. One of the things I'm really excited about is looking for people with teams with gaming background and also with like crypto background, because I've always said, you gotta be able to build a great game. That's really difficult. People have been learning how to do that for decades. I mean, it's an extreme, in the gaming industry, right? It's like you have a few titles actually commanding the vast majority of revenues in a space and attention. And I think in the future, when we have hundreds of blockchain games, a similar sort of distribution will follow. And so we're really looking for people with pretty deep like game design talent on their teams, but also understand that you can't just apply Web 2 concepts to Web 3 like copy-paste. Like you need to learn how to build a community. How do you actually deploy your community, do NFT drops, work with tokenomics in a sort of like holistic way. And so we're looking for teams that are like, that can do both.
Awesome. You mentioned community, which is obviously a very big topic for all of the founders that are building in the crypto ecosystem. How has it changed from Web 2? Because in Web 2, you ultimately build an MVP, then you try to get product market fit, and then kind of grow your user base. In this case, the token is your customer acquisition strategy. And so how do founders think about that as they're building the space, and what are some newer trends you're seeing from that perspective? And it's open to everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say one of the really interesting things about NFTs is, and I think we're only beginning to see this shift, is it's going to be the way that brands engage with their users, and not just in Web3, across Web 2 and in all facets, almost replacing loyalty programs. Because if you think about, in a Web3 context to start, like in DeFi, how do brands retain their users, and how do projects make sure that liquidity isn't just completely fast flowing and goes to wherever the incentives are highest? And that's about growing the community, and that's about kind of tying together all of the different use cases that there are to have people be able to kind of earn achievements and have a digital footprint and an on-chain record. And the best way to do that is with NFTs. So I think we'll see over time this convergence between DeFi and NFTs, where DeFi adopts NFTs for engagement, between NFTs and DeFi to then pull in some of those token economic incentives. And there's going to be, NFTs are going to sit at the center of pretty much every facet of our day-to-day.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating to see how communities develop within this ecosystem. Again, you're not incentivizing people with just dollars. You're incentivizing people with ownership within a network. And so there's more incentivization for them to get involved and really do certain things within the product to help support it, to make sure it functions correctly, or maybe even refer other people, create a network effect, things like that. I mean, that's extremely powerful. And what we've seen the best communities do within this ecosystem is, especially when there's a lot of money that's coming in, there's going to be a lot of nefarious actors and things like that, is for teams to really focus on building brand and building trust. Because at the end of the day, I mean, if you can have the trust of the community, and part of that is also deciding how transparent you want to be in every step of the way and making sure that things are secure. But trust is the most important thing, and once you have that trust, that's really where the community just kind of grows organically.
I think a lot about the stage that we're in the ecosystem, right? Because there's a number of things that were talked about in the past, but were not yet technically feasible or very easy to do. We're finally getting to the stage where you have blockchains that kind of like do their thing, they produce blocks, and we're getting to the stage where those blockchains can talk to each other. And now the aspect of community is like if you're a founder that is connecting the dots between these different assets, these different entities that are coming together, is like why that connectivity that you're creating is important. Yep. Like, why does that matter? Where is it going to take us? And is that going to be in gaming? It's like whatever it is, like social. It's all kind of like, how do you convince a group of fans to engage with you in that journey, and kind of like have them incentivized with ownership into that network, into that connectivity? And I think that's why it's so exciting right now, because everybody's trying everything. There's like all kinds of iterations on gaming, NFTs, DeFi, collateralized loans. Like people are taking mortgages on NFTs and different pieces. And like it's all, the community is like just this social contract of like, I believe in this having value, and kind of like going and building on top of that, which is just incredible. Like as an investor, is like the best time to be around this ecosystem.
Quite simply, community is the center of Web3. And if you're a project and you don't know how to build community, you're not going to make it. However, it's not enough. You have to have a great product as well, because the community that you've built early on is essentially trusting you to deliver them a great product and value. And so I think you need both, but it starts with the community.
Thank you. So the next trend that we're starting to see is DAOs. And you're starting to see people just come together and think about how they can participate in the Web3 economy. So we're seeing investment clubs. We're seeing, projects that are focused on like carbon offsets and other areas. So are DAOs just a fad, or are we seeing some real traction here, and maybe pointing to a few that are very successful today?
Yeah, I think DAOs are definitely not a fad, but it's important to not overhype them beyond what they are. They will be the foundational organizational infrastructure for Web3. But to say that, need to be investing more in DAOs doesn't really mean anything. It's the equivalent of saying, like, you need to be investing more in tokens. Like, everything will be a DAO. Everything will have a token. But I think what we're seeing now is this reorganization around how people coordinate collectively. But right now, we're still at that 1.0 stage. And more tooling needs to come about in terms of how do you better kind of more efficiently coordinate low-level decisions such that it's not one token, one vote, which then makes it incredibly inefficient.
What are some DAO toolings that you want to see in the market today that doesn't exist?
DAO tooling, you said?
DAO tooling.
Yeah, DAO tooling. So one of the ones is the one I mentioned around how can you create subgroups within a DAO that are focused on a particular subject matter, whether it's operational elements, security elements, treasury management, even pushing governance forward, and see those small working groups develop as sub-DAOs within a DAO. Also, I think we're about to see, really, and we've seen some of these in the past, with Flamingo and others, but an explosion of on-chain investment collectives that are closer to the communities and are able to work collaboratively, invest strategically with other projects and with other DAOs, almost as joint ventures of sorts. And I think that could be an interesting development. So those are two things that I think are on the horizon.
Rodolfo, you run Foundation Capital. It's been around since 1995. And so you're heavily invested into fintech. So how do you see fintech and crypto merge? Or is there something like, I would love to hear like what you're thinking.
It's the best. It's the best. Right now, I think like about 90% of the companies in our portfolio that are in traditional finance, the only reason they want to talk to me is like, tell me kind of what can we do in crypto? Like, should we tokenize our XYZ thing, or how do we get into the space? What does it mean for us, and so on? I think everybody's getting very crypto curious, and people are trying to experiment. In some cases, there are very obvious paths into kind of how to make this happen. Like, for example, getting exposure to crypto, right? Like, it's still a big deal, and people are kind of like trying to figure out how to give native exposure to crypto to their investors, right? So kind of like, how do we increase the AUM from an institutional perspective, a retail level, and so on. So we have a number of companies that are operating in that space. In some other cases, like for example, we have now a joint company with the team at Lightspeed, where it's like an insurance type of product, and it's not in crypto, but it's basically using smart contract functionality to do claims adjudication and payouts. And it's all programmable, so it's like kind of like, how do you enable parametric insurance, but happening with crypto tools, even if you're not in crypto necessarily. And then doing attestations and other pieces, it's all kind of like starting to happen on chain. And in some cases, it's a hybrid model. In some cases, like fully, people are starting from scratch and just literally doing like risk management, credit underwriting. They're doing AUM-based products and so on. And so it's all starting to shift, and people are trying to figure out what does it mean for them as a centralized entity or a traditional financial institution that is regulated and has to live within a more guarded set of rails, but getting exposure to this next wave, because everybody has seen this movie before. Like, there's a new wave of companies, there's a new architecture, there's a new set of technologies that push the ecosystem forward, and you don't want to be left behind. And so everybody's doing that exploration at the moment.
Balaji famously coined the term DeFi is a linchpin for fintech apps. So fintech front end and then back end is going to be DeFi. How do you think about that, and are you seeing some of those trends today?
I think we're gonna get there, but we're still at the stage where, for a lot of people, signing a transaction digitally, having the understanding of key management and kind of like what that represents, like it's we're not there yet as a space, right? And so I think we're still at the stage where education is critical, having transparency, having just a very user-friendly experience to onboard people so that they can start learning about the space, having the opportunity to get exposure and learn and kind of like go what many of us did like 6-7 years ago, which is going down the rabbit hole. We still need to do that. And a lot of these institutions are thinking kind of like, how can I give exposure to these people without putting like all of the burden of custody or key management and so on their hands, because that's a big ask, right? Like, and I think like as a space, we're still kind of like in that transitional phase.
I think one thing there as well is one of the key enablers to have this really widespread adoption at the consumer level is mobile wallets. Because if you think about how people engage just generally, socially, in games and otherwise, it's for the most part on mobile, and right now the experience is largely driven on a desktop as a Chrome extension. So I think better mobile wallets will also ease that transition and kind of convergence between Web 2 fintech and Web 3.
Yep.
I think that the mobile challenge will be solved within the next 12 months.
Yep,
I think that the Apple, Samsung, et cetera, realize what huge financial opportunity there is here, and they don't want to get left behind. I think when you look at fintech meeting crypto, it's happening real time. And for the most part, crypto companies going into fintech has been limited by regulatory considerations. And so the other way is happening faster. So you see, for example, neobanks like Current, and others are offering lending products directly connected to Compound and other, DeFi protocols, which has been pretty awesome to see. But if you fast forward in 10 years, I am much more bullish on a Web3 company like FTX becoming the next sort of bank, consumer and institutional alike for both the fintech and the crypto side than I do the other way around.
Paul, you recently led an investment into Alchemy.
Yeah.
And so they provide developer tooling for Ethereum, DeFi, and other areas. How do you see someone like Alchemy expanding outside of Ethereum to other layer ones like Solana?
Yeah, so just to clarify, we led the Series A in Alchemy, and Amy actually came into the most recent round after a Series B. That we had a Series C, and I think Alchemy is wonderful. I mean, in terms of spaces that's going to get sort of larger and larger, it's going to be developer infrastructure and developer tooling. Alchemy is a great start. They provide node infrastructure where, as you're sort of building your application, you don't have to worry about running nodes, and then from there they have developer APIs where you can monitor what's going on with your application, everything from sort of your user base, activity, geolocation, testing out bugs, checking out the mempool, whatever. So these guys are really providing a one-stop shop, and there's a lot of different things that you can sort of expand to, and I think part of that is going up and expanding into more and more developer features and tools, but then also going cross-chain. So I definitely think that they've already had partnerships with other chains, and I think it's a natural progression for them to go horizontal and make sure they have coverage across all blockchains, but then also vertical in terms of making sure that anything that is needed in terms of figuring out how to best set up and how to best optimize your application, and maybe even eventually being able to help distribute your application to other people, and maybe even things around interoperability, I think are all within the cards.
Austin, you recently, we just chatted in the back talking about NFTs. I know CoinFund has had a very strong thesis in NFTs since 2018. Now, from those kind of ideas, what are some of the trends that you're seeing that validated your thesis today, and what are some things that we're going to see soon?
Yeah, a couple of things. So, CoinFund, we've been really excited about NFTs for some time, and we've long thought, and this is played out in the last year and a half or so, that NFTs represent digital content and IP coming on chain and being able to provably and permissionlessly and also in a censorship-resistant way own those assets. So we've seen that as far as art. We've seen that as far as collectibles and NBA Top Shot, where that really catalyzed a lot of the momentum around NFTs. We've seen that as people using PFPs as their avatar and associating their digital identity with an NFT, and how some Anon people are also using their entire identity. So, for example, Punk6529, who created Nouns DAO, that's the entire identity, and that's I think really, really unique. And what we're looking at, what we're expecting to see next, is major brands capitalizing on NFTs to really make their communities much more engaged in what they're doing. So we talked about play to earn, but I think that's really just the beginning. There's going to be exercise to earn, there's going to be learn to earn, drive to earn, and all of these things will necessitate NFTs to prove kind of where you are as far as experience level, and also what achievements you've accomplished, and then bringing in other general IP.
Now, for everyone, what are some key blocks of crypto that's missing today that needs to be solved before we get to 1 billion users in crypto?
I'm happy to start. Two areas that I'm really excited about is just generally consumer gaming Web3 apps. And I think that's going to bring the next 1 billion plus users. But it starts with the user experience, whether it's in a consumer app or a DeFi finance app. And right now, it's difficult, honestly, to use almost any protocol, like right now in Solana or otherwise. I don't know if when my money's going to settle. That's not a problem on Solana, some of the other chains, or and I think that experience, it's like if your user feels dumb, then you have not solved the user experience. It needs to feel good. It needs to be easy to use. Love Phantom Wallet, shout out to them. And I think that's super important. And like one underserved area is absolutely infrastructure software, like Alchemy, The Graph, and others, that is going to help developers get to that and really be able to focus on that UX a lot faster and solve some of the infrastructure and challenges of building on-chain.
Yeah, another thing I think is networks that automate smart contract execution, just to the user experience that you were discussing before. I think it needs to be a lot easier to transact on the blockchain, and what that means is reducing the number of transactions for any specific set of actions. So if you can have an automation network that takes 7 transactions and wraps it and makes it into one, or based on a predetermined condition, then you'll have execution of a contract. Then that's, it allows the users to be involved and engaged in a crypto context, but without the heavy lift that there exists today. So I think that's, another set of tooling.
Yeah, I guess quickly I'll talk about 2 things. The first one real quickly on, folks getting into crypto that might not really even think it's crypto, and it's just getting into sort of a more dynamic loyalty point, like an NFT. So I think a lot of existing companies and marketplaces will use NFTs to further engage their fans, and I think that's one way. Obviously, the user experience has to be good so that people can actually get into these existing platforms without the friction. And I think the other part that could get to the next million users would be around the emerging markets. So, we believe that infrastructure is pretty well developed in the US, but it's probably greater use cases for crypto, whether it's things around yield, whether it's banking, whether it's play to earn, that's going to evolve in like Indonesia, Philippines, etc. And so investing into some of those companies, like me and Amy are in a company called Pin2, which is a Coinbase of Southeast Asia, but enabling those fiat on-ramps into crypto and enabling new economies to develop around things like crypto gaming, I think is going to really get a lot more people into crypto.
Yeah, the emerging market story is like critical. I spent a lot of time in Mexico, where I'm from, and part of the efforts that we're doing is how do we enable more developers to come into the ecosystem, right? So like we're dedicating a fair amount of resources into, like, for example, our nodes are gonna start running out of Brazil and Mexico for the Solana validators. We're starting to do market making with certain players in the local markets, basically, so that people can get exposure to Solana, for example, which is still incredibly hard today for a lot of people to access, right? So it's like get people access to the token, and then it like teach them how to use the token and what are the key properties of this network, which is like incredibly fast. And so like a lot of the trade-offs that people would face with other chains, like you don't have to worry about that here. And so now we're spending a lot of time with some of our other portfolio companies, like doing education, content, and so on, so that we increase the pool of developers, and then they understand their local economies much better than anybody else, right? And so they can start building projects that, for a bunch of people, like in Argentina or in Mexico or in Brazil, like, people are tokenizing the purchase of apartments in New York because they want to see that as an investment mechanism, and people are doing that, and they're building that on top of Solana or on top of like a couple of other chains. And so we're keeping a very close eye into everything that is happening. And then the other one that we're seeing quite a bit is like we're investors in a number of neobanks all over the world, as Emi was mentioning, and like, a bunch of this stuff is already happening in Africa, across Latin America, and so on, where people are just tokenizing the thing and running it on top of crypto rails. Because today, like, you can do basically like a global Venmo just using USDC and doing mint and burn, right? And just like move money around the world. And all of that stuff is like already possible today. Like you can, like, there were hackathon submissions that were exactly that. And so we're excited to see all of that activity kind of like turning into reality, because that's where a lot of the new concepts are going to come from, in our opinion.
And the way the DeFi Alliance is looking to solve this problem is like founder education, technical support, and so we just introduced our Play to Earn program last month, which we're quite excited about. So we think of founder support is also a very key area that's missing in this space. Well, thank you guys so much for listening. And if you have any questions, feel free to stop us, and we're happy to talk. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, everyone. We have a pretty exciting next session. We have Sam Bankman-Fried and Tristan from FTX. They're going to be joined by Zach from CoinDesk. They're going to be discussing all things FTX, and I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy it a lot. So yeah, without further ado, here's Sam, Zach, and Tristan.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Hey, everybody. Bom dia, BD to you. I am Zach Seward. I'm one of the editors at CoinDesk. This is Tristan Ivor. He's the head of strategy at FTX US. And I think behind us we have Sam Bankman-Fried, the CEO of FTX. Hello. Hey, Sam. Can you see the crowd at all?
Yeah, I can see you guys. That's something.
Cool, awesome. I can kind of hear you. We're going to do this the best we can. So, where in the world are you joining us from today, Sam?
I am in the Bahamas.
Ooh, how are the Bahamas going?
It's very nice. I'm really glad to be here. I think it's a really big improvement, just on a number of fronts. I mean, it's one of the only countries with comprehensive crypto regulation, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, I want to start on the regulatory conversation because, obviously you moved headquarters from Hong Kong to Bahamas. Kind of wanted to get your perspective on the global regulatory context from where you sit.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty messy. And, one of the things which I think is a little bit staggering when you think about it is just the number of countries in the world. There's about 195, depending on exactly who you ask. And that's a lot of different countries. It's a lot of different regulators. And there's very little in terms of global or joint regulatory frameworks right now. And so it's sort of a different answer in every single country, although there are obviously some common themes. What is sort of the variety of those? Well, it's everything from a few countries, the Bahamas is one, that have really rolled out comprehensive frameworks for crypto. And, given sort of real regulatory clarity. That sort of is the gold standard, and it's really a single-digit number of countries, probably a one-hand number of countries. Then there are a number of countries which are sort of working on it and have announced plans to develop frameworks, might have partial frameworks. Today they might have frameworks for spot cryptocurrency, but not derivatives, for instance, is a pretty common state for places to be in. And then there's a number where there just really isn't much sort of explicit framework to speak of. And what often that means is sort of, we end up looking at, well, what is sort of the financial products framework in general? And which pieces of this seem like most applicable to crypto? And when we look at licensing, in some jurisdictions, that means that we get basically the equivalent of a, money transmitter license and a CFD license. Because, you kind of put those together and you got something for spot, you got something for futures. And that sort of is, the best that we have given what that jurisdiction actually offers.
Gotcha. So same question to you in the US context, Tristan. So you're FTX US. How would your answer differ from Sam's based on where you operate?
So from the US side, on the regulatory standpoint, as many may know, FTX US is a completely regulated US entity, and the main focus and aim there is to service the US market. And as many also may know, we've recently acquired LedgerX, which is going to really expand our potential offerings there with the DCM, DCO, and CEF licensing. So as FTX.com goes towards its licensing goals, FTX US is also seeking very interesting venues in that pathways as well.
All right, so you touched on the acquisition. It's been a pretty splashy 6 to 8 months for FTX and FTX US, I'd say. You got the Miami Heat thing, you got the biggest funding round in crypto history, esports, Major League Baseball, all sorts of stuff. I'm gonna ask Sam, what's next? How do you top these splashy announcements of the past 6 months? Leak us a little alpha on what's next.
Totally. I mean, I'm really excited about a number of them. But one thing that they haven't really done is, represent sort of live product releases. some of these obviously have been on the branding side, others on the licensing side. But ultimately, the place we're ultimately trying to get to here is a place where we can offer really world-class products. And so what does that mean? It means, looking at what we can do with, FTX US derivatives, looking what we can do, being able to offer futures in the United States, which no crypto exchanges are doing right now. It's what we can do in terms of making just a great user onboarding experience for sort of retail consumers and growing out that base quite a bit. Looking what we do to, can do to kind of join regulatory frameworks between different asset classes. Looking what we can do in terms of making a sort of neobank that works for the users the way that they want it to. I think those are some of the things that I'm most excited about. And, I frankly feel like pretty excited about much of what we've done, but I would feel pretty embarrassed if it didn't come with follow-up in terms of the actual product side.
Yeah, and then I could just add on that the interesting thing on FTX US is, as many may know, crypto derivatives are available in the United States through places like CME and ICE, but they're very walled garden products, and you have to have very special access to be able to reach them or trade them. And the interesting thing with the LedgerX acquisition, of course, CFTC withstanding, is that we'll be able to offer some of these products to retail as well and really open up the space. Not only from the trading perspective, but also from the access to the markets and data, and actually start trying to bring the traditional markets more into a crypto focus. So very excited for that.
Got it. So you guys are like quants, obviously very data-driven. I see, oh, you're not a quant. I guess I'm going to ask this of Sam then. How do you know that all this like branding spending is working, right? You guys have splashed large sums on these sponsorship deals. Is it working? Are you making your money back on these investments?
It's a good question. So let me first try and convince you that it's not working before I try and convince you that it is, or that it might be. Here's one pretty straightforward metric you could use to evaluate the spending that we've been doing. What impact has it had on our revenue this year? And has it made us more revenue than it has cost in expenses? And by that metric, my honest guess is that no, it has not made up its cost. And and so like in terms of net profit take home at the end of the year, I think it'll have been negative. And in fact, I actually don't think that it's led to that large of an increase in our user base. Even from like, even given that many of those users will be around for a while. So why do it then? The way that I think of it is I think very differently about marketing versus branding. And I don't know if those are the right words, but they're sort of the words that I use to think about it. When I think of marketing, I think of Facebook ads, Google ads. I think of, paying money to try and get clicks, to try and get people to go register on your website. And it's sort of direct pay for conversion. And that's the kind of thing where you're looking at just like, users and revenue and deposits and things like that. When I think of branding, what I think of is, what does the world think of when they think of FTX? Or do they think of anything at all, or do they just think it's a nonsense string of 3 letters? And from that perspective, it might not revolutionize in the short term what happens with your actual, usage. And I think it hasn't yet. But if you ask pretty much anyone who knows anything about FTX, they know about our branding. And in fact, just the fact that you asked that question means that it clearly made an impression with you, right? Enough of one that you decided to ask about it. And I think one of the funniest things is when people come up to you and say, Sam, like, I don't get it. It seems so dumb. Like, I heard about you from these like stupid endorsement deals you're running. This seems like a bad ROI. And I'm sort of like, let's retrace that to the point where he said, hey, Sam, I heard about you because of these endorsement deals. And what I think they've been incredibly valuable is really trying to make FTX stand for something in sort of the broader world, not just a crypto ecosystem. And it's done quite a good job at that. We have really, really large reach for them. And these aren't all people who immediately go and create an FTX account as soon as they see, FTX Arena. But it's step one. It's step one. It's really, really helped increase, the role that we play in sort of the public consciousness. And I think a lot of the context for this is, everyone has seen plenty of scammy crypto ads on Facebook. if you see just like an ad for some crypto company you've never heard of, I think the odds are like pretty low that that's going to turn into a conversion for you. And we really are coming from behind there. Coinbase is 30 times our user base. We do not have the mass name recognition and trust that Coinbase has, especially in the US. But we're building up that brand and trying to get to the point where, if someone hears about FTX one more time, he might actually come on and sign up for it.
All right, I want to stick on the marketing question because I think it was last month, I don't know, last week. It all kind of blends together. Sam, you tweeted that you wanted to do a negative value investment to troll the crypto CMOs of the world. And if you were to do that, I'm not thinking that you're going to do that. I think that was kind of a joke. But if you were to do that, what would your negative value investment be?
Oh, that's a good question. And I think some of the context here was, we see directly, the things that we do sort of percolating through the crypto ecosystem and sort of duplications of it coming. And, go for it, right? Like this is, we don't have a monopoly on the ability to try and run campaigns. People should be learning from what other players in the space are doing. But I think we often seem to feel like other people are not really understanding why we did it or what we were thinking when we did, and end up sort of doing it quite differently than I think we would think would be the correct way to do it. And it's sort of fun to hear other people's analysis sometimes of the campaigns that we're doing and contrast that with how we see them. So, all that being said, what would I do? Obviously I wouldn't actually do this, but I think I would take a near neighbor to what I think would be a good investment, but actually make it a very bad one. But something that sort of like looks like it possibly could be great. And I think one thing there is, I've used this anecdote actually many, many times. Sorry, I apologize to those who have heard it before, but do you know what Fed Dak Prescott sleeps on? I'm guessing the answer is no. In fact, I'm guessing basically no one in the audience does. I've kind of yet to talk to anyone who does, which is a little bit weird because if you watch football, American football, I think like over half of all football games in the last 2 years have had an ad featuring Dak Prescott advertising sleep number beds. And so theoretically any football fan should know this. In fact, they've probably seen it way more times than they've seen FTX Arena mentioned, or our MLB deal, or the Tom Brady endorsement. But I basically think it has not had any branding impact at all. And part of that is just as, I don't know, probably a little bit harder to come up with a really engaging brand for a mattress than a crypto company. But I think another piece of this is these are super, super top heavy. The set of people who hold the world's collective imagination in the palm of their hands is very, very small. And I think, Tom Brady I think is one of them. I think Giselle is one of them. I think Steph Curry is one of them. I think we've tried to find those people in our partnerships. But there are a lot of people who are almost as talented as those people and have very little sway. And so I think what I would do is just go on a spree of sort of A- tier endorsements that cost half as much as the A tier endorsements, but conferred effectively no branding or excitement in the average viewer's imagination.
Got it. By the way, if we lose connectivity with you, Tristan is going to recreate the Tom Brady Sam meme. Sam. So if that, just FYI in case that happens. Yeah. All right, Tristan, I'm going to pivot to you. FTX US just did a big thing with an NFT marketplace. I guess my question is what are the signals in the market that make you want to launch this big platform? Mm-hmm. Why do you think NFTs are sticking around?
Sure. And before I go into that, I just wanted to add one thing on the endorsement side, and I think it's that now if anyone sees the FTX logo, they know that's FTX, and now all we have to do is make it when people see the FTX logo, that's the place they want to go trade crypto. So it's one more step, but we're in that direction. On the NFT platform side, so the way I look at it is like this. I talk to a lot of friends who aren't in crypto. They want to participate. They ask me questions. They all want to know about Shiba Inu, whatnot. But if you think about it, like blockchain, crypto, it takes some time. It takes some studying to understand what's going on and how these coins are ledger entries on the blockchain and what it means to do a transaction, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's like a lot of people don't necessarily have financial literacy or haven't thought about these things too much. But everyone understands art to some degree. Everyone feels some resonance with art to some degree. It's very easy to describe to someone that if you hold this token, it's the representation of your ownership over this image or over this piece of art. So I think in that sense, the NFT platform is just a mechanism of onboarding to bringing more people into our space and just expanding the pie for everyone. That was one of the reasons. And ideally, it's a very good customer onboarding mechanism, but as well, in time, it can develop into a bottom line thing. But I think the focus right now is we just want to make cryptocurrency and blockchain more accessible to the masses in general. So I think that's the main thought process behind this.
Gotcha. And then sort of also in the entertainment space, I know, Sam, you guys, I think it did like a $100 million like GameFi fund that was announced the other day. Seems to be sort of another potentially new and buzzy thing that may or may not have legs. So I'm curious on your view of why GameFi made sense as an investment.
Totally. So if you think about what are the most engaging things in the world, that's a pretty broad category. I think like bread and chocolate are probably like very close to the top of that list. And I don't exactly think we can get a global chocolate endorsement with like, the chemical or whatever. But if you restrict this to like, to sort of like, things with which one could theoretically partner. I think that like video games are basically the top of the list. If you look at the amount of time that people spend on them, and if you look at how engaged they are when they're playing a video game, it's just sort of off the charts. And if you look at the number of users of these games, it's absolutely massive. They're in the hundreds of millions, sometimes of billions. And so I think in terms of almost any games could be a very compelling on-ramp. And then you look at crypto, and I think there's some really natural partnerships there. When you look at NFTs representing in-game collectibles, items, achievements, skins, when you look at crypto-based payments, when you look at having secondary markets for these goods in-game with royalties going back to the game, I basically think it's a really compelling value proposition, and that's pretty exciting. I think that if you told a story, the punchline of which was that 5 years from now, 2/3 of all crypto users had entered this space because of video games, I'd be surprised, but that wouldn't seem impossible. And so I think it is possibly going to be an absolutely massive area of growth, the intersection of crypto and gaming.
Sam, I have to ask, personally, are you a gamer, and what's your game of choice?
I am. More than I should be, less than I once was. I play, in terms of video games, I play League of Legends a decent amount. I also play Bughouse, which is a chess variant, offline, a decent amount. And in general, I think I like sort of time pressury board games, where there's a clock, you probably dial it pretty short, and the goal is to make the best decisions you can in the time you can, rather than try and grind out to the theoretically optimal ones.
Gotcha. All right, let's shift back to the U.S. real quick. So U.S. regulatory strategy. How are you guys approaching that right now? What does the education effort look like in D.C.? I know we're seeing a lot more activity on the crypto lobbying side lately, and I'm really curious where FTX US and FTX itself stands in that conversation. Whichever you guys
I'll
want
let
to take
Sam take that one, because he's been having the conversations himself in DC and other places. But I want to add something, Sam, to the previous question, and it's that NFTs have exploded, right? We've all seen it. It's pretty wild. And right now, it's just this representation of culture. It's kind of this image, this JPEG, this thing without much utility. But the reason I think blockchain gaming is so exciting is because it's the next utility layer for all these NFTs. So there's a multi-billion-dollar market, and now there's actually going to be a way to plug them into something where you can find value through utility. So I think that's what's also very interesting about Web3 gaming. And sorry, go for it, Sam.
Oh, I totally agree with that. In terms of U.S. regulatory stuff, I think that right now, obviously other than sort of complying with the regulations that exist today, there are sort of two things that we are focusing on the most. The first is licensing. And I think LedgerX, now FTX Derivatives, is probably the single biggest push that we have there, which I'm really, really excited about. But we're investigating other potential licensing operations with the CFTC, with the SEC, and others in the US as well. That's one side of it. And then the other side is basically around education and conversations about what regulatory structures could look like. There already exist regulatory structures for a number of things in crypto in the US, but not everything that you could add. And there are a number of gaps right now, which I think the SEC and others have been quick to point out. And I think like one example of this is the lack of a clear markets regulator for some spot markets in crypto. Another is, that could be the FTC, that could be the SEC, it could be a joint thing. I think another thing is the lack of oversight of the collateralization of stablecoins. And so one big thing that we've been working on as well has been basically conversations with lawmakers and regulators about what frameworks could look like here for getting more oversight for the crypto industry in a way which helps the industry grow safely. And we've written up a few policy pieces on this, which you can find on blog.ftx.com/policy. And we've just engaged with a very large number of conversations, and part of this is giving what thoughts we can, but a lot of this is also listening to what regulators and other key stakeholders have to say about the future, the present and future of crypto regulation in the United States, and making sure that we understand that and that we're able to do what we can to support their efforts.
Got it. So yeah, I guess the other question is like, Sam, obviously the LedgerX acquisition was, as you mentioned, a big thing about the licenses. What other licensing arrangements are you seeking as a company right now?
So, without giving, there's some which, I think are a little bit public. I think, the fact that we are, seeking a broker-dealer license is one of those, to be able to offer traditional equities. But, I think beyond that, there are a number of things which I don't have confidence in, but which we are actively exploring right now. And I think a lot of that looks like, what could a regime look like for spot cryptocurrency markets in the United States? There are a lot of possible options here, and we're exploring licensing for a number of them. We may do one or multiple of those. Some of that also looks at what about cryptocurrencies that might be securities? What about ones that aren't? What could those regimes look like, and what licenses could apply there? I think that you've seen the SEC and others sort of repeatedly say that they would be really excited to see crypto venues coming in and applying for markets licenses, which I think is pretty reasonable, given that we have markets. And there's a question of figuring out what the right license is, but I think we're investigating the existing CFTC and SEC regimes and maybe applying for licenses in those. And we're also investigating what a modified or hybrid regime might look like. And obviously, in the end, that's all going to come down to regulatory guidance. But we are, having active conversations about it, giving what thoughts we can, and trying to understand where they're coming from, so that we make sure that we're, applying for the right licenses.
Gotcha, sounds good. All right, we're at the Solana conference. We talked about the NFT marketplace that you guys are doing. That's potentially a shot in the arm for Solana NFTs. And clearly through Alameda Research and FTX itself, there's been a lot of investment in the Solana ecosystem from y'all's company. What else about the Solana ecosystem is attractive? What are you guys working on to a crowd of Solana fans here? What's the message? And I'll start with Tristan.
I'll start here, but I think a big part of it at the beginning was the team. Anatoly, Raj, Bartosz, all of these guys are incredible human beings. So not only did they build very, very, very good technology, but I think there was a lot of connection between our team and theirs, which led us to work quite closely with them. Another thing that I don't know if everyone's very aware of, but one of the biggest aids FTX brought to the Solana ecosystem from early on was to create an easy on and off ramp for SPL tokens. A lot of people were able to access the Solana ecosystem natively because they could withdraw as an SPL from FTX or deposit to FTX in SPL and then perhaps withdraw as an ERC20 or other things of that nature. Now in more recent times, this FTX NFT platform where we're going to make it so that you can have all of your NFTs custodied by FTX and you can trade them directly on the platform without latency in that sense or without having to have these things in escrow if you have them on the blockchain, etc. A lot of investments, but Sam, I'd be curious as well if you have thoughts on this.
Totally. I mean, I'll give sort of some of my hobby horses here, and don't take these as like the only things that matter, the most important things, or what we or any particular parties are going to be working on necessarily, but they might be. So first of all, just continuing to get better at user interfaces, really, really important. No blockchain has nailed this yet. Second of all, is I think social media on the blockchain. I continue to think that this could be absolutely huge. I think that it solves a lot of existing pain points, which are really coming to the forefront of society right now. Having a composable, cross-platform underlying protocol for encrypted messaging, which then multiple user interfaces could access, I think is an absolutely massive opportunity. I think it's one that's ripe for Solana. I think Solana is the only public chain we see today that has the scale of throughput necessary to potentially be able to house that. And so that's something I'd be really excited for. Excited to see more financial instruments built out on the Solana blockchain. And I think we have seen some of those coming online. And then just, the community continuing to grow as it has been.
Got it. From where you sit, Tristan, are there any other, I think that's interesting, you're sort of talking about sort of the infrastructural elements that are still lacking to a degree. Are there any other pieces of the Solana ecosystem that you'd like to see come around?
Yeah, I mean, I think the interesting thing here, so my bullish case on Solana in general is that it's the first time I've seen a blockchain that you can abstract away that it is a blockchain, in the sense that if you create a beautiful UI UX experience, you put into an app and you hand it to somebody, they could be using it without necessarily knowing it's running on the blockchain. So I think something Armani told me that I think is very, very interesting is right now we're still in the very early days. The primitives are being built out. It's the very initial stages of all of this. Like, the competition hasn't really started, because I think when the competition, or what he told me the competition really starts, is when people take these different pieces that are being built now and make them in a way where they can be mass consumed in the way that we have apps like Tinder, for example, where almost everyone has it, or Instagram, etc. So just aim for that, I think. Don't get stuck in the blockchain crypto ecosystem. This is a technology that I think could actually go out much further in the world.
That's a good point. I was talking to someone who called this concept mullet-fi, and I'm really into it. The mullet, obviously, is business in the front, party in the back. And he was talking about, fintech in the front, DeFi in the back as the mullet-fi concept. Sam, I want to ask you, I'm really curious about your Maps.me investment and some of the projects that are working through that interface. Seems like a pretty good case for mullet-fi there. What are your thoughts on, again, sort of that hybridization of blockchain and slick sort of user-friendly interfaces?
Totally. I mean, I think that there's, a few things that are necessary to get mass adoption. One of them is you need to build the product. Like, you need to build a great product, and if you don't have that, you're going to be shoving things down people's throat. I'm not super, optimistic about that approach. And I think that we're not quite there in terms of anything in DeFi, but we're not that far away. We're getting closer every month. And so I really do think an important part of this is just getting that beautiful user experience and identifying use cases that are compelling enough that people are going to go out their way to use them. But once you've done that, then you need to get the mass adoption. And when we're talking about mass adoption, some numbers here, all of DeFi put together is 100,000 active users roughly, maybe 1 million ever. And some of the largest companies in the world have 1 billion users. And a pretty large company has 100 million. So it's just orders of magnitude bigger. And the sort of adoption that we've seen in crypto, especially in DeFi so far, pales in compared to the adoption that we see with some other applications. And I think that it is one potential way to absolutely supercharge DeFi adoption is to first build a great product, but then combine it with an already existing massive user base. And many of these user bases, again, are just like orders of magnitude bigger than all of DeFi put together so far. And you talk about like the adoption so far that we've seen in the industry, but that might just pale in comparison to what a single gigantic platform can bring forward. And so I'm just like really excited to see that happen. And really excited to see, whether it's maps, whether it's, existing social media platforms, existing fintech platforms, or just the natural growth. What happens when you try and scale DeFi up from hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions of users? Because that's where all the upside is, right? Like all the upside is in a world in which the current DeFi user base is inconsequential compared to what the user base ends up being.
Interesting times ahead. Going to be a lot of stories to cover. Well, we're going to wrap it. We're going to wrap there. Thanks for joining us, Tristan and Sam. You're both lovely. Thanks for being here with us. I'm Zach Seward from CoinDesk, and we hope you have a great day.
Thanks everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sam, Tristan, and Zach. We have one more panel for you guys today. We're going to move it back into the investing side of things. And so the next panel is entitled, We're Going to Make It, Ask Investors Anything. So please welcome to the stage Chase, Amit, Bach, Chris, Amos, Ian, Joe, and Nolan.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome, family. Wag me familia. Wag me familia. I got to say, Wag me it's got to be the best meme going these days, right? I mean, nothing feels better than saying to your collective tribe that you're going to make it, especially in these tough times. Now, the context of this, and a bit of housekeeping first, everyone, a bit of housekeeping before we get into it. This was originally intended to give you all a chance in the audience to ask folks directly a question. That's why we have so many of these great, Dawn Patrol, early people in Solana here. With the way the room is set up and with some of the sound, we don't think it's going to be the best experience. So this is what we're going to offer you as a type of compensation for that. At the end of this session, we've got some good questions. I think I'm going to mind read you and get some of the stuff you want to hear up. This is all about what's interesting. But all these gentlemen are going to be over there at the end of this session. If you want to do any one-on-one, ask them a question. I've asked them all to make themselves a little bit available after this. So don't feel shy to rush them after this, all right? So we're going to jump in. Wag me, everyone. Wag me. Now, I mentioned this in a panel we did earlier, but it's sort of the way I want to frame it for everyone. So as anyone knows, if you were in Bitcoin early, if you were in Ethereum early, the idea of going to meetups and the meetup culture was really the rocket boosters of everything we've done in this industry, right? I was in Toronto for the early Ethereum days. The energy around that was just great, and it made you addictive and wanted you to go back all the time. Now, and I even remember, getting Linda G, one of the original Coinbase Mafia folks who spun out her own VC, already in 2017 to come to New York and tell everyone what she did, to tell the established New York City VCs how this new generation was handling everything. And what she said is, I go to meetups. I don't read any of the literature. I mean, what are you guys talking about? You know, fundamental analysis. You got to meet the people, and you got to hear what they're trying to build, and you got to figure it out like that. So the meetup culture was behind this. And all these folks here have been able to be part of this ecosystem without the benefit of what we've only known until now. So we're going to start with talking about how you came in. Now, Chris in the middle here is going to start, because his answer is easy. He was before any of us into Solana. So we're going to get him to talk a little bit about how he came to it, how he saw the opportunity beyond the meetup culture, and then we're going to move around to hear other people's strategies. It's about strategy, right? How do these folks strategize and get to these good opportunities? So Chris, early, let us know how you came to it.
Sure. Hey everybody, my name is Chris McCann. I'm one of the general partners at Raise Capital, and I was one of the earliest seed investors of Solana itself when Anatoly and Raj were first starting the project. We actually met him through a good friend of ours, my partner Edith. We have a friend of ours named David Queck, who also might be here too. He was an underwater hockey player with Anatoly. They played together. I don't know if that's a...
No, I never knew about the underwater hockey thing.
I don't know if that's a known thing, but they were good friends for a long time. And David was like, hey, you got to talk to Anatoly about this next thing that he's starting. And so Anatoly had this crazy concept for how to scale blockchains by using time to append transactions on a ledger, kind of what would become this concept of proof of history. But he was very clear at the time, there was no code written, there was no testnet, there was nothing built, there was literally nothing. This is a pure concept in Anatoly's head, and he wasn't sure if this was going to work. And so the initial seed round was basically to fund the development to see if this could be built. But Anatoly, he was a former developer at Qualcomm, very low-level systems engineering. And my partner Edith background checked him with his boss and his other coworkers at Qualcomm. And they all said, what is Anatoly working on? I'm going to join him. Okay, well, and that was more than enough proof for us that Anatoly was somebody worth backing. And so that's how we originally got involved.
I do want to interject and get you guys to clap at this fella here and his partners who went through this job, because to do that work with a guy who is playing underwater hockey it means you have a bit of vision, right? And I think it's important to underline. So the underwater hockey led you to believe that this thing was worth experimenting on, that it was worthy of seeing if it worked, that proof of history was something that needed to see the light of day, and that you could build off of it.
Yeah, to your point, like when you're looking at things in the earliest stages, it's usually all about the people. And so honestly, we just fell in love with Anatoly and Raj and all the team members that came together, and we believed in and wanted to support in what they were doing. And I've always tried to be as supportive as possible to anybody building anything in the Solana ecosystem. Any founder, anybody building anything new, I'm happy to spend time, I'm happy to help. Like I just have a lot of love for people in this community and ecosystem.
So when you say it's about the person, I'm gonna take that as the bridge to the next question here. And I'm gonna go with Amos. And Amos actually just told me before this that he was actually roommates with Vitalik as he was launching the white paper all those years ago for a short period in Toronto. And this idea that, you know, and I think that's the context here, right? It's the people you're investing in. So what happens if you're in lockdown because of a global pandemic and you can't actually meet the people anymore, right? You can't just have a sense of them, who they are. You know, Amos, you are from that world of early Bitcoin meetups, the early Ethereum meetups. You were with these people. It was easy for you to see who was real, who was worth an investment, who was worth backing. How did you make do for Solana, and how did you get around it?
Yeah, so very interesting. So I built originally Colored Coins, which was the first protocol on top of Bitcoin early on. And to me, I remember seeing an article about Ethereum that's saying all the cool kids are building on Ethereum. You remember that? That was in TechCrunch. You remember that, right? And to me, I go where the developers go. Okay, so it's all about the developers community, right? So I saw that wave going like from Bitcoin, the layer 2, Colored Coins, Counterparty, those old protocols on top of Bitcoin into Ethereum. And once I started seeing people not people, but developers, actual builders going into the Solana ecosystem, that was when, like a year and a half ago or something like that, I kind of like got interested in understanding, okay, what's going on? Why do people go there? Why developers are going there? And this is where I really took the deep dive into the ecosystem.
So that question, I'm going to go with you next, Beck. Beck, who is from one of these great projects that's looking at, Korean activity, Silicon Valley, all across America. So what I'm hearing is, you look at the developers, you see the energy of the developers going in one direction. And of course, you guys, as I understand, have actually even funded some hacker houses and development stuff in Korea to make sure you know where these people are and you can see what they're up to, right? Is that an approach that you've taken, further without this meetup culture? Go find out what the developers are saying, tap them for information?
Yes. Before Hash launched as a fund, our name came from Hash Lounge, which was a community building meetup. We did that in some of the co-working spaces in Seoul, where we brought Vitalik, Anatoly was also there, and just a lot of these early industry-defining founders visiting Asia. We were hosting them, and it was interesting, right? In like 16, 17, where if you're interested in crypto, you see a lot of content on the internet, but you always want to share and discuss your questions and see what people are building and learn from them. And it's hard to find them in early days, right? And we wanted to provide space and have a more of an educational, very close-knit Q&A session. And that's how we started with the kind of initial investments. Like a lot of our investments actually came from those seminars that we did. And we were like, oh, wow, that guy, the pitch and like the presentation was so awesome. We also want to learn more. And then we ended up becoming investor and then start helping them out. Yeah.
So for me, when you're doing those, let's call it, it's not incubation, but you're working closely.
Yeah.
How do you prioritize the work they're doing and what it is for you that will trigger you to be interested in funding it more or proceeding further? So what I mean is, do you have a list of priorities that you want to see come through? Why is one more important than the other? And how do you order those things when you're in contact with one of these developers?
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of lists that we try to look at the team and the project in many angles. But I think it really comes down to whether this team is the one that can execute that to get to the goal. And I think it's similar to how Chris was mentioning on reference checking on the founders and just learning about how they've been executing before. And yes, like Solana was such an ambitious project that wasn't done before. But if you have that trust that this team will execute, that's when you get conviction that maybe these are some of the scenarios that we can take. And if these scenarios go, these are maybe how we can be helpful in that journey. So when we see that alignment, we are in. But sometimes it's hard to see, where this can go, and we try to find best ways that we can add value.
So when you're looking for best ways to add value and seeing it, I'm going to move to Chase, because Chase at Binance Labs has a lot of the avenues already available in the stack that Binance Smart Chain has, and all of the work that Binance Labs does around that. So there's pieces that you guys can actually even say, well, we can help you fill in this block here. We can help you fill in this missing piece here. And when I look at Binance Labs, I see this piece, the token issuing, the crowd funding, the project launch platform that I've heard about for a while, that I see the work going into constructing. Is that really a strategy for you guys to look at this look at literally the entire stack that Binance has built as all of it an opportunity to help ecosystem folks and help projects grow?
Right. Yeah. So I guess at Binance Labs, we always hope to add as much value as possible, and there's many ways we can do that. We have a portfolio of about 90 companies in all different areas. If you want to have, say, a security audit, we can help you to reach out to CertIC. If you want to talk to, say, layer 1, layer 2, we basically help to incubate Polygon Matic and can introduce you to some of those guys as well. And in terms of the whole ecosystem, we try to create value as in the whole chain, like you said. So we do have a Launchpad launch pool product, which can help you set up your project and list on Binance after. And for launch pool, it's more for later stage projects that want to have some sort of staking program on Binance and reach out to more users. And on top of that, we also have the Binance Smart Chain, which is one of the most transacted smart chain in this space right now. And we hope to incubate earlier stage projects to get onto the whole ecosystem. And from Binance Lab itself, we are also running the incubation program. So for that, we are looking at chain agnostic projects, be it Binance Smart Chain, Ethereum, and Solana. It doesn't really matter. We just want to look for the best teams and help them grow through our ecosystem.
But along that growth, it almost looks like you have a roadmap to gamify it, for lack of a better word, where you can almost graduate the issuer's abilities along your entire stack. Is that a way you look at it?
Right. So we want to help. We want to help projects. We want to help founders at every step in the process. From 0 to 1, 1 to 10, 10 to 100. So that's the idea behind it, and we really want to build a whole ecosystem that supports them throughout the journey.
So a lot of it based, let's say, on a prediction that there's going to be millions more issuers in the world, and that the product of issuance itself is worth building so that you can meet all these folks. So, and I want to take that let's say prediction that issuance is going to grow and it's going to become democratized and everyone's going to do it. And I want to go and ask the Sequoia Capital member here, just because Sequoia Capital comes from, let's call it what it is, the old days, right? The old days, when the best you could do was write a check and give some moral support and give a good beatdown when they didn't come through. So when you hear all this stuff, that they're building tech stacks, that they're going into living with developers, getting to know the developers and everything they're doing, treating the developers themselves as the issuers they are. How does Sequoia see this changing environment, and how do you predict going forward who your audience is insofar as everyone's an issuer, everyone's an investor, right? Yeah. How do you square that circle?
No, thank you for that, Nolan. Just a quick background before I answer that question very nicely. My name is Amit Jain. I'm a managing director with Sequoia Capital in Singapore. Sequoia, we invest across the world. We have about 40 billion in assets under management. We'll invest anything from $1 million check size to a few $100 million check size. I would counter the fact that we are old. We are very active in the new world. At Sequoia, India and Singapore itself, we've made about 20 investments or so in the last 6 months. We are very happy investors with Sam and FTX. And what many folks don't realize is with companies and our portfolio companies like Stripe and Square and Robinhood, we're very deep in the crypto ecosystem, although that doesn't come up as the front of Web3 when we talk about it. So, very, very bullish. The fact that we're here is the fact that we are doing what it takes to build, and learn something that we may not have been the first at. So very happy to admit that. But very bullish about where this is. Our focus is identifying the right trends and then building enduring companies. We are not in it for a year or 2 years or 3 years. What we are here for is building enduring companies. And what that means is, can we partner with somebody where companies are around for 10, 20, 30 years, and you compound year over year because you have a product that is the best in the market, you have customer NPS and retention that's the best in the market, and can you build enduring companies? And I think as we go through this ecosystem of very rapid growth, which is absolutely amazing, the next phase of this will be how do you make those companies sustainable and enduring for the next 30 years? And that's where we partner with companies for a very, very long term.
Yeah, the Square crypto and Stripe one is very interesting. I see the purchase of Tidal, for example, as a tremendous way to merge creator economy and cryptocurrencies and DeFi. But I want to continue on the question about predictions, because you said long-term investments.
Yeah.
And that's why I bring up the title piece. What if there's an opportunity for short-term investments, DAOs? And I don't mean turn a quick buck. I mean systematically find people that can turn a business from 0 to 1, but then that's the end. That's it, right? So not everything has to be 30 years, right? And I think there's folks here that invest in things that say, well, maybe this is only a seasonal. This is Solana season, right? This is good for now. It'll return and we'll grow on top of it later. A lot of DAOs think that way, right? These are companies to be created and shut down. So is it only long term? Is there a way to think of the short term, not the quick buck, but the short term investments, short term products that might not be around forever?
Look, again, I mean, we are flexible in terms of long term or short term, but the ideological has to be, what is it that we're doing that is fundamentally different? What is it that we are doing that is solving a customer pain point? What is it that we are doing that is a painkiller and not a vitamin? What is it that we are doing that is loved by consumers across the world? Look, we help the daring build enduring companies. So we are not here to say we will invest for 6 months and flip. The very fact, and one of the big changes that you might have read about is the Sequoia Fund. Our objective is even to change the traditional VC model and say we are not a 10-year fund, but how do you do something that is enduring in long term? Now, what that long term is might vary by the stage of the company or type, but we are here to partner with entrepreneurs for as long as they need us.
Great. So the prediction remains this is going to work long term as an entire reorchestration, recalibration of how people have consent and show to agree to some form of contract in the digital world, right? So the prediction is this is going to work. Now I want to move from predictions that are going to work to predictions that are going to surprise, and I'm going to ask Ian, do you use predictions to help guide your overall framework, and do you have a particular prediction that you think sets your own systems and strategies apart from others?
Yeah, it's a super good question, and maybe that even gets into why we were early supporters of Solana Serum ecosystem. Essentially, mass appeal applications, right? So when you're sitting in 2017 or 2018 or 2019, and you're working on some of the chains there, and you're running into limitations, TPS, finality time, cost, or whatnot, then you are looking at what chain or what ecosystem removes these limitations. So that's kind of why we came to the Solana ecosystem in the first place. We were like, wow, if you can remove some of the limitations of some of the other L1s out there, now you can build your primitives differently, right? Your bar lend, your stable coins, your liquidity pools or whatnot. You're opening up a lot of design space. Now what can you do with that extra design space? Okay, well now when projects on top of that design space essentially compose with it, you have effective even opening up additional design space on top of that. After that, essentially you're making differentiated products that aren't available elsewhere. So when I talk about like how a primitive is built differently, I think to some extent that's like Serum, right? So you had AMMs, or passive liquidity, if you will, on Ethereum, and now you have active liquidity where people putting limit orders on the book, and you have a central limit order book. That's now allowing the second stage of innovation to happen. Like Irradium's a good example of this, right? I think they settle like half their trades through their internal AMM, half their trades go to like the Serum order book and things like that. So that's kind of how we make predictions. One of our big predictions was just, look, we need mass appeal applications. Now, where do I think this is going to lead to now? I have not checked the TVL in Solana in the last few days, but I would say something like 100 billion TVL in the next year is reasonable, because I think you have a cycle that's working right now. You have differentiated products, you're getting users, you're getting TVL, you're getting investment, you're getting institutions, and then you're just starting this loop over again.
And when you say mass appeal, and then you also mention, let's call it, what was it again? So mass appeal, you get the users. If you get to a billion users, and the word I was looking for was design space.
Yeah.
Right? The design space. For me, when I see a billion active users a day, that's still like a prize in this industry. No one's near a billion active users a day, right? We haven't developed anything. We don't have 1 billion users a day. But to me, when I see design space and I see 1 billion users a day and they come together, right? All of a sudden there's a blueprint, right? A way to see going forward.
Yep.
Now, I wonder, John, you see 1 billion users a day. For you, if you were to predict what would happen to 1 billion users a day, or with 1 billion users a day, how would you start thinking about allocation? How would you start thinking about what you're going to look at next? So what I'm saying is, what if Solana works perfectly? What are you going to invest in next?
Sure. So that's a lot of users. So I think for us, what we've so we had the privilege and the challenge of working with Solana very early on, before it was perfect. But I mean, looking forward now, I think for me, it's now that Solana has already reached this stage where it's at compared to 2020, 2019, 2018, when Chris got in, is like what users consider Solana as their home base. So I mean, a lot of us coming through 2017, right? The home base was whether it was Coinbase or Bittrex or Binance, or now it's a lot of us I think still retain as Ethereum as our home base. But the next 1 billion users, could Solana be their home base? So one of our analysts, the first crypto she ever bought now is Solana. It's not Bitcoin. It's not Ethereum. It's not Doge or Shiba. It's Solana. So we see the traction there. So I think it's about this idea of okay, do people see Phantom on Ledger and Solana as their home base? So that could be the next generation.
Great.
Yeah.
Homebase is a good reference point. One reference I used after, let's call it the capital markets in cryptocurrencies became professionalized or serious, whatever you want to call it. 2017, it wasn't just a couple of folks. Crypto capital markets became real. And I predicted NFTs would be next. My system was not, I like NFTs. It was, I saw the human capital peel off from Wall Street and say, I want real risk, I'm going into this. I started to say in 2017 that real artists, I could see the human capital migrating, right? So I had no idea that if NFTs were going to have a product market fit, but I said, people are moving, so I think it's going to happen, right? Where do you guys see any human capital right now coming into crypto that you didn't see before? And when I say human capital, I mean the professional level of human capital, right? So is there anyone, and I'm going to go with you first, Chris, here, just because you had a good appetite for these first ones. Is that something you look at? Do you believe that thesis makes sense? I'm not saying if you've deployed it, but do you look at people and say, I see a lot of people in this job, that industry is going to change next?
Yeah, maybe another way to reframe it is I'm assuming a lot of investors like us, we like to look for what people do on their own spare time and free time. The things people are playing with for their own fun time. And you're seeing a lot more of these artists play around with NFTs. You're starting to see crypto people play around with DAOs. You're starting to see people play with financial systems. But this is where you want to sort of spend your attention. And not just the technical people, because when you talk about creator economy or NFTs, the real artists, the real makers, they tend to be on the less technical side of the spectrum. So even today, Metaplex and Candy Machine is a fantastic thing to use, but it's still very developer-centric. It's still hard to use this if you're the end photographer or the end painter or whatever. And so I think we're going to see an expansion of the people who can use all of these creator tools and systems and other things being built to enable all these things to be used by more and more people. Because that's the only way you're going to scale this to be 1 billion people. The creators can't only be small technical developers. We're going to have to expand the pie of who we consider to be creators in the first place.
Yeah, Beck, let me know what you think about that.
Yeah, this is the perfect topic that we've been thinking about because right now when we see these protocols, I think there's a lot of this destination experience where people go for seeking yield, alpha, and they churn away as these things slow down. And when we incubated X Infinity and led seed round for Sandbox and Mythical Games and Decentraland, the goal was really trying to create attractive entertainment space in Metaverse. And can we provide enough fun that people would stick around rather than come for a destination and build social capital? And we see that there's still quite a gap. I think even in Solana as well. And we couldn't wait anymore, so what we are doing is we bought 2 gaming studios in Korea. And that's a team of 40 people, game developer, designers, game economists, and we're building 5 different games on top of Solana, Terra, Ethereum to really close the gap so that we can provide and move fast to provide those experiences so that maybe the next generation of talents coming into this industry can see a model case of what can be done and what kind of experience can be done and possibly build better apps down the line. And I think that's when really we truly see these billion DAU. Like X is still only 2 million DAU, and that's probably best. And we need to get further. Yeah.
You were mentioning a little bit about, let's call it the ability to attract those people and the space you see when they're applying is not the word, but trying to push in. And I'd say at Binance Labs, you probably have the best bird's eye view in the industry just because almost everybody knocks on your door first in this sort of tinkerer world, right? So are you able to just see the volume of projects that come in with one idea in mind and say, something in this realm is going to work? Because everybody's trying this thing. It's not just me. It's in the collective unconscious. This is going to be a product. Are you able to look into all of the people trying to reach out to you and decipher stuff?
Right, yeah, for sure. I think there's, out of the, say, 200 projects that I look at, there's a clear pattern of what's the next trend. And it's interesting to note that, probably recently all the projects are doing something in the NFT space and doing something in the Metaverse space. What is Metaverse? I don't know for sure. But we are in the phase where we are defining what that means. It can be a gaming world. It can be a complete virtual world. And I think on Solana itself, it's interesting to see the NFT space develop. And I can see that I think NFTs as a non-fungible token, essentially a different kind of token. It's a foundational block of a new era that's going to come in. Just looking at NFTs on Solana, I just got my first Solana Monkey Business NFT a couple of days ago, joining the Monkey DAO. And I think it's fantastic to see the whole space just blow up. The PFP space is blooming right now, and that's only the start. I think there will be a lot more things to come, and what exactly Metaverse means, we'll slowly find out over the next year or so.
So Amos, you've been let's say, working off your predictions for years now because you knew the ICOs were coming before anyone. You knew that you would be able to take these digital assets and turn them into other things. I think that's what we didn't know yet. You were willing to turn them into other things. Do you have any prediction that would surprise us just because you've been right about your predictions? Is there a prediction you have that would surprise this audience here for the next little while?
So first, I was wrong also a lot of times as well.
We've all been wrong.
But to me, I look at NFTs in general, and I think we just started to scratch, right, what we can imagine. And to me, it's one of the most exciting things that happened in crypto in the past 10 years, because it's what really going to bring mass adoption, I believe. We'll start seeing everyone kind of using NFTs. They will not call it NFTs, right? So to me, it's kind of like a big box where we still need to imagine what is it going to be.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get one more question in. Let's go with Joe, just because I want to hear along those lines what's next. But I guess the idea is, are we gonna? How do I put it? Well, anyway, we're out of time, guys. I got screwed up by that. Not gonna add one more question in. All right, guys, they're going to be right there. You can ask them questions, ask them anything. Wag me. We're all going to make it. Great, everyone. See you all at Estufa Fria tonight. These two.
All right, thanks everyone. That was the last session for today. But that's not the last session for the conference generally. If you go over to Stufa Fria, there's great panels still going on there. Highly recommend that. My name is Maddie. I'm the head of growth at Solana Labs. On behalf of the team, community, thank you so much for coming to this event. It means a lot to everyone. And yeah, have fun the rest of the week. Should be awesome.